chairman who is again elected. So tomorrow morning 7:30 there will be a trial for them to familiarize with all this exercise tomorrow. For the newly appointed panel chairman. And if any leader of the party, if they are also interested, they can also come and participate in that. Secretariat will be organizing that. Papers to be laid on the table, Sri Prahlad Joshi or Muralidharan ji. Lay.
Sir, on behalf of my colleague Sri Anurag Thakur.
Please, but yeah.
Sir, on behalf of my colleague Sri Anurag Thakur, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers listed against his name at serial number 1 in today's revised list of business.
No, but still I have permitted, na? Because different people standing in the better. Statement regarding ordinance, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, do I have your permission to sit and do it?
Oh, yes, please.
Thank you. So I wish to lay on the table a statement in English and Hindi explaining the circumstances which had necessitated immediate legislation by the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, Ordinance 2020.
Report of the Committee on Petitions, Sri Prasanna Acharya.
माननीय सभापति जी, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की संशोधित कार्यावली में अपने नाम के समक्ष सूचीबद्ध प्रभावित लोगों को समय पर चेतावनी जारी करने के लिए बाढ़ के रियल टाइम पूर्वानुमान की क्षमता विकसित करने की प्रार्थना करने वाली याचिका के संबंध में याचिका समिति का 157वां प्रतिवेदन अंग्रेजी और हिंदी में सभा पटल पर प्रस्तुत करता हूँ।
Reports of the Department Parliament Standing Committee on Labour. Secretary General.
Planning Commission, I rise to lay on the table a copy each in English and Hindi of the following reports of the Committee on Labour. 8th report on the Industrial Relations Code 2019 relating to the Ministry of Labour and Employment, and 9th report on the Code of Social Security 2019 relating to the Ministry of Labour and Employment.
Statement by Minister Sri Prahlad Joshi or Muralidharan.
Sir, on behalf of my colleague Sri Prahlad Joshi, I rise to lay on the table of the House the statement listed against his name in today's revised list of business.
Right. Motion for election to the National Jute Board. Srimati Smriti Jubin Irani.
Sir, speaking from the Lok Sabha chamber. With your permission, may I sit and move the motion? Sir, I move the following motion that in pursuance of Clause B of subsection 4 of the Section 3 of the National Jute Board Act 2008, number 12 of 2009, read with Rule 5 of the National Jute Board Rules 2010, this House do proceed to elect in such manner as the Honourable Chairman may direct one member from amongst the members of the House to be a member of the National Jute Board.
Thank you, Smriti. Motion moved. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Election of a member. Motion for election to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIMS, New Delhi. Dr. Harshavardhan to move a motion.
Of Section 4, read with.
Dr. Saab, Dr. Harshavardhan from the Rajya Sabha chamber. Aisa, so that camera will catch you.
Pardon, sir?
When you speak, say Dr. Harshavardhan from the Rajya Sabha chamber, so that the camera can catch you and then show it to the people. Okay, please.
Dr. Harshvardhan from the Rajya Sabha chamber.
Yes.
Respected sir, I rise to move that in pursuance of clause G of section 4, read with subsection 1 of section 6 of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences Act 1956, 25 of 1956 as amended in 2012 this House do proceed to elect in such manner as the chairman may direct one member from amongst the members of the House to be a member of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIIMS, New Delhi.
Motion moved. Those in favor will raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Motion for the election to the Committee on Official Language. Sri Nityanand Roy to move a motion.
महोदय, मैं राज्यसभा से बोल रहा हूँ। महोदय, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी की ओर से प्रस्ताव करता हूँ कि राजभाषा अधिनियम 1963 का 19 की धारा 4 की उपधारा 2 के अनुसरण में यह सभा एकल संक्रमणीय मत प्रणाली द्वारा अनुपातिक प्रतिनिधित्व पद्धति के अनुसार सभा के सदस्यों में से एक सदस्य को राजभाषा समिति का सदस्य होने के लिए निर्वाचित करने की कार्यवाही करें।
Motion moved. Those in favor please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, 0 hour submissions. Sri V. Vijay Sai Reddy, I have a suggestion. Each member please confine to 2 minutes so that I can give some more. Today, demand is more. मैंने दे रहा हूँ ना, 3 मिनट बोलो, फिर 10 लोग ही बोल पाएंगे। ठीक, चलिए, मुझे आपत्ति नहीं, आप बोलना नहीं है। आप अभी क्या बोलना है जी, आपको समझ दिया नहीं, जब मिलेगा तब बोलिए, 3 मिनट ही बोलिए। मैंने सोचा कि बाकी लोगों को मौका मिलेगा, सुझाव था, आप सुझाव के लिए तैयार नहीं, बस 10 लोग ही होगा बस। विजय साहब, मुझे क्या बोला?
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Sir, Polavaram project is a lifeline for Andhra Pradesh state, sir. It is a project that has been taken up by the central government, and the central government has to bear the entire expenditure of the project cost, sir. In fact, government of Andhra Pradesh has fixed a target of completion by December 2021, sir. Since it is a national project, all the funds have to be released by the central government, and to quicken the process, the government of Andhra Pradesh, without even waiting for the central government to release the money, it has started spending the amount. The outstanding amount as on today to be released to government of Andhra Pradesh is 3,805 crores, sir. And as asked by the government of India, the CAG, Controller and Auditor General, has also audited the figures, and then it has confirmed that the amount of 3,805 crores is due to the government of Andhra Pradesh, sir. Honorable CM of Andhra Pradesh, Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu, has written a letter to the Honorable Prime Minister explaining the details of the problems that are being faced by the state, particularly economic crisis after bifurcation, particularly in the pandemic of COVID. Finding it extremely difficult to further spend money on the Polavaram project, and requested for immediate release of the funds of 3,805 crores, sir. Honorable CM of AP has also given the plans as to how the funds could be released for hassle-free release to avoid the possible delays, sir. In the light of the above, I request the Honorable Minister, Jal Shakti Minister, to immediately take measures to release the funds for the Polavaram project so that it could be completed by the target date of December 2021, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Associate. If you want, please, quickly. We're more than happy.
Sir, the honorable member has raised a very important issue, and it definitely matters in the interest of the national infrastructure projects also, because that being a national project. The discussion with the finance minister of Andhra Pradesh has been going on. I am also in touch with the water resources minister so that we can get this cleared at the earliest, because there was this gap because of the CAG certification, which Andhra Pradesh has apparently given. We'll follow it up, sir. So
That's
it is
good.
not something.
Sri Dr. Vikas Mahatme and to Associate K.C. Ramurthy.
Rajya Sabha Gallery. One. Sir.
Please.
Sir, मैं एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर बोलने वाला हूँ। हाल ही में एक वेब सीरीज वर्जिन भास्कर करके रिलीज हुई थी और उसमें हमारे पुण्यश्लोक अहिल्या देवी होलकर जी का लिए अपमानित दृश्य और आवाज था, तो जिससे बहुत ही गुस्सा हुआ है सभी शेफर्ड कम्युनिटी, खासतौर पर गडरिया, पाल, बघेल, बारवाड़, रब्बारी, गायरी, कुरमा, कुरुम्बा, ये सभी कम्युनिटीज इनको श्रद्धा स्थान मानते हैं और बाकी भी समाज इनके तरफ आदर से देखता है, पुण्यश्लोक अहिल्या देवी होलकर के तरफ। लेकिन इसमें जो अपमानित किया गया था इसलिए बहुत गुस्सा हुआ, रोष हुआ था और इसके लिए इस जो वेब सीरीज में से ये निकालने के लिए हमारे मंत्री जी जावड़ेकर जी ने वैसे मदद करने की वजह से वो निकाला गया। लेकिन हमें नाटक या ड्रामा भी प्रस्तुत करना है तो एक सर्टिफिकेट लगता है, सेंसर बोर्ड का अथॉरिटी लगती है, लेकिन वेब सीरीज में गाली गलौज रहती है, सेक्स स्कैंडल्स दिखाते हैं, न्यूड सीन्स दिखाते हैं और फिर भी उसके ऊपर कोई भी सर्टिफिकेशन या लीगल एक्शन ली नहीं जाती। तो मेरा ये कहना है माननीय मंत्री जी से कि वह कोई कानून लाए जिसकी वजह से ये वेब सीरीज पे प्रतिबंधन लगाया जाए ताकि भारतीय संस्कृति का
केसी राममूर्ति टू एसोसिएट राइट वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इश्यू बट देयर इज नो लॉ एज ऑन नाउ आई एम टोल्ड बट इट हैज टू बी एग्जामिन्ड। श्रीमती छाया वर्मा, छाया जी कहाँ?
श्रीमती छाया वर्मा, लोकसभा गैलरी से बोल रही हूँ। गैलरी नहीं सर, आपकी अनुमति से मैं मनरेगा मजदूर के बारे में बोलना चाहती हूँ। पिछले दिनों लॉकडाउन की वजह से मजदूरों के बीच बहुत बड़ी विपत्ति आई, बहुत समस्या हुई और मनरेगा का काम केवल 100 दिन का चलता है। आपकी अनुमति से मैं चाहती हूँ कि मनरेगा का काम पूरे भारतवर्ष में 200 दिन का चले और समय पे उनको मजदूरी मिले और कार्यमूलक योजना हो, ये मैं चाहती हूँ। धन्यवाद सर। धन्यवाद।
सदस्य कहीं भी बैठने के लिए मैंने अनुमति दिया, मगर आपका डी प्रमोशन माने लोअर हाउस में भेजने का निर्णय गुलाम नबी आजाद जी ने और आनंद शर्मा जी ने और रमेश जी ने मिलकर किया है, मैं जिम्मेदार नहीं हूँ उसके लिए। के.आर. सुरेश रेड्डी, K.R. Suresh Reddy, please. Say, I am K.R.
Yes,
Suresh Reddy from the Rajya Sabha chamber.
Yes, sir. I am K.R. Suresh Reddy from Rajya Sabha chambers, right in front of your watchful eyes, sir. Sir, I want to raise a urgent matter of public importance, which is agitating the people of Telangana state. Telangana state was created through Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act 2014. After formation of these two states, dispute has arisen between Telangana and Andhra over sharing of Krishna River waters. There are 4 riparian states, namely Maharashtra, Karnataka, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. And to resolve the matter, there is a specific act, namely the Interstate River Water Disputes Act, which we call it the ISWR Act. Accordingly, our Chief Minister of Telangana has written to refer the matter under Section 3 of the Interstate Water Disputes Act and requested the Government of India, Ministry of Jal Shakti, to refer the dispute for constitution of a tribunal under Section 5(1) of the said Act, sir. In spite of the repeated letters by the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri Chandrasekhar Rao ji, to the Honorable Prime Minister, to Honorable Ministers, the central government officials, to kindly refer the dispute for adjudication under Section 3, the central government instead extended the term of Brijesh Kumar Tribunal and referred the matter under Section 89 of the AP Reorganization Act, which has a very limited scope and will not be able to do justice to the people of Telangana, sir. Therefore, our party requests, demands and urges upon the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, to refer the sharing of water immediately to a tribunal under Section 3 and 5 of the Interstate River Water Dispute, sir. We demand a statement from the Honorable Minister on this issue. As it is said, sir, if data is the new oil, then water is the new gold. Throughout the Telangana agitation, the demand for the state
was due, one of the main reasons was water sharing, sir.
Right.
So it's been, I'm just completing, it's been 6 years since we have returned, and we have very good relationship with our neighboring states. We always said that let's separate as a region, let's live as brothers and sisters, which we are continuing to do, sir. So I request the government of India, in the spirit today being a democratic world democracy,
Right.
in the spirit of federal
Thank you, Suresh
democracy,
Garu.
to kindly
Thank you.
resolve the matter, sir. Thank you.
M. Shanmugam ji, Enge.
From Lok Sabha,
Lok Sabha.
Pradhan Mantri Kisan
Sure.
Samman Nidhi scheme, farmers are paid grant of rupees 6,000 every year in the equal
Lok Sabha.
increment of 2,000 every 4 months. However, these grants are provided the farmers who own less than the 5 acres of land. The tenant farmers, leaseholders farmers who had less than the 5 acres of land, who are languishing and abject poverty, are excluded from this scheme. There are many states which have registered tenant farmers in that state are providing benefits of the farmers, including tenant farmers. For example, there have been provided loan eligibility cards in permitted cultivation of lands. There is a provision of claim damages to crops to provide social security and prevent the incidents of suicide. The Tamil Nadu, especially Kaveri Delta region, most of the tenant farmers are growing paddy, and it is very risky cultivation. As a social security measure, the benefit of PM Kisan should be extended to all the farmers. Therefore, I would urge upon the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Agriculture Minister to include the tenant farmers and the leaseholders farmers, as although in the PM Kisan scheme, as they hold the land for a long tenure of years, they should also be taken care of by the central government if they claim that they are bringing welfare schemes for the farmers. Thank you, sir.
थैंक यू। तो षणमुख जी का सुझाव ये है कि ये पीएम किसान योजना के अंतर्गत ये टेनेंसी और किसान को भी लाना चाहिए। एसोसिएट विल्सन। श्रीमती जया बच्चन।
Thank you, sir. Sir, I want to talk
मास्क।
Sir, आवाज नहीं आएगी, क्लियर नहीं आएगी, मैं साफ कर दूंगी।
वो नहीं आ पा रही, कुछ
सर,
प्रॉब्लम
मेरा
है।
नाम जया बच्चन है, मैं राज्य सभा से बोल रही हूँ। सर, मैं आज
इतना बढ़िया पर्सनालिटी, सुंदर पर्सनालिटी दिख रही है, तो क्या नाम का क्या नाम पूरा देश में फेम है।
सर, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपने जो कहा, मगर यही नाम जिसको डिफेम करने में आज लोग लगे हुए हैं, उसके बारे में चर्चा करना चाहती हूँ। सर, मेरा कहना यह है, एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री इन आवर कंट्री which provides direct employment every day to 5 lakh people and indirect employment to 5 million people. At a time when the financial situation is in a depressing state and employment is at the worst level, in order to divert the attention of the people, we are being used to be flogged by the social media and the government's non-support. Sir, people who have made their name in this film industry have called it a gutter. I completely disagree and I really disassociate, and I hope the government tells these people who have made their earning, name and fame in this industry to stop using such language. There are people in the entertainment industry who are some of the highest taxpayers. They are still being harassed. All kinds of promises are being made to entertainment industry, but never ever kept. Sir, I get very worked up and very emotional. I have too many things to say, but you're not giving me enough time and opportunity to speak. Sir, I think the government must stand by the entertainment industry, because the entertainment industry always comes forward to help the government in whatever good work that the government takes up. They come and speak for them. They support them. If there is a national calamity, they come forward, they give money, they give their services. I think that it is very, very important that the government must support this industry and not kill it just because there are few people. You cannot tarnish the image of the entire industry.
Right.
This industry brings international name and recognition also, apart from the political people. I was really embarrassed and ashamed that yesterday one of our members in the Lok Sabha spoke, who is from the industry, against, I'm not taking a name, against the film industry. It's a shame. जिस थाली में खाते हैं उसमें छेद करते हैं. गलत बात है. I need the protection. The industry needs the protection and support of the government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. श्री संभाजी छत्रपति एसोसिएट करना चाहते हैं, कृपया आप नाम स्लिप भेज दीजिए. श्री संभाजी छत्रपति
from Lok Sabha chamber, sir.
Please, Sambhaji Chhatrapati.
Sambhaji Chhatrapati from the Lok Sabha chamber.
Lok Sabha chamber. Sambhaji Chhatrapati.
Yeah. With your consent and permission, sir, I am speaking in Marathi.
Yeah.
आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज मी एक महत्वपूर्ण विषयावर सभागृहाचे लक्ष वेधू इच्छितो. मराठा आरक्षणाविषयी सर्वोच्च न्यायालयात सुरू असलेल्या याचिकेवर न्यायालयाने निर्णय देताना मराठा समाजाच्या आरक्षणाला स्थगिती देत हा खटला 5 न्यायाधीशांच्या घटनापीठापुढे हस्तांतरित केलाय. या निर्णयामुळे मराठा समाज प्रचंड मोठ्या प्रमाणात नुकसान झाले. गतवर्षी मिळालेल्या आरक्षणाच्या आधारे विविध ठिकाणी समाजातील अनेकांच्या नियुक्त्या, शैक्षणिक प्रवेश मिळाले होते. या सर्व प्रश्नचिन्ह निर्माण झाले असून त्यांचे भविष्य धोक्यात आले. छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांनी सर्व जाती धर्माच्या लोकांना एकत्र करून अन्याय विरुद्ध लढा उभारला. भूमिपुत्रांनी न्याय मिळवून देण्यासाठी स्वराज्य निर्माण केले. शिवछत्रपतींचे वंशज राजर्षी छत्रपती शाहू महाराजांनी आपल्या राज्यात मागासलेल्या बहुजन समाजासाठी 50% आरक्षण देण्याचा ऐतिहासिक निर्णय घेतला होता. यामध्ये मराठा समाजाचा सुद्धा समावेश होता. हे अतिशय महत्वाचे आहे. पुढे डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर यांनी राजर्षी शाहू महाराजांच्या आरक्षणाची संकल्पना संविधानात आणली. डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांनी सुद्धा मराठा समाजाला आरक्षणाचा लाभ मिळावा अशी भूमिका ठेवली होती. कारण बहुतांश मराठा समाज सामाजिक व आर्थिक दृष्ट्या मागासलेला होता. आज ही मराठा समाजाची परिस्थिती काही बदल झालेली नाहीये. किंबहुना आरक्षणाची अभाव अधिकच बिघडलेली आहे. जस्ट अ मिनिट सर. मराठा समाजाचं आरक्षण फार मोठ्या त्यागातून व संघर्षातून मिळालेलं आहे. याविषयी ज्या काही अभ्यास समित्या नेमल्या होत्या त्या सर्वच अभिप्राय मराठा समाजाला आरक्षणाची गरज आहे हे सांगणारे होते. तरी मराठा समाजाला सर्वार्थाने आरक्षण हे दुर्दैव म्हणाले. जस्ट वन लाईन. तामिळनाडू सरकारने 50% आरक्षणाची मर्यादा ओलांडून 69% केली आहे. गेले 26 वर्ष हा कायदा तिथे अंमलात आहे. या धर्तीवर महाराष्ट्रात सुद्धा आरक्षणाचा कायदा करावा, मराठा समाजाला न्याय मिळवून द्यावा ही विनंती करू इच्छितो. धन्यवाद.
श्री राजीव सातव.
राज्यसभा गैलरी.
हाँ प्लीज.
थैंक यू स्पीकर साहब. सर, जो बात पूरे महाराष्ट्र में भी चर्चा की है, जिसमें मराठा समाज को बड़े संघर्ष के बाद आरक्षण मिला था और जो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का अभी का जो डिसीजन आया है उसमें ये आरक्षण खतरे में आया है, ऐसी सबके सामने स्थिति है. और इसीलिए आने वाले समय में सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के लार्जर बेंच की तरफ ये मामला हियरिंग के लिए है. और जो सर अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हियरिंग हुई थी उसमें केंद्र सरकार ने अपनी बात नहीं रखी थी. तो मेरा केंद्र सरकार से आग्रह है कि आने वाली लार्जर बेंच की हियरिंग में राज्य सरकार के साथ केंद्र सरकार भी मराठा आरक्षण के पक्ष में बात करे ताकि मराठा आरक्षण कायम रहे. थैंक यू.
राजीव जी, प्लीज टेक नोट. You have already come to Rajya Sabha and then you are in the upper gallery. You are still remembering the speaker. Say chairman here afterwards. Okay. Sri Sarad Pawarji and others to associate. Okay. Then Sri Ripun Bora. Ripun.
Sir, Ripun Bora from.
Please, others should not speak. Ripun Bora, which gallery?
Sir, Ripun Bora from Rajya Sabha Gallery, unit number 5.
5, please.
5. Sir, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to raise a very important issue pertaining to the economy of the Assam. Sir, there are 2 public sector undertaking paper mill. One is Nagaon, the other is Panchgram. And this is the only 2 public sector undertaking earning profit in Assam. But sir, suddenly what happened from 2014, both the paper mill is going to facing loss, and ultimately from 2016 it is being closed down. So sir, from 2016 to till date, the state government as well as the central government, time without number, has been giving assurances to give special package for revival of this two paper mill. But nothing has been done till today. Sir, you will be surprised to know, sir, meanwhile, the employees have not been getting a salary for 4 years, and 70 workers have died so far for want of salary and medicine, and 3 employees have committed suicide. Sir, apart from that, there are 2 lakhs employees who are directly and indirectly engaged with this paper mill, but all now their future has been finished. On the other hand, sir, the bamboo cultivation, the bamboo farmers and the bamboo cultivation which are dependent on these 2 paper mills has also been finished. So now, sir, due to this outbreak of COVID-19, sir, thousands and thousands young boys have come outside of Assam. They have lost their jobs. So if this paper mill are revived, so my request to the government to revive the paper mill immediately as per the assurance of the government, so that the economy can be restored. Thank you.
Thank you, Sripun. Associate Professor Ram Gopal Yadav.
मैं राम गोपाल यादव, राज्यसभा चैम्बर से। श्रीमान, आपने अनुमति दी इसके लिए मैं आपका आभारी हूं, और ये उम्मीद करता हूं कि आपकी कृपा इसी तरह से बनी रहेगी। श्रीमान, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण मसला है, मैं बहुत कम समय में कहूंगा। लॉकडाउन के कारण देश में छोटे बड़े कारखाने के बंद होने से, कारोबारियों का कारोबार बंद होने से करोड़ों लोग बेरोजगार हो गए, उनके परिवार बिखर गए। बच्चों की पढ़ाई लिखाई तो दूर, उन्हें भूखे पेट सोने के लिए कभी कभी विवश होना पड़ रहा है। पढ़े लिखे लोगों के लिए, जिनके लिए गवर्नमेंट ने व्यवस्था की है, 5 साल के लिए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में रखे जा रहे हैं, 5 साल बाद समीक्षा की जाएगी। वे भी असमंजस में है कि रहेंगे कि नहीं रहेंगे। नतीजा ये है कि लोगों में अवसाद बढ़ रहा है, निराशा बढ़ रही है, मानसिक तनाव बढ़ रहा है, और हताशा की स्थिति में जी रहे हैं बड़े पैमाने पे लोग। और नतीजा ये है कि वो आत्महत्या की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं कि इन 4-5 महीनों में कोविड की वजह से अकेले नोएडा में 44 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है, लेकिन आत्महत्या की है 165 लोगों ने कल तक। ये स्थिति है। इसलिए मैं गवर्नमेंट से आपके माध्यम से अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं कि जो लोग लॉकडाउन की वजह से नौकरियों से, मजदूरी से अलग हो गए हैं, उनको प्रतिमाह कम से कम 15,000 रुपया भत्ता के रूप में दिया जाए, ताकि वो कम से कम भूखों न मरे और वो जिंदा बने रह सकें। लोकतंत्र में हर गवर्नमेंट ये कर रही है, पश्चिम से लेके पूरब तक। हमें भी ये करना चाहिए। माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी यहाँ बैठी हुई हैं, मैं चाहूंगा कि इस पर सहानुभूति पूर्वक विचार करें, और देश में जो आत्महत्याएं बढ़ रही है रोजाना, उनको रोकने के लिए एक सार्थक कदम उठाएं।
ठीक, धन्यवाद जी। श्री आनंद एसोसिएट, स्लिप भेजना सब लोग। आनंद शर्मा जी।
Anand Sharma from Rajya Sabha Chamber. I wish to draw your attention of this House and the government to the alarming increase in number of suicides and mental health cases in India. Across the world, about 8 lakh suicides happen annually, out of which 1.39 lakh happen in India. This means that India accounts for 15% of the total suicides of the world. Also, there is a suicide happening in every 3.5 minutes in India, which is very disturbing. During the year 2019, there has been a 4% increase in the number of suicides in our country. Reports indicate that 1 in 7 person in India is suffering from depression. number of persons affected by the mental health issues has exponentially increased after the COVID crisis and lockdown, especially the students and the children who are committing suicides across the country. This is because many children do not have access to online studies, non-availability of midday meals, and the fear of getting affected by corona. The first and foremost reason for India's battle against mental health issues not being effective is the lack of awareness and sensitivity about the mental health matters. There is also stigma attached to the people suffering from any kind of mental disorder and illness. Mental health situation in India demands active policy interventions and resource allocations by the government and persistent nationwide effort to educate and sensitize the society about mental diseases. Mental illness must mandatorily be put under the ambit of life insurance. This will help people to see mental illness with the same lens as they use for physical diseases. Central government, in association with state governments, need to evolve innovative modes to deepen the penetration of services and establish helplines and counseling centers to effectively deal with the mental health issues.
Thank you. Associate, please send us slips. Special mentions. K.C. Ramurthy. From the Rajya Sabha gallery, number 1. Sankshipt, you have to read. Just.
Running is considered to be a game of skill. In reality, it is gambling and betting money through rummy with the greed of getting more so. The online rummy, which is rapidly spreading its tentacles by luring all sections, more particularly the youth, with attractive advertisements and promotions, assuring lucrative returns, which are totally false. Looking at these advertisements, youngsters, after losing money, are resorting to criminal and other activities to carry on with this addiction. This is creating wrong impression and worry among the parents about the future of their loved ones, sir. Sir, it seems that there are 4 online accredited rummy operators, S3, Jungle Rummy, Rummy Circle, Rummy Passion, accredited by the Rummy Federation. And according to the KPMG report, the online real money gaming industry is estimated at 2,200 crores and is growing at 30% annually and will touch 12,000 crores by 2023. So in view of the above, I request the Government of India to immediately declare online rummy as illegal and ban the same forthwith. And we see that famous celebrities, including cricketers like MS Dhoni and film stars, clearly, propagate this. And this is a bad precedent, and it's going to have adverse effect on the society.
Thank you. Online rummy. तो मिनिस्टर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का सब्जेक्ट होगा, बट फिर भी लॉ मिनिस्टर उसको देखे. श्री अनिल देसाई कहाँ? लोकसभा अनिल जी, श्री अनिल देसाई, not there. श्री डॉक्टर संतनु सेन. Yes, please.
That the term social distancing should not be used anymore, as we know that in order to avoid corona transmission, the term social distancing is being regularly used and it is being advised to maintain social distancing. Actually, it's a physical distance of nearly 6 feet between 2 persons which is needed. But on the contrary, use of the term social distance has indirectly promoted social stigma, which has led to nearly an attitude of boycotting COVID patients socially, and as its consequences, COVID patients and their family members are facing several inhumane situations. Sometimes social distancing creates differences considering socio-economic, religious and political perspectives. So to stop this social discrimination and social stigma, the term social distancing should not be utilized anymore to fight COVID, and instead of that, physical distancing should be used.
Right. So the special mention में the heading should be read and then lay it on the table because a lot of people are there. ये जो सुझाव दिया ना डॉक्टर संतोष ने, ये महत्वपूर्ण सुझाव है। और एसोसिएट ना सिर्फ भेज दीजिए। मेरा कहना है इसको सुरक्षित दूरी, रामगोपाल जी बता पाएंगे? सुरक्षित दूरी, सेफ डिस्टेंस, दैट विल बी बेटर। पारस्परिक दूरी का अर्थ दोबारा होगा, घर में झगड़ा होगा, ये उनसे ठीक है। यस, सोशल डिस्टेंसिंग should be replaced by an appropriate word. बैठ के मत बोलिए प्लीज। We have to, society as a whole has to evolve some broad this thing, and government should take lead. I do agree. Then Sri Prasanna Acharya, sir, main बता के ले करना।
Sir, the subject of my special submission is regarding sickle cell disease, which has posed a serious health hazard in western region of Odisha and adjoining district of eastern Chhattisgarh. I lay my special mention on the table.
Thank you. Sri Tiruchi Siva.
My special mention is addressing the inequalities in access to education for children during the pandemic owing to existing digital divide. Sir, with cases on the rise, schools remain shut, with children now being able to access education solely through digital means. This has resulted in vast disparities in access to education among children. A recently released survey by the NSO for 2017 states with reduced access are little above 50%, and larger states like Tamil Nadu and UP are access only below 20%, sir. This is worsened by the rural-urban divide, with rural areas having even fewer connections.
Right, Siva.
The pandemic cash strapped, sir. It was promised by the Honorable Prime Minister that in 1,000 days the digital divide will be bridged. Education policies earlier have suggested increased spending, with the current policy aiming at 6%.
Right,
Children who do not have access to internet fall behind by a whole term, giving undue advantage for a
Thank you, Siva. It's a very important
Sir.
matter. The government should focus its attention on this issue. Finance Minister is there, she will take note.
Thank you, sir.
Because in the rural area, it's often complained that they don't have adequate facilities yet. Though it's a welcome step. Dr. Sasmit Patra.
Sir, Dr. Sasmit Patra from the Lok Sabha chamber, sir.
Lok Sabha, please.
Lok Sabha chamber, sir. Sir, my special mention is on the topic allotment of land in Delhi for establishment of Odisha Cultural Center and Library. Sir, Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Naveen Patnaik ji, in a letter dated 7th December 2019, requested the Honorable Union Minister of Housing and Urban Development to allot a suitable land in Delhi for the purposes of establishment of Odisha Cultural Center and Library. So it's been about 9 months now, sir. We hope the Honorable Minister will respond, and the land that has been requested by the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha will be provided to Odisha. I lay the special mention on the table of the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Sri P.L. Punia. Punia ji.
P.L. Punia from Rajya Sabha Gallery.
Yes.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, तालाबंदी के दौरान करोड़ों मजदूर अपने गांव लौट गए और उन्हें रोजगार देने के लिए महात्मा गांधी रोजगार योजना ने महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दिया। आज करोड़ों मजदूरों को उनके गांव में ही मजदूरी मिल रही है। जब कोरोना का खतरा खत्म हो जाएगा तो ये करोड़ों मजदूर वापस काम की तलाश में शहरों में लौट जाएंगे। महोदय, आज की स्थिति में कोरोना निरंतर बढ़ रहा है। ये स्थिति कब तक चलेगी कोई अनुमान नहीं लगाया जा सकता। इसलिए आवश्यक है कि गांव में मनरेगा के माध्यम से और अधिक रोजगार की व्यवस्था की जाए। महोदय, हर राज्य में मजदूरों के 100 दिन लगभग पूरे हो गए हैं। अब इन मजदूरों को काम नहीं दिया जा रहा।
पुनिया जी, you have to wait.
ये फिर रोजगार
सभा पटल के ऊपर रखना।
I'm reading it. और वे फिर बेरोजगार हैं। ऐसी स्थिति में सरकार को तुरंत कोई रास्ता निकालना चाहिए। इसके लिए मनरेगा में कुछ बदलाव की आवश्यकता है। मेरा अनुरोध है कि दैनिक मजदूरी बढ़ाकर न्यूनतम 300 रुपए किया जाए। परिवार में एक व्यक्ति की जगह 2 व्यक्तियों को।
राइट पुनिया जी। नेक्स्ट श्री अनिल देसाई
और रोजगार
लोकसभा चैम्बर।
Yeah, Anil Desai.
अनिल देसाई ने मैसेज भेजा, वो आ गए.
Yes, yes, sir.
Please, Anil Desai.
Yeah, my subject of special mention is exorbitant hike in platform tickets. Ours is a welfare state, and it is expected that government policies should always be for the welfare of the common people. Government adopting the route of privatization of number of services which are directly affecting common people. Recently, with a view to curtailing the crowd at the railway stations across the country, the Railway Board has increased the fare of platform tickets from 10 to rupees 50%. It is quite exorbitant and not justified. Entry at the platform should always be need-based. If a passenger is old, infirm,
Right, Anilji. The need to reduce the rate of platform tickets. That is the subject, yes, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't want any of you to be on the platform. So next to business, we are going to the business. Dr. Ashwardhan ji वहाँ है लोकसभा में.
Yes, sir.
हाँ, Ashwardhan ji.
Yes, sir. I'm here in Lok Sabha.
तो मिनिस्टर एक ही दिन में एक ही सेशन में राज्यसभा चैम्बर में भी है, लोकसभा में चैम्बर है, चैम्बर में डॉक्टर हर्षवर्धन जी प्लीज.
Yes, sir. Respected sir.
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Respected sir, I rise to move for leave to withdraw the Allied and Healthcare Professions Bill 2018.
Right. The question is that the leave be granted to withdraw the bill. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is withdrawn by the leave of the House. Next, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji, Insolvency Bankruptcy Code Second Amendment Bill. To introduce,
Sir, I'm Nirmala Sitharaman from the Rajya Sabha chambers. I seek your permission, sir, to move for leave.
Especially in this particular situation, Hardeep Singh ji, I must compliment you. I must start with this positive note that you have done tremendous work in getting a lot of stranded Indians back home and vice versa by this Vande Bharat. I just also, not as a negativity, but I think it's my duty also to draw the attention of this difference. Like Vande Bharat have done wonderful work. But in contrast, if we see the migrant laborer, the way they have walked, and they're into lakhs and lakhs, pregnant women, old people. So the contrast is there. It is not the area of my friend Hardeep ji, but I thought that while we are mentioning that, we ought to mention and remember that also, and I'm sure corrective steps we all collectively will be taking. Sir, when we talk about Air India, Vande Bharat, now who went there? It was Air India. And I must compliment the entire team, our young cabin crew, our pilots, our engineers, our ground staff. They initially risked their life. They were as good or maybe better than doctors. So my compliments to the entire team for what they have done. And who did it, sir? Air India. The entire private sector you see, and I have nothing against them. If Air India would not have been there, the private sector would not have been there. So with folded hands, Air India का आप ढांचा बदल सकते हैं, उसकी काम करने की रीत बदल सकते हैं, मगर उसको मानबाली करके उसको बेचिए मत. एयर इंडिया है तो हिंदुस्तान है. जैसे हम रेल मंत्री थे तब बताते थे कि रग रग में लोगों को रेल बसती है. Air India is a very, very good airline, sir. Please reconsider, change the ढांचा. It needs to be changed. But for heaven's sake, हमारी विपत्ति में हमेशा एयर इंडिया हमारे साथ खड़ा हुआ, क्योंकि एयर इंडिया की धड़कन भारत के साथ है. मैं ये नहीं कहता हूं कि औरों की नहीं है, मगर खास करके. Sir, I am coming back to the bill and Aircraft Act 1934. ये बिल मैं यही कहूंगा कि देर आए, दुरुस्त आए और आशा करता हूं कि तंदुरुस्त भी आए, क्योंकि आज ये जो सिविल एविएशन एयरक्राफ्ट 1934 का बिल आया, सर एक तरफ आपने ग्रोथ की बात कही, बड़ा अच्छा ग्रोथ हो, और ये ग्रोथ 12% हुआ, हमको डबल करना है, थर्ड लार्जेस्ट बननी है, 600 से 1200 एयरक्राफ्ट, बहुत अच्छी बात है, होना ही चाहिए। हिंदुस्तान में कहता हूं कि तीसरे दर्जे पे नहीं, पहले दर्जे पे होना चाहिए, और हमारा ग्रोथ सबसे ज्यादा है। मगर सर दुख क्या है कि ये बिल क्यों आया? क्योंकि आपको ये कहा गया है कि आपका सेफ्टी स्टैंडर्ड जो अकाउंट है, और सर उसके पहले मैं जो हमारे एयर इंडिया एक्सप्रेस के लोग कुछ मरे गए, उनकी परिवार की तरफ से मैं सहानुभूति पेश करना चाहूंगा कि और वापस आते हुए कि ये बिल आपने इसीलिए लाया क्योंकि आपको कहा गया जो अकाउंट की ऑडिट होती है, हम डिटेल में वहां नहीं जाएंगे, मगर वो ऑडिट का रिपोर्ट।
प्लीज कंक्लूड नाउ, कंक्लूड।
जी सर,
प्लीज कंक्लूड नाउ।
अरे हमने शुरुआत नहीं की अभी तो।
नहीं, वो नेक्स्ट टाइम
प्लीज किया सर, अभी तो हमको और
आपके पास
और 2 मिनट दे।
ऑनरेबल त्रिवेदी जी 6 मिनट समय था, आपने ले लिया है, प्लीज कंक्लूड नाउ।
सर हम बिल के ढांचे में 2 मिनट में खत्म करेंगे, प्लीज। हम वादा करते हैं 2 मिनट में खत्म करेंगे, प्लीज। सर आपको यदि आगे बढ़ना है, और मैं समझता हूं बढ़ना चाहिए, तो एयरक्राफ्ट एक्ट 1934 को पूरी तरह से बदल देना चाहिए। हर रोज आके अमेंडमेंट से होगा नहीं, और इसमें क्या हुआ है कि बेसिकली आपका ढांचा है 4A, 4B और 4C। डीजीसीए, विकास और AIB को आपने कहा है कि आप स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडी बनाएंगे, एंड यू विल हैव द डीजीज एक्सेप्टिंग द मिलिट्री। सर डीजीसीए को आपको बिल्कुल बदलना पड़ेगा। हम एक ही उदाहरण देंगे और हमारी बात खत्म करेंगे। सर डीजीसीए में डोमेन जो एक्सपर्टीज होती है होनी चाहिए। जैसे आप उसका एयर सेफ्टी ऑफिसर टेक्निकल मैन्यूअल पढ़े, तो आप जो एयरक्राफ्ट की बात करके जो A320 चला रहे, अब वो जो उसके ऊपर निगरानी रखेंगे, उसको A320 का कुछ ज्यादा पता नहीं है, वो पायलट हो सकते हैं, वह हर एक पायलट को हर एक एयरक्राफ्ट में एंडोर्समेंट करना चाहिए। आखिर में सर आपने जो पेनल्टी बढ़ाई है उसमें क्या होगा? या तो इंजीनियर या तो पायलट, उसको आप 1 करोड़ रुपया कहेंगे, मगर जो एयरलाइन ने गलती की, जैसे एक बिल्डिंग का ढांचा गिर गया, कुछ लोग मारे गए, तो एक मामूली जो बाबू होता है उसको आप पनिश करेंगे, आप एयरलाइन को नहीं करेंगे। तो मेरे आखिर में ये कहूंगा, हरदीप जी आपने बहुत अच्छा किया लाए, मगर एयरक्राफ्ट एक्ट 1934 को पूरा का पूरा बदलने की जरूरत है। हिंदुस्तान को आगे बढ़ना है, तरक्की करनी है, और हमारे होनहार जो बच्चे आज सिलिकॉन वैली में बैठे हैं उनको यहाँ बुलाइए। आत्म भारत तभी होगा,
धन्यवाद
आत्मविश्वास होगा। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद त्रिवेदी जी। ऑनरेबल प्रसन्नाचार्य जी।
Prasanna from Rajya Sabha chamber, sir. Sir, how much time my party has been allotted?
4 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this is more or less a good bill. There are certain good provisions in the bill, and sir, the honorable minister was rightly pointing out that within 2024 we are going to be the largest aviation market in the world. And sir, our civil aviation sector has a high growth potential now also. Therefore, sir, we need to modernize and update our legislation in regard to civil aviation industry, and more particularly about safety and security in the field of air traffic and air passengers. So, you know, sir, there has been recently, in the last 1 or 2 months before, there has been a very serious accident where several people died, and often non-accidents are happening in this country, so we must put much emphasis on safety and security of the aircraft and air passenger. Sir, you know that International Civil Aviation Organization conducted 2 audit reports, and I want to refer to that. One is the Universal Safety Oversight Audit. It was made earlier, And the second is the universal security audit as a part of the Chicago Convention. We are a party to the Chicago Convention, sir. India is a signatory in the Chicago Convention. And sir, it is a matter of concern that India fared worse than Pakistan and Nepal. This is the report. We fared worse than Pakistan and Nepal so far as security factor is concerned. Sir, the audit showed that the safety score of India declined to 57.44%. It declined to 57.44% in 2018 from 65.82% in 2017. Within 1 year, this is our downtrend so far as security factors are concerned, sir. And sir, the audit was performed in air navigation services, aerodrome, aircraft accidents and investigations, etc. In this regard, the audit was conducted and this is the result. So it is very discouraging and disastrous, sir. Sir, we are implementing the UDAN scheme now, and number of new aircraft and new airlines will be operating and have started operating also, sir. Therefore, sir, it is necessary to impose strict regulations to keep up the safety of the passengers. In my opinion and everybody's opinion, the safety and security of the air passengers should be the topmost priority of the government. Therefore, sir, I'm happy that certain provisions has been made in the amendment bill, keeping this thing in view, sir. Sir, there are certain good features also in the bill. The penalty provision has been increased. I think it is a good feature from 10 lakh rupees to 1 crore in case of any violation of the provision, sir. Sir, the bill also enlarges the scope of the existing act to include regulation of all areas of air navigation, sir. Sir, members were mentioning about the three statute bodies in the bodies. There is the DGCA, the BCAS, the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, and this year Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, AAIB. And sir, it should be given autonomy to function independently. Sir, the minister has proposed to amend section 4A, 4, 4B, 4 and 4C4, which empowers the central government that any power exercisable by the Director General of these bodies may also be exercisable by any other officer or authority, specially empowered by any other officer or authority by the central government by notification. I think, sir, this is infringing upon the independent functioning of these bodies. So I would request the minister to consider about this. And sir, the provision to educate penalties by violators by the competent authorities not below the rank of Deputy Secretary may improve the redressal mechanism. But I want a clarification from the Honorable Minister whether there can be any appeal in the court against the decision or verdict of these bodies, sir. My last point is, sir, I went through a report which was published in the newspaper a couple of months before. Sir, prior to this COVID situation, we know after the COVID situation, sir, the air services were banned for a certain period, for a large period. And even now, it has yet to come to its full-fledged operation, sir. And sir, prior to 2021, please come. Just, sir, half a minute. There has been drastic reduction in the occupancy rate of the Air India. And you should go through the figure, you will be still alarmed, you will be astonished. There has been drastic reduction in the occupancy rate. Of course, in 2000, after 1920, there has again been improvement. So I want to know what is the reason why, when the other private airlines are full capacity flying, why there has been drastic reduction in the occupancy rate of the Air India? So has the government, has the ministry looked into the matter? Have they found any reason for this? What is the reason? Is it deliberate or what? As some of the honorable members are alleging, there is a pre-plan, there is a systematic planning to sell away Air India.
Thank you.
So with this, sir, I conclude and I support this bill.
Thank you, Acharya ji. Shri Vishwambar Prasad Nishad, Manya Vishwambar Prasad Nishad ji. Yes.
राज्यसभा चैम्बर माननीय उपसभापति जी, वायुयान संशोधन विधेयक 2020 जो माननीय मंत्री जी ने प्रस्तुत किया है, मैं इसमें बोलना चाहता हूं कि लॉकडाउन के समय जो स्थितियां आई, जो हमारे यात्री आने जाने का टिकट लेकर विदेशों में फंसे थे, ये स्थिति रही कि उनके वापसी के टिकट नहीं माने गए और उनको तमाम कठिनाइयों का सामना करना पड़ा। जो वंदे भारत मिशन एयर इंडिया ने चलाई, बधाई के पात्र हैं वो एयर कर्मी जो ऐसे कोविड-19 के समय रिस्क लेकर के लोगों को सेवाएं दी। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य यह है कि एयर इंडिया को बेचा जा रहा है, कहा जा रहा है कि घाटे पे एयर इंडिया जा रहा है। अभी तक सरकार ने उनके बारे में कुछ नहीं बताया कि उनका क्या होगा, कर्मचारियों क्या होगा, उनके अन्य उनके इलाज और उनके बच्चों के लिए क्या सुविधाएं होंगी जो पुराने कर्मचारी हैं, और उनके जितने भी लायबिलिटीज हैं उनके बारे में क्या होगा। तो माननीय सदस्यों ने भी कहा है कि सरकार एक ग्रुप को, अडानी ग्रुप को जो है सारे एयरपोर्ट दे रही है, एयरपोर्ट बेच दिए। हमें लग रहा है कि धीरे धीरे अब एयर इंडिया के बाद ट्रेन का नंबर आ गया, 150 ट्रेनें बेची जा रही हैं। तो इस तरह से पूरे देश में जो है एक हताशा की स्थिति आ गई है। उड़ान योजना के अंतर्गत सरकार ने कहा था कि हवाई चप्पल वाले जो है यात्रा करें। कितने लोगों ने हवाई चप्पल वाले ने यात्रा किया, इसका अब तक सरकार डिटेल नहीं बता पाई है। और जो विशेष समस्या बताना चाहते हैं कि लॉकडाउन के समय अनेक देशों ने अपनी एयरलाइन से बाद में चालू की। जो एयर इंडिया ने टिकट दिया, वो जैसे ही कोई यात्री अगर टिकट के लिए अप्लाई किया तो तुरंत फुल टिकट दिखाने लगा। 2 मिनट में ही सारे टिकट फुल हो रहे थे। पता नहीं इसमें कौन सा जो बुकिंग वाले एयर इंडिया जो वेबसाइट था उसने उन्होंने क्या गड़बड़ियाँ की थी। इसके बारे में भी जांच करना चाहिए, देखना चाहिए था कि वंदे भारत इंडिया से लॉकडाउन के समय से टिकटों में गड़बड़ियाँ की गई। विदेश के कई स्थानों से चार्ट में जो सोल्ड आउट टिकट शो कर रहा था। 15 मिनट के अंदर ही कैसे संभव है कि सारा यात्री का डिटेल भरना है, फिर पेमेंट भी करना है। तो ये सारी समस्या आई है, तो इसके बारे में भी ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। और 4 गुना किराया, तमाम छात्र फंसे थे, तमाम लोग फंसे थे जो, और जो प्रॉब्लम्स आई जो हमारे पास का एरिया है, यहाँ पर कम फ्लाइटें चलाई गई। और अमेरिका, फ्रांस ने जब अपनी एयरलाइंस चालू की तब जो है किराया कम किया गया। 4 गुना से ज्यादा जो है किराया वसूला गया। जैसे उदाहरण के लिए बताएं, न्यूयॉर्क से दिल्ली के लिए $500 नियत किराया है, $1500 से $1700 वसूला गया। तो
माननीय निषाद जी कंक्लूड करिए।
हाँ मानवल, जो ये ड्रोन के बारे में करें, फौजी जो चलाएंगे, इसमें बिल में आया है, तो हम ये कहना चाहेंगे इसमें अगर निजी हाथों में ये चला जाएगा तो उसके लिए टेररिस्ट भी इसका प्रयोग करेंगे ड्रोन का। तो इसके बारे में मंत्री जी स्पष्ट करें कि ये ड्रोन के लिए कैसे लाइसेंसिंग देंगे और कैसे लोगों की सुरक्षा रहेगी। तो वो केवल सरकारी गवर्नमेंट पे करेगी कि प्राइवेट को भी देंगे? उससे तो टेररिस्ट भी निशाना करके कहीं भी वार कर सकते हैं। ये इसलिए मैं वायुयान संशोधन विधेयक में मैंने जो सुझाव दिए हैं, मैं अपनी बात खत्म।
धन्यवाद माननीय निषाद जी। ऑनरेबल श्री पी विल्सन, Honorable P. Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. Sir, India sent out the Britishers in the year 1947, but still India is following the old British Act and strengthening the British Act. Sir, DMK, while welcoming the bill, we wanted to point out few discrepancies, and there is a complete letdown in the airport industry, sir. Sir, this aircraft bill 2020 No doubt, sir, it regulates the manufacture, possession, use, operation, sale, import and export of civil aircrafts and licensing of aerodromes. No doubt, sir, this bill converts three authorities, namely Director General of Civil Aviation, DGCA, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, BCAS, and Airport Accidents Investigation Bureau as statutory authorities. And they entrust certain functions, sir, under Section 4A, 4B, and 4C. However, sir, only one problem which I see from this bill is, sir, when you give these expert bodies an independent power, so far as, sir, DGCA, they have the power to regulate the aircraft functions, and so far as the other body, that is BCAS, regulatory oversight function related to the civil aviation security, and so far as the third body, that is AAIB, to investigate related to aircraft accidents and incidents. However, sir, the central government has one power under clause 4D, namely, sir, the superintendence over these three authorities. Sir, my humble request would be, sir, when there are the expert bodies which you have given a separate powers for these three bodies, why do you have this superintendence power over three expert bodies and issuing directions to them? So I would only request the Honorable Minister to kindly reconsider this Section 4D is concerned. Sir, so far as this airports industries is concerned, sir, I wanted to bring to the kind attention of Honorable Minister that though in 1994 the private aircrafts were introduced into the Indian airspace, however, for past 26 years, sir, they are not able to sustain in the airfield, and we have seen many private airlines running into losses, like Jet Airways, Air Deccan, Kingfishers. Therefore, sir, unless the air routes and airfreights are regulated and are made affordable to common man by way of bringing in a new act, sir, you can't see this growth in this industry. Sir, so far as Chennai is concerned, sir, I have 7 minutes, sir.
No, sir, you have only 3 minutes.
Sir, no, sir, we have
3 minutes. The time is here. Please conclude.
Yes, sir. Sir, so far as Chennai is concerned, sir, it is one of the major metropolitan city in India. Sir, Chennai doesn't have an international airport like that of Delhi or Hyderabad. Sir, Chennai is not even taken into consideration by this government. So I only request let the Chennai airport be developed to the international standards. Apart from Chennai airport, there are other airports to be developed in Tamil Nadu, namely Madurai, Trichy and Coimbatore. One more submission, sir. One more.
Thank you now.
You have brought one scheme called as Regional Air Connectivity Scheme. What have you done to connect all the small towns and villages? There are a lot of problems.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
1 minute, sir.
It's already you have taken more time.
I'll only suggest, I'll conclude with this. I'll conclude with suggestion, sir.
Please.
Sir, like the National Highways Act, why don't you bring a special enactment so far as acquisition of lands for this airport sector, so that you can easily acquire the lands and establish more of the
Thank you.
airports.
Thank you now. Honorable V. Vijay Sai Reddy ji.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. At the outset, I wish to place on record the deep sense of gratitude the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Civil Aviation Minister, who have done a commendable job in repatriating stranded Indians from various countries under Vande Bharat mission, sir. Sir, if you peruse the record, the aviation sector has an annual compounded growth, CAGR, of about approximately 11.13% between 2016 and 2020, and therefore all the reforms are welcome, sir. Sir, the bill proposes to give statutory backing for DGCA and BCAS and AAIB. And it is in order to help India in its safety ranking worldwide, enabling us to get more routes in high revenue routes in the USA and other international market. This is definitely welcome, sir. However, I have a few points to be brought to the notice of the Honorable Minister and yourself, sir. The government can be commended for having increased the ecosystem in the aviation sector with more than 100 in operational airports, 680 aircraft and 19 crore trips. India is the third largest in the aviation market after China and USA. Sir, the increased air activity, however, has led to near air misses, which is really a cause of concern, which I hope the Civil Aviation Minister will definitely address it. Sir, the increased cases of accidents, more particularly tabletop runways. Tabletop runways is short runways and in the hilly areas. And we have seen accidents in Mangalore and recently in Kozhikode also, sir. And this is really another cause of concern. Sir, I have few more suggestions to be made to the Honorable Minister. The convergence of defense and commercial airports, because for example, Visakhapatnam Airport, which is operated by Airport Authority of India, these are all the infirmities, sir. The bill increases the power of the central government statutory authorities. Sir, one important point, sir, final last point. There is a Commission of Railway Safety. This Commission of Railway Safety comes under the Civil Aviation Ministry. When the statutory powers are given to these three authorities, DGCA and other Bureau of Civil Aviation, why same statutory authority is not being given for railway safety, which comes under Civil Aviation Ministry? Civil Aviation Ministry, along with this, should have worked for further reforming the Commission of Railway Safety, sir. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू विजय साई रेड्डी जी। माननीय रामचंद्र प्रसाद सिंह जी।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद उपसभापति महोदय। मैं इस बिल का समर्थन करता हूं। ये जो बिल है ये अग्रगामी सोच का है और ये तीनों जो अथॉरिटीज हैं जिनको स्टैट्यूटरी पावर दिया गया है, इससे निश्चित रूप से जो एयरक्राफ्ट है और जो पैसेंजर्स हैं उनकी संरक्षा, मतलब सेफ्टी और सुरक्षा, सिक्योरिटी को निश्चित रूप से बल मिलेगा। और खास कर करके आज की स्थिति में अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर, राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर जो भी सुरक्षा में मामले आते हैं उन सबको विचार कर करके इसमें काम करना चाहिए। चाहे एयरक्राफ्ट का मामला हो, क्रू का मामला हो, एयरपोर्ट का मामला हो, रनवे का मामला हो, एयर स्पेस की बात हो, सब पर इस प्रकार से काम होना चाहिए जिससे कि एयरक्राफ्ट भी सुरक्षित और संरक्षित रहे और पैसेंजर भी सुरक्षित और संरक्षित रहे। इसी क्रम में मैं माननीय मंत्री जी का ध्यान आकर्षित करना चाहूंगा पटना एयरपोर्ट के बारे में। 1999 में वहां भी एक प्लेन का क्रैश हुआ था। उसके बाद राज्य सरकार ने भी और केंद्र सरकार ने भी पटना के बाहर एक नया एयरपोर्ट बनाने के बारे में सहमति बनी। माननीय मंत्री जी गए भी थे, उस पर काम भी हुआ है। मैं अनुरोध करूंगा मंत्री जी से कि पटना एयरपोर्ट की जब स्थिति है उसके मद्देनजर शीघ्र से शीघ्र निर्णय लेकर करके उसको इस प्रकार से बनाया जाए जिससे कि वहां पर सुरक्षा और संरक्षा दोनों कायम रहे। इसके साथ ही माननीय मंत्री जी ने दरभंगा से भी नए उड़ान के बारे में घोषणा की थी, उस पर काम भी हुआ है। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि उसको भी, चूंकि कोविड के कारण जो उसमें समस्या आई होगी, लेकिन शीघ्र से शीघ्र उसको चालू किया जाएगा तो जो हमारे उत्तर बिहार के लोग पटना आते हैं वो भी वहाँ फ्लाइट पकड़ सकेंगे। इसके साथ ही पूर्णिया से, आप जानते हैं वहाँ पर हमारा एयरफोर्स का भी है, वहाँ से भी फ्लाइट जो डोमेस्टिक फ्लाइट उड़ सकती है उसके बारे में विचार करना चाहिए। और भागलपुर में बहुत बड़ा हमारा जो एयरपोर्ट है, अगर इन सब पर ठीक से काम किया जाए और एक समय सीमा के अवधि के अंदर काम किया जाए, जो मैं चाहूंगा माननीय मंत्री जी से करें, क्योंकि बिहार में जो हमारे जितने पैसेंजर्स हैं, चाहे हमारे, आप जानते हैं कि बाहर में भी हमारे बिहार के बहुत लोग काम करते हैं, पूरे के पूरे गल्फ में बहुत लोग काम करते हैं, तो काफी उसमें पैसेंजर्स हैं। और गया से मैं अनुरोध करूंगा कि वहां से इंटरनेशनल फ्लाइट दिया जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत सारे हमारे बुद्धिस्ट जो हमारे टूरिस्ट होते हैं वो आते हैं। और साथ ही जो हमारा, जब हमारा हज का प्रोग्राम शुरू होता है तो हमारे बहुत सारे लोग बाहर जाते हैं। तो मैं इन्हीं बातों की ओर माननीय मंत्री जी का ध्यान आकर्षित करता हूं और मैं इस बिल का समर्थन करता हूं।
धन्यवाद रामचंद्र बाबू, अपने समय से कम समय में सारी बातें रखने के लिए। श्रीमती झरना दास जी। श्रीमती झरना दास जी, लोकसभा गैलरी। Honorable Jharna ji, please, from Lok Sabha gallery. Yes, now speak, please.
Thank you, sir. The present Aircraft Amendment Bill 2020 does not have clarity on several points. The bill is giving extraordinary power to the central government. Already there are 3 authorities existing under the Ministry of Civil Aviation. Sir, the aims of this present bill is very clear. All are the suspecting that is another step to help privatization of air sector. As of now, nearly 12 airports, including Kerala Trivandrum airports, most of which are profit-making airports run by the AAI, have been shortlisted for leasing out to the private players by the government. Most of us are thinking that the Adani Group is becoming the principal beneficiary of this bill. The first thing is social responsibility. Whatever complaints we are raising about Air India, the social responsibility of Air India is really commendable. When we are privating, we should be conscious about the social responsibility of aviation companies. That should be, sir, to strictly in this sector. I would like to suggest some points like the issue of high prices of airline turbine fuel. The privatization of Air India, airlines loans will be to be restructured. Fuel prices, lack of adequate MROs are some reasons for this. The district cuts in budgetary allocation to the industry. One is regarding the airfare. During the festive season, general public has to bear the very hefty charges. Sir, the center wants to appoint their own people for the total control of this sector. The bill converts 3 existing bodies into statutory bodies under the Act. In the bill, the central government may cancel the license, certificates or approvals granted to a person under the...
Jharna ji, please conclude now. Please conclude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Only one line. Unless a complaint is made or there is a previous sanction from the Director General of Civil Aviation, BCAS or AAIB. It is against natural justice and it is completely unethical. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jharna ji. Thank you. Professor Manoj Kumar Jha, कृपया सारे सदस्यों से आग्रह है कि बोलने से पहले अपना हाथ उठाएं, नाम बताएं और कहां से बोल रहे हैं।
सर, लोकसभा से बोल रहा हूं, राज्यसभा का सदस्य हूं जी।
उन्हें बोल रहा है।
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. This is your first day in your second term as a deputy chairperson of Rajya Sabha. My compliments and best wishes. So I first of all would like to convey that even before the COVID, the aviation sector was in turbulence, and I believe the government's policy on the non-policy framework has actually accentuated the very process, and the turbulence is even in the clear sky when there is no wind, no cloud. So, second important thing I wish to say that I would ask Honorable Minister, sir, that when you take decisions with respect to privatization, etc., do you speak to stakeholders? Do you even consider it worth it? I think recent times there was a massive cut in the salary and perks of Air India staff. Unreasonable ones, sir. And I mean, when you do that, you must look at the families and how they shall be able to cope with. Many of them have been shown the exit doors, sir. I think when we look at the bidding process in several realms, it tells you just read the bidding process, the prerequisite, and you know the beneficiary. More often than not, the beneficiary doesn't change. That great gentleman remains the same. That's my second argument. Quid pro quo appears to be an integral, innate part of the policy framework. Making more bodies, and which this act doesn't convey a coherent sense, a coherent vision about how do you wish to see, sir. So finally, I agree with my colleague Wilson ji about 4D in the bill. That I think more often than not, I have repeated it. This government talks about cooperative federalism, and it appears more in the realm of rhetoric. There is a gap of miles between rhetoric and reality. Then my colleague from Bihar, RCP Singh ji, said about the airports. I would urge Honorable Minister, sir, large number of people in Bihar from different areas, they want Purnia to be immediately made so that the flights could take off from there. Bhagalpur, Darbhanga, we have heard certain commitment of a particular month. I hope that comes true. Patna airport is almost like a tabletop airport. It needs, I think either it should be shifted or some other measures should be undertaken. And finally, sir, I would just urge Honorable Minister, sir, that right from day one, this government, what I said yesterday, during the process of congratulating you, sir, it goes for lowest hanging fruit. And lowest hanging fruit may be dangerous many a time, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Jha. Honorable Sri Praful Patel ji. Honorable Praful Patel ji. Please. Gallery number 5.
मैं इस विभाग का पूर्व मंत्री रहा हूँ, 2-3 मिनट मुझे बोलने का वक्त दिया जाए।
माननीय प्रफुल्ल पटेल साहब, आप जानते हैं कोविड में इसमें 5 लोग हैं, 2-3 मिनट समय है, प्लीज आप बोलें। मैं जानता हूँ आप
संक्षिप्त में ही समाप्त करूंगा, मगर आप बीच में बोलिए नहीं, मैं अपनी जिम्मेदारी से बंद कर दूंगा।
आप 3 मिनट समय है, 3 मिनट तक बोलने में कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा, जो समय निर्धारित है उसमें कुछ नहीं बोलूंगा।
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. I was listening to my dear friend, the Honorable Minister Hardeep Puri ji, when he was giving the statistics of the growth of civil aviation in India and the emergence of the sector as one of the leading sectors of growth and now the 3rd largest civil aviation market in the world. I congratulate him, and I am also happy to associate myself as one of the people who have also been part of this great journey to this point. Sir, the bill itself is important because with the growth of this sector, you also have to bring in all your regulations in line with the international requirements, because civil aviation, unlike most other sectors, is truly a globalized sector. And we have to interlink all our rules and regulations in line with the international requirements. And therefore, International Civil Aviation Organization has brought this as an important aspect to be brought in as a legislation. And I think we all support him in this process. Except that one point I would like the Minister to note is that while we are making these all 3 bodies statutory, we have not been very clear as to how these bodies will be appointed. They may have the powers, but we are lacking in specialists. Even in DGCA, there was a time when only technical people would be appointed as the Director General of Civil Aviation. Now we do not have so many expert technical people, and that is the reason why we are resorting to non-technical people heading these statutory bodies. Therefore, I would also urge him to look at the process by which he will be appointing these important people to these important positions. सर, ये बात तो सही है कि हिंदुस्तान में अब जिस तरह से सिविल एविएशन की बढ़ोतरी हुई है, सभी चाहते हैं कि हम हवाई सेवा का उपयोग करें, चाहे वो एक जमाने में रेलवे का जो महत्व था वो आज उतना ही महत्व आज सिविल एविएशन को भी प्राप्त हो चुका है। और ये दृश्य भी आप देखते हैं, हम सभी देखते हैं, जब हवाई अड्डों पे जाते हैं तो सामान्य व्यक्ति जो कभी हवाई जहाज में बैठने का सपना भी नहीं देखता था, वो आज उसको साकार करते हुए नजर आता है। और ये हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है। हमारा देश बहुत बड़ा है, आबादी भी ज्यादा है। अगर आप किसी पूर्वोत्तर राज्य से अगर किसी को दक्षिण भारत जाना हो और अगर हवाई सेवाओं का अगर उसको लाभ न मिले तो वो 2-2 दिन तक ट्रेन की मुसाफरी करेगा। तो ये देश में इंटीग्रेशन के मामले में भी हमारे सिविल एविएशन सेक्टर का बहुत बड़ा महत्व है और इसमें कोई शक नहीं है कि ये सेक्टर बढ़ेगा और बहुत ज्यादा तेजी से बढ़ेगा। आज भी केवल देश के केवल 4 से 5% लोग हैं जो सालाना एक बार हवाई जहाज में बैठते होंगे। अगर 10-15% लोग भी सालाना हवाई जहाज में एक बार बैठने लगेंगे तो हमारे यहाँ पर जो आज हवाई जहाजों की आबादी है या जो हवाई अड्डों की आबादी है, इसमें बहुत ज्यादा वृद्धि करने की जरूरत पड़ने वाली है। और मैं आपको इतना ही कहूंगा कि मुंबई हो, दिल्ली हो, कलकत्ता, चेन्नई, बंगलोर, हैदराबाद, ये जो बड़े जो हमारे हवाई अड्डे हैं, आज हमको वहां पर लगता है कि बहुत ज्यादा मात्रा में लोग जाते हैं, हमें उसको देख के खुशी भी होती है। लेकिन अगर ग्रोथ को सस्टेन करना होगा तो हर बड़े हमारे जो शहर है उसमें हवाई अड्डों की मात्रा को बहुत ज्यादा संख्या में बढ़ाना होगा। दिल्ली में दूसरा हवाई अड्डा जेवर का अभी मंजूर हुआ है, ये 2007 में मंजूर हुआ था, आज 2020 में भी उसको हम पूरा नहीं कर पाए हैं। नवी मुंबई 2005 में मंजूर हुआ था, आज 2020 में भी वो पूरा नहीं हुआ है। और इसी तरह से कोलकाता हो, चेन्नई हो, अगर वहां दूसरे नए हवाई अड्डों का निर्माण नहीं करेंगे तो हमारे देश में जो हवाई सेवाओं की हम वृद्धि चाहते हैं, जिससे हमको आर्थिक उन्नति हमारे देश की, बिकॉज एन एयरपोर्ट और एविएशन is not only to be looked upon as a mode of transportation, it is also a mode of huge economic development for the nation. And I therefore feel that not much attention, in spite of all what we speak, sir, एक ही मिनट खत्म करता हूँ.
Already,
all what
you have taken 5 minutes, sir.
अंत में मैं इसीलिए कहना चाहता हूँ कि हमको इस सेक्टर को हर तरह से मदद करने की जरूरत है। खास करके ये कोविड की पैंडेमिक में आप देखें तो हमने हवाई सेवाएं शुरू में बंद कर दी, अब हमने शुरू भी की है, लेकिन एयरलाइंस जो है उनकी आज आर्थिक परिस्थिति में किसी एक एयरलाइन ने, एयर इंडिया से लेकर हर एयरलाइन को आज आर्थिक संकट का बहुत बड़ा सामना करना पड़ रहा है और उसको हम मदद नहीं कर पा रहे हैं या अभी तक हमने कोई ऐसी मदद की घोषणा इस सेक्टर की
थैंक यू प्रफुल्ल पटेल जी,
इसके लिए हमको करने की जरूरत है।
थैंक यू।
हमारे मंत्री महोदय को कहना चाहता हूं और इतना ही, आपने अब थोड़ा वक्त कम दिया लेकिन फिर भी जो आपने समय दिया आपके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। माननीय सदस्यगण, जब आपका समय पूरा हो जाता है तभी चेयर आपसे कहता है कंक्लूड करने के लिए। प्लीज ऑनरेबल विनय विश्वम जी।
सर विनय विश्वम, गैलरी 4।
गैलरी 4, यस प्लीज।
Sir, we all heard with great happiness the growth picture drawn by the Honorable Minister, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri. I should say he is a very close friend of mine, always warm with us, but I am sorry to say there is a but. With all this growth trajectory, a fact stands before us, and that fact says that our air travel sector is facing a big crisis today, and that crisis is because of the government policies. And I know that the Honorable Minister is a strong advocate of that policies. He believed that that is the only way of privatization, Nowadays, the government believes that the panacea for all the ills is the FDI, the foreign direct investments, not only the domestic investments. With that in mind, the government is bent to privatize everything, their sector as a whole, their companies, their ports, and whatever is there under his control is in a very, very frantic move to privatize itself. It's a dangerous move for the nation. And that runs against the Atmanirbhar Bharat, sir. He does better than everybody else. The staff in Air India, I know them because I have a great contact with them. I am in the workers' movement in the air sector. Their salary is not paid. And the government is asking them, you go for leave for 5 years without pay. How can they leave, sir? How can the minister, how can the Air India authorities, the DGCA can ask them to go for leave?
Thank you.
And without
Thank you,
pay.
Mr.
Sir, this government's policy is anti-worker, anti-labor.
Thank
Sir,
you.
He knows it. The workers in the late sire, their bonus is being cut off. And their rights are being cut off. Their rates are not heeded. Sir, one more thing, sir. One more thing.
Thank you.
Regarding the Trivandrum airport, sir. The Trivandrum airport and all the airports, it was told here. The country is now before
Thank you, Vinayji. Thank you.
Adani. It's Adani's India now.
Thank you.
Adani's
Thank you.
India.
Now, Sri Kanak Medla Ravindra Kumar ji. Honorable Kanak Medla Ravindra Kumar ji, please.
Sir,
From Rajya Sabha chamber.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir, for giving this opportunity. The government has brought this bill after need has been pointed out by the International Civil Organization. However, the act, the proposed act, there are three provisions, 4A, 4B and 4C. 4A and 4B regarding the civil director constitution of bodies, two bodies. But the functions may not be overlapped with regard to the clauses mentioned therein. And 4C is concerned by investigating agency, it has to be given some quasi-judicial powers to that body in order to conduct an independent investigation. And 4D, it is superintendent under the guise of the superintendent, the functions of the body investigating agent bureau may not be interfered, that the government has to take care of it, that to conduct the investigation under 4D. And with regard to the suggestions are concerned, that the high-rise buildings are near the airport is a major problem for this. The ministry has to take care of that, to resolve that issue. And granted, sir, with regard to the Ministry of Civil Aviation has granted approval of Bhogapuram International Airport to a corporation limited to set up a new greenfield airport. It was granted in the year 2016. Now we are in 2020. The project has not seen any progress. I take this opportunity to urge the Minister, Honorable Minister, to kindly look into the issue and ensure the new airport came into operation. Now, as far as the Vijayawada Airport, Gannavaram is concerned, which is a present capital of Andhra Pradesh, declared as an international airport, and presently no flights are being operated except pandemic period.
Please.
But still, I urge the Honorable Minister to take earnest steps to operate international flights because it is a capital of Andhra Pradesh. From the beginning, it requires immediate intervention. And due to pandemic period, there are so many international flights are landed up, taken up in that Gannavaram airport. It shows that it requires to enhance the level of the airport, Vijayawada airport as international airport, and to see that it is to be functioned. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Sri Anil Desai ji. Honorable Anil Desai.
Yes, sir. I'm in Lok Sabha chambers. Anil.
From Lok Sabha?
Lok Sabha chambers, I'm there.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. And at the outset, I will congratulate you for the second innings as a Deputy Chairman.
Thank you.
Sir, Honorable Civil Aviation Minister has brought this aircraft amendment bill which will amend the Aircraft Act 1934 by enhancing the maximum fine limit on regulatory and other lapses found in the aircraft operations. This said legislation will enhance the maximum limit of fine from 10 lakhs to rupees 1 crore. The bill also enlarges the scope of the existing act to include regulation of all areas of air navigation. The bill will enable the three regulatory bodies in the Indian civil aviation sector, namely Directorate of General of Civil Aviation, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, and Aircraft Accident Investigating Bureau, to become statutory authorities. But the overall superintendence of the same will be under the central government. I am requesting, Honorable Minister, to reconsider this provision, as it will affect very badly when you are taking a reform. These measures will enhance the level of safety and security of the aircraft operations in the country. These amendments will also fulfill the requirements of the International Civil Aviation Organization that has not been rating India very highly on air safety benchmark for quite some time. A survey by the International Civil Aviation Organization had found that India's aviation safety score was very low, but I think these amendments which will improve the standard, and it will be on level with the international benchmarks. In the past, there were many incidents that had exposed the poor safety standards and procedures in India's aviation sector. These incidents caused health problems, discomfort, anxiety, tension for the passengers. There have also been cases of near collision, wrong landing, tire burst, and other scary happenings in the many parts of the country. By bringing these amendments to the Aircraft Act 1934, the Civil Aviation Ministry has taken much needed steps that will ensure the best implementation of the safety standards. At the same time, lapses and violations of norms will be dealt with stern actions. I'm sure this piece of legislation will take Indian aviation sector to the next level. Lastly, with deep concerns, I would urge the government not to sell Air India, which is the national carrier and pride of ours, and also revive the Jet Airways at the earliest and save the lives of thousands of its employees. Thank you, sir. With this, I support the bill.
Thank you, Honorable Anil Desai ji. Now, Honorable Shri Manni Sanjay Singh ji.
संजय सिंह सर, राज्यसभा चैम्बर से। सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपको, आपने इस महत्वपूर्ण बिल पे मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया। मान्यवर, इस कोविड के दौरान जहां हर क्षेत्र में बेरोजगारी बढ़ी है, वहीं एयरलाइंस सेक्टर में भी बड़े पैमाने पर लोगों को बेरोजगारी का सामना करना पड़ा। सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से कई महत्वपूर्ण कदम आप इस बिल के माध्यम से उठाने जा रहे हैं, और ये भी सपना है सरकार का, मान्यवर, कि हवाई चप्पल पहनने वाले हवाई जहाज में सफर करें। ये अच्छी सोच है सर। भारत का आम आदमी हवाई जहाज से सफर करके एक जगह से दूसरी जगह जाए, ये एक सुनहरा सपना है, और इस सुनहरे सपने को सच करने में अपने अपने स्तर पे सफलता कई जगहों पे मिल भी रही है। पिछले दिनों जब इसी दिल्ली में बहुत सारे मजदूर अपने घर जाना चाहते थे, हम लोगों ने बस का किराया देखा, हवाई जहाज का किराया देखा, दोनों किरायों में ज्यादा अंतर नहीं था, और 180 मजदूरों को 16 लाख रुपए एकत्रित करके उनको अपने साथ लेकर हवाई जहाज से बिहार गया। मान्यवर, अपने जो सांसद कोटे का जो साल भर का 34 टिकट मिलता है, उस कोटे से भी 34 लोगों को मान्यवर बिहार लेकर गया। ये अच्छी बात है, ये बहुत सुखद अनुभव देता है। और मैं माननीय मंत्री जी के आज के इस बिल के पेश होने पर एक घटना का भी उल्लेख करूंगा। मान्यवर, एक बीमार व्यक्ति छत्तीसगढ़ में एयर एम्बुलेंस के जरिए गुड़गांव के लिए बुक कराता है, 5,30,000 रुपए उसका जमा करा लिया गया। एयर एम्बुलेंस पहुंची नहीं, बस खत्म कर रहा हूं सर, एयर एम्बुलेंस पहुंची नहीं, और पैसा कंपनी ने कहा कि हम आपको वापस नहीं करेंगे। मैं इस सदन में मंत्री जी का आभार व्यक्त करना चाहता हूं कि मैंने उनको सूचना दी, और दूसरे दिन वो सारा का सारा पैसा उस बीमार मरीज के परिवार को वापस मिल गया। लेकिन ये आपकी संवेदना थी। अगर हर मामले ऐसे आपकी जानकारी में नहीं आएंगे तो शायद मदद नहीं हो पाएगी। बस एक घटना का उल्लेख करके सर, जेवर एयरपोर्ट और अयोध्या में श्री राम एयरपोर्ट का जिक्र अभी आया। ये दोनों एयरपोर्ट में मान्यवर
जो जमीनें किसानों की अधिग्रहित की जा रही हैं उसका मुआवजा उनको नहीं दिया जा रहा है। मैं माननीय मंत्री जी से अनुरोध करूंगा, अयोध्या के बहुत सारे किसान मिलने आए थे, उनके मुआवजे की उचित व्यवस्था कराइए। मैं आपसे अनुरोध करूंगा, कई बार आपसे विनम्रता पूर्वक अनुरोध कर चुका हूं मंत्री जी, जेट एयरवेज के जो एम्प्लॉइज आज रिक्शा चलाने से लेके ऑटो चलाने से लेके सब्जी की दुकान लगाने तक पे मजबूर हैं, उनकी भी पीड़ा, उनके भी कष्ट को ध्यान दीजिए। उसमें से कई कर्मचारी आत्महत्या कर चुके हैं।
धन्यवाद।
मैं आपसे निवेदन करूंगा कि जेट एयरवेज के एम्प्लॉइज के ऊपर जो एक अपार इस समय मुसीबत आ पड़ी है, उनके ऊपर भी
धन्यवाद
ध्यान जाए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। ऑनरेबल श्री एम थम्बादुरई जी,
in Lok Sabha chamber.
Sabha, please.
First, I congratulate you, sir, on behalf of my party as electing as a deputy chairman of the Rajya Sabha for second term.
Thank you, sir.
This is I know a very limited time he has given to me. Even though I'm elected to Rajya Sabha, still I'm in Lok Sabha chamber only. That is the situation now. But my demand is, through you to the minister, to conduct air services to many places in India, especially particularly my area, that is Hosur, that is Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu government has given consent to operate the Udan service to the Hosur. But I met many times a former civil aviation minister requesting him to make arrangements to see that this air service, Udan services can be done to the Hosur. Hosur is an industrial town, a developing one near Bangalore. Therefore, this is very essential. We have to see that Udan service can be operated there, because we are having a beautiful airport. Even though it is under private firm, the private ones come forward to offer the services to the aviation sector. Because our minister said in his introduction, Udan service is going on well in India because revenue is generated in many ways. Aircraft safety is more important. I am appreciating that he has brought the bill for amendment. At the same time, it is an opportunity for me to put a demand through you to the Honorable Minister, whatever the Tamil Nadu government I asked and also accepted to give the facilities to operate this Udan service to Hosur Airport. That effort has to be taken by the union government and the minister, and to see that this Udan service will be operated to Hosur. That is my demand, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. माननीय लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल रिटायर्ड डॉक्टर डीपी बत्स,
फ्रॉम लोक सभा चैम्बर, सर
प्लीज।
माननीय उप सभापति जी, पहले तो इलेक्शन के बाद आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई, और आपने मुझे समय दिया। कितना टाइम है मेरा सर?
5 मिनट।
5 मिनट। Air travel is more of a necessity now rather than a luxury. And as has been mentioned by the Honorable Minister, that in the last 5 years, passenger traffic has doubled, except a bit of lessening in COVID crisis. But I will like to compliment the Aviation Ministry and Mananiya Modi ji for Vande Bharat mission, which is a record evacuation operation in the history of mankind, and it has broken our own records of evacuation from Kuwait, where General V.K. Singh was also detailed to streamline it. As Honorable Minister mentioned that there are 109 functional airports in India, but if we take the dual use, then there are 123 airports functioning in India, because some are being operated by Air Force and Army also. And in total, if we include the airstrips, because under this Udan program, these airstrips can also be used, including the forward landing airfields. There must be nearly 488 airports in India. India is a signatory to Chicago Convention, Minor amendments to Act has been carried out from time to time, that is 1934 Act. And now the changes are that these three bodies, we are giving them quasi-judicial powers to make them more powerful. One member, honorable member, had brought out that why the duality of command means once you are making Director General Civil Aviation Security and Air Accident Bureau very powerful, who can fine even 1 crore rupees maximum and 2 to 3 years of imprisonment. Why a superintending body in the form of government over its head? I will like to support the government's stand on this because we have a very sore experience about the Medical Council of India, which became a state within the state. Therefore, there should be a unity of command, and in unity of command, government's say should be final because government's responsibility is final. Then the provisions of bill, one more thing I will like to bring out to the notice of the August House, that armed forces have been exempted from the act, bill which is going to be an act. To begin with, these airports were being managed by armed forces. When as a child I saw the Palm Airport, I saw completely Air Force people around, and DGCA emerged out of it. Earlier, an Air Force Air Marshal or Air Vice Marshal used to be the member of Security Committee. I will request the Honorable Minister to continue with that tradition because military acts with military precision and surgical precision. Our rating will go up in the international rating if we take the help of technically qualified. Sir, one more point about the decongestion of Delhi airport. Complementary counter magnets like Jewar and Hisar Airport. Hisar Airport is a very ambitious plan with 7,200 acres designated for it and 4,200 acres already commissioned. It is an integrated aviation hub with parking facilities, with landing facilities, with training facilities for air crew, with a lot of agrarian market around and a agriculture university and a veterinary university being at Hisar. Even genetics and...
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर बट्स, प्लीज कंक्लूड नाउ. आपका समय खत्म हो गया, प्लीज खत्म.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Support the bill.
Thank you. ऑनरेबल विवेक के तनखा जी. ऑनरेबल विवेक तनखा जी.
I am in
Lok Sabha, please.
Before I start my strong critique of the amendment bill, I would like to personally thank Mr. Puri for responding to our mails and extending full support to the students and other Indian Standard Award. I don't remember a single day when I didn't send him a mail in those 2-3 months. And I saw that somewhere they were being responded to, though we never got any answers. Now, coming to the bill, I have 4 points, one by one, and an ancillary point, which ancillary point is about the budget. The first point I start with is about the statement and objects and of reasons about, talks about the safety audit conducted by the International Civil Aviation Organization, which is a United Nations specialized agency. And in 2012 and 15, in October 15, India's safety score was 89%. Please note that. It was 89% in 2015. However, I must mention that the recent audit by ICAO in November 2017 and in February 2018, the audit result shows that India score declined to 57.44%. From 89, it's 57.44. And in February 18, it is 65.82. India's air safety oversight is lower than its Asia Pacific counterparts, such as Bangladesh, Maldives, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and North Korea. A dismal record. Currently, India's score is lower than the world average of 65% on the ICAO board. World average is 65%. India is one of the only 15 countries that has scored below the minimum target of 65%. This is the poorest score India has recorded in an ICAO audit in recent times. Why I am saying this is, we are claiming to become a superpower when our air safety standards are ordered to be worse than that of Pakistan and North Korea. How do we become a 5 trillion economy? Another point, my points are based out of the amendments. At present, as per Schedule 6 of the Aircraft Act 1934 and rules of 1937, there are 83 offences with different penalties put together. First is imprisonment for a term exceeding 2 years or with fine exceeding 10 lakhs, not exceeding 10 lakhs, there are total 11 offences. Imprisonment for a term exceeding 1 year or with fine not exceeding 5 lakhs is 25 offences. And similarly for lesser, it is not exceeding 2 lakhs for 18 offences and not exceeding 1 lakh for 29 offences. So there are 4 categories of offences for which we have penalties. In December 2019, I asked a question as to whether DGCA has taken any action against operators who were found to have deficiencies. I received a reply stating the following. In 2016, the enforcement action was against 203. In 17, it was 243. And in 18, it was 334. The notices, the answer nowhere showed me if any penalties were imposed. My information, and the Honorable Minister would in his reply may tell us this, that when you have not been imposing penalties at all, I don't think you have imposed these penalties, or if at all from 2008 when these amendments came, you never found the need to impose these penalties, which were up to 10 lakhs. Why are you enhancing it to 1 crore? Tell us that if the penalty was not being imposed, virtually not being imposed on anybody, what is the need to enhance it? And penalties are a deterrent. If 10 lakhs was not a deterrent, then why have 1 crore? This is an answer which I would like from the minister. Another point, when you take up these offences, what is your attitude? At the end of the day, you want to make these 3 institutions statutory institutions. You're giving them a statutory shape. But even without being statutory, they could have been fair and bipartisan. I remember in January this year, Mr. Puri had tweeted, in the case of Kunal Kumra, offensive behavior designed to provoke and create disturbance inside an aircraft is absolutely unacceptable and endangers safety of air travelers. We are left with no option but to advise other airlines to impose similar restrictions. In the case of Mr. Kumar Kamra, they imposed a restriction of 6 months and then it was reduced to 3 months. But what I would like to ask is to myself. Recently, one of the film stars was traveling by Indigo flight and there were a whole lot of press people actually creating turmoil in the aircraft with their cameras. And I am told the only imposition on them is something like a warning. Now, in the case of Kamra, you stop him from taking a flight for 3 months, and not only in one aircraft, Indigo, but in all airlines. But in the case of this lady who was being rushed upon by all these people, recently, 3-4 days ago, this is the actress Kangana Ranaut, when she was flying from Chandigarh to Bombay, We saw on television the entire media which was creating turmoil and havoc in the plane. What have you done? For a conversation that one man did, you imposed a selective punishment of 3 months. And for the turmoil these people create, the media creates, you just give them a warning. So unless, it doesn't matter if your institutions are statutory or non-statutory. If you're not fair, how would your rating go up? I mean, today we are talking of safety standards. Your safety standards will only go up if your attitude is fair. Justice seems to come out of that attitude, and that is how people are going to respect your decisions. Another point which I would like to make is, Director Generals are appointed under the amended sections. Now, in the last few years, if you see the profile of your Director Generals, in 12-13, it was an IAS officer. 14-15, it was an IAS officer. 15-16, it was an IAS officer. 16-19 was an IAS officer. And presently also, it is an additional secretary. I think that is correct. Now, let me compare this with what happens abroad. Details of civil aviation heads in other countries. In USA, it's a former United States Air Force officer and an F-15 fighter pilot. In UK, it's the head of the Royal Air Force from 2016 to 2019, having served there for almost 40 years, a qualified pilot and a flying instructor. In Indonesia, it's an aerodrome engineer. In Australia, it's a commercial and airlines transport pilot. In Bangladesh, it's a fighter pilot. In China, it is 10 years with Ministry of Transport and 5 years with Aviation Ministry. And in Pakistan, it's a fighter pilot. So it is evident that a pilot or an expert civil aviation person must be at the helm of affairs. We must also start implementing the same if our aviation sector is to be reformed. And only such persons who are well conversant with practices and procedure of the industry who can revitalize the same. I mean, all this is connected with what you are doing today, the amendments. So the point that I'm making is, if our safety standards can only go up if you have professionalism, our safety standards will only go up if there is proper implementation of your penalty provisions. If you're selective, if you are going to punish one person because he has a particular ideology and another person because he is media, I mean, that is not what is acceptable. It doesn't behove us respect from the people. So my case is that these amendments may be all right, but at the end of the day, when you have never imposed 10 lakhs, would you like to impose 1 crore? I mean, we would be happy to tell us, if you could tell us in these 10 years, how many people have been imposed penalty of 10 lakhs? And the last point that I want to make today is your budget. Your budget for the aviation, allocation for the Ministry of Aviation has been getting reduced. In 2018-19, the actual was 9599 crores. Budget was 4500 crores. Revised was 3700 crores. And actual was 3797 crores. Now, if you are not going to give a budget to the ministry, if the ministry is not going to get a good financial budget, how are you going to operate? I mean, you have vacancies at the ATCs. You have vacancies at the level of experts. You're not able to fill up your vacancies. Now, unless your own system becomes improved, unless you are able to revitalize the entire structure, nothing is going to happen. I mean, these amendments will remain cosmetic amendments. To say that you are going to penalize somebody 1 crore will be selective in application. And I don't think anything great is going to happen unless we are determined to bring a system which brings fair play, justice, and good administration in the system. Thank you.
धन्यवाद माननीय विवेक जी. माननीय हर्षवर्धन सिंह डूंगरपुर.
Deputy Chairman, sir. I'm Ashwadhan Singh Dungopur from the Rajya Sabha chamber. Firstly, I would like to congratulate you on your second innings as Deputy Chairman, sir. India being one of the fastest growing nations in the field of civil aviation, and it's a booming sector.
So this bill assumes all the more importance. So the amendments would fulfill the requirements of the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, so, which is a UN body, sir. So according to the latest reports dated 15th July 2020, India has been placed in category 1 of the ICAO report, and other nations like Pakistan and Malaysia are placed in category 2. So I don't know where my fellow honorable member have got those facts from. So the audit conducted by ICAO in 2012 and 15 did indicate some needs to amend the Act and give proper recognition to regulators to enhance maximum quantum of fines and empower the department officers to impose financial penalties and violations of legal provisions. So the penalties have been increased tenfold from 10 lakhs to 1 crore, sir. So in the year, also there has been a 2-year imprisonment, sir, in this. So the bill adds, so this bill also adds air navigation services to the list for which the central government can make rules, sir. So apart from DGCA, 2 other bodies to get statutory status will be the Central Aviation Security, BCAS, and AAIB. So the government has needs to amend the new law after a spike of number of air safety violations, sir. So the most controversial being involving the Airbus A320neo planes fitted with Pratt & Whitney engines, which could lead to catastrophic consequences as such aircraft have faced mid-air glitches. So many a times one engine has failed, and once there was an incident where the second engine also encountered an engine glitch, and the aircraft had luckily landed safely back, but it triggered panic amongst the passengers. So there was another incident on 2018, where a Jet Airways aircraft, the crew forgot to put on the bleed switch, and there was air compression problems on the aircraft, and the aircraft had to return back to the base, and a number of passengers were hospitalized. So the Aircraft Amendment Act Bill 2020 also provides for keeping aircraft belonging to any armed forces of the Union and other naval from military or air force outside the purview of the Act, sir. So there are a number of important points I would like to make, sir, just a minute more. So one is the point of tabletop runways. As Mr. Reddy had pointed out, we need to expand the tabletop runways, and also we need to encourage private charter aircraft to promote tourism. So there are many airstrips lying all over the country unused, and even in small towns and villages. So I come from Dungapur, which is a population of 50,000, and we have an airstrip lying unused 11 kilometers away. So all such airstrips need to be utilized. Also, sir, we need to encourage seaplanes, and the initiative was first taken by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi on Sabarmati, when he first took off in a seaplane. So we can use the seaplanes in lakes, rivers, and we have a huge coastline. Also, private yachts need to be encouraged. So that will also encourage tourism, sir. And lastly, sir, the airports that handle maximum tourism like Jaipur and Goa needs to be upgraded a lot, sir. Also, in Rajasthan, the airports of Bikaner, Jodhpur and Jaisalmer, sir, they need to be upgraded and looked into. This is my request to the Honorable Minister, and with this, I support the amendments to the bill, sir.
धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद। अब माननीय मंत्री जी, जैसा माननीय चेयरमैन साहब ने कहा है 12 बजे तक ये बिल पास होना है, तो कृपया आप उसी अनुसार अपना।
Thank you, sir. This has been a particularly
rich discussion, and I want to start by thanking each one of the honorable members who have taken the floor, who have taken the trouble to study the bill, to comment on different aspects of our civil aviation system, safety issues, regulatory issues, Vande Bharat, Lifeline Udan, and a host of other issues. I'm deeply grateful to them. Sir, I am acutely conscious of the time limit you're giving me. But the discussion has been so rich, I'm going to try to respond to each of the points made by the honorable members. And if this chair so instructs, I am not able to complete that exercise, I will personally write to each member to place on record the factual position, because whilst I am heartened by the level of interest, I must say I am in several respects disappointed by the fact that the actual position obtaining today perhaps has been lost sight of in what invariably turns into a political discussion. But let me start by the Honorable Shri K.C. Venugopalji. He talked of several issues, privatization, to which I'll come to in a minute. He mentioned shortages of air traffic controllers. He talked about the number of air misses. Let me just say that on the issue of air traffic controllers, he was perhaps not aware of the fact that we have in the last 3 years recruited 1,000 air traffic controllers, and as against the required number of 3,500, we are very close to that number, and we would have reached that number, even surpassed it, if it had not been for the fact that the recruitment processes suffered some slowing down on account of the COVID pandemic. I think he spent a lot of time on the air misses. I'll be answering another honorable member, so I will cover that part of his questions there. On privatization, I would recommend to the honorable member to look at the issue of privatization in a historical context. The fact that two of our major airports were successfully privatized in the year 2006 under a previous political dispensation, and both those privatization processes actually have resulted in our being able to get the resources to develop the rest of the airport infrastructure in the country. In fact, when Shri Vivek Tankhaji mentioned the Civil Aviation Ministry's budget, I was trying to restrain myself, but I need to point out, because of the privatization of the Mumbai and Delhi airports, since the time of privatization in 2006, the Airports Authority has received a whopping 29,000 crores, and that money has been utilized in order to develop the airport infrastructure in other parts of the country. A lot is being made out about 6 airports, and so let me remind this House through you, sir, that Mumbai and Delhi, two privatized airports, privatized in the year 2006, account for 33% of our traffic and our earnings. These 6 airports, which were awarded in 2018, much before I became a civil aviation minister, together account for only 9%. I repeat, sir, 9%. Now, to talk in terms of 6 airports being given to one entity, let me just place this in perspective. When these 2 airports, Delhi and Mumbai, were privatized in 2006, all subsequent efforts at privatization contained a stipulation to the effect that prior experience was necessary. So we fell into a trap of our own making, and not by this government. And I don't want to make this a political point, that unless you had previous experience,
which means unless you had done either Delhi or Mumbai, you could not participate in the process, which in effect meant that for 15 years, no competitive open bidding could take place. What happened when we did these 6 airport privatization biddings in November 2018? Bidders from all over the world came. If one entity got the 6 bids,
Please,
can I complete this? I didn't interrupt you.
Let him complete. Let him complete. No, please. Nothing will go on record. Please, Honorable Praful Patel.
Hello, Mr.
Let him speak, then you can. He's not yielding.
I have not yet completed. I may say something that you might agree with.
He's not yielding. Please.
I am talking about
2004 bidding, before even our government came, Hyderabad and Bangalore bidding had been completed under the same parameters of the 2006 bidding which you are talking of Mumbai and Delhi.
Thank you, Honorable President. Please, no.
Honorable
Thank
Deputy
you,
Chairman,
please.
sir, I would like to take the answer each point, and I think if there is any residual issues, I'd happily meet the honorable member. And
No, please.
Can I complete this?
You please speak to the chair.
Let me explain. In fact, when the bids for these 6 airports were received, they were all enclosed this thing. When we went in for the bidding for Jewar Airport, this is interesting, neither the 2 successful bidders of 2006, those who had won Mumbai and Delhi, nor the entity which won these 6 could bid, because this process has been opened out and an entirely new entity came in. So I'm making the limited point that we are progressing from limited number of players, expanding, gaining by that experience, and then opening it out to global entities, which is what the experience of Jewar was. Now we come to the issue of privatization of one particular airport, which is generating a lot of excitement and heat, and perhaps not as much as I anticipated in the House today. This is the privatization of one particular airport in the state of Kerala. Kerala, sir, has an experience of 2 privatized airports. Now I submit to you that when the process of privatization of the 6 entities took place in 2018, there was a discussion. The Honorable Mr. Venugopal tried to quote from some minutes, but I'll give you the facts which I put down in a letter to the Honorable Chief Minister of Kerala. The situation is simple, straightforward. There was a discussion between the government of the state of Kerala and the Niti Aayog and the empowered group of secretaries. The government of Kerala requested that they would participate in the bidding exercise, provided they could obtain what is called an ROFR, right of first refusal. That is, if their bid came to within 10% of the ROFR, then the bidding would go in their favor. Sir, when the sealed bids were opened, the gap between the highest bidder and the state of Kerala was not 10%, it was 19.3%. Having said this, these are the facts on the table. Now, anything to be said thereafter. Now, that particular entity to whom something that entity is running a successful port or is constructing a successful port from within an approximate distance of where this airport is. Now, I don't wish to go into greater detail. Now, let me complete.
Please, Venugopal ji, कृपया बैठ करना बोले. Please, nothing will go on record. Please, Honorable Minister, you address the chair.
I would now come to issues, three issues which I think
there is a process of that. No, please.
Three issues which are central to this discussion.
You are not allowed to speak. Please.
Let me come back to some very important issues raised by the Honorable Shri Prasanna Acharya ji. He talked about what he described as a dismal safety record of Indian civil aviation. I would submit with due humility to the honorable member that he acquaint himself with what happened. The audit reports, which are the reason why we are bringing these amendments in, relate to the period 2012 and 2015. Some of the other issues, safety, come in subsequent reports. But the fact is, and this alone should lay all doubts to rest, is that the DGCA, the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, was awarded the ICAO President's Award in 2019 for achieving effective implementation of 72% over the earlier period, and was again, as my distinguished colleague Dungarpurji mentioned, placed in category 1. Now we were being compared, and I find this astonishing, we were being compared as having a worse safety record against some countries like in our neighborhood who are actually in category 2. But I don't know, it gives some members great satisfaction to run ourselves down, compare us with another country which is in category 2, whilst we are in category 1. Let me also add, the European Safety Agency has placed India in category 1 state. Similarly, there are other, like the US regulator, have similarly placed India in category 1 status. So let there be no doubt, this government will not compromise on issues of safety. After the Modi government has come in, after 2014, we have locally placed India in category 1 status. So let there be no doubt, this government will not compromise on issues of safety. After the Modi government has come in, after 2014, we have looked at safety, and I can give you some more statistics which should bear this out. I have a list here of scheduled aircraft accidents per million flights. And in 2014, when the Modi government came in, the world average of accidents per million flights was 3.06, when the Indian was 2.8. In 2019, the global figure is 3.02, the Indian is 0.82. This figure alone should lay to rest any doubt on this issue of air safety and accidents. The Honorable Chairman, sir, when he invited me to speak, asked me to reflect on the issue of international civil aviation. And he wanted me to discuss this with my colleague and friend, the External Affairs Minister. I want to assure this House that apart from domestic civil aviation, which I have said will resume to pre-COVID levels by the end of this calendar year, Lifeline Udan, which has carried 1,000 tons of essential medical supplies within the country and brought in 1,500 tons from outside, sent 30 tons outside. We have succeeded through the Vande Bharat mission, and if I may seek your indulgence, when Jaishankarji first asked me that we needed to bring back stranded Indians from different parts of the world, I asked what numbers there would be, what kind of aircraft mobilization in terms of platforms, how many will we need? And he mentioned a figure of 1.9 lakhs. And he mentioned this figure, sir, because those were the number of Indian citizens who had registered with Indian missions and posts in the Gulf and other countries. So I say with a great degree of satisfaction and humility that the total number of passengers, Indian citizens stranded abroad who have been brought back is close to 1.6 million, 16 lakhs, and about 300,000 to 400,000 have been carried out. This is the largest, most comprehensive process of evacuation and repatriation of Indian citizens or of citizens of any country at any time in history. And I think some of the suggestions which were being made here about Air India fares deserve to be contested, and I place the facts before you. Our pilots, our air crew, our ground people were in the front line. They brought back people from Wuhan, They brought back people from other COVID infested places. And when they carried out these flights, I made it very clear right in the beginning that an air operation like this cannot be carried out through donations or the Gurdwara Langar Society. It has to be paid, and the amount we charged was the lowest ever. The highest amount of one-way ticket during the process was India to the United States and Canada, 1 lakh rupees, when competing airlines were charging 3 times the amount. From Dubai, Air India was charging 13,000 rupees when other carriers were charging 2.5 times.
We have to get this bill passed by 12, please. Please.
Sir,
no
in which case I'll conclude with just give me a minute or two, sir, before I can.
But just 1 minute.
All right, 1 minute. And what is important, it is when you have pent-up demand, when entire country and civil aviation is locked down, and since 23rd March, yes, when suddenly on the first day when we opened the western sector, we got not 6 million, we got 36 million hits. Obviously the site will crash, but there were no agents. This was being done directly. And it's despite the attempt of many of my friends to malign this process, we have looked into it. They have acquitted themselves creditably. And privatization of Air India, if I could help it, we would keep it. But with a 60,000 crore on debt, the choice is not between privatization and not privatization. Some of my colleagues should realize the choice is between privatization and closing down. But we are confident that the airline in running way, doing extremely well, will be given to its new owner in order for Air India and that flag to be kept flying. Thank you very much. I commend the bill for passing, sir.
The question is that the Aircraft Amendment Bill 2020 as passed by Lok Sabha be taken into consideration. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We shall now take up clause by clause consideration of the bill. Clause 2 to 13 stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 2 to 13 are adopted. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title are adopted. Sri Hardeep Singh Puri ji to move that the bill be passed, please.
Sir, I move that the bill be passed.
Motion moved that the bill be passed. The question is that the bill be passed.
Those in favor will say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed. Now, there is Dr. Harshavardhan ji has written to me to make a statement on COVID situation. Mr. Jairam Ramesh, whip of the Congress party, came and met me and told me, sir, the agenda, the homeopathy bill is there. But now, after examining what he has said, what I have decided is, let us hear Dr. Harshavardhan's statement, because he has already made a statement in Lok Sabha. Waiting for 2-3 days, it won't look nice. But members want to have clarification or discussion, whatever it, we can have it subsequently also. Depending on, yes, on that only. On that, not only on the statement, also on the issue. Okay, on the issue. Statement, yeah. Correct. Agreed. Because I myself agreed in Business Advisory Committee meeting that there is to be discussion. And also GST also. Yes, agreed. Minister Dr. Harshavardhan.
Yes, sir.
Statement copy.
Yes, sir.
Copies are being made. Available.
Dr. Harshvardhan from Rajya Sabha. Respected Chairman, sir.
Statement. It is coming to you all, please, Mr. Viswam. From earth to come to heaven, it will take time. विश्वम कितना व्यापक है आपको भी मालूम है, you know that how wide is. एक मिनट और रुकिए डॉक्टर साहब, एक मिनट रुकिए। बिल स्टेटमेंट डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं। हम ज्यादा सर लोग को एंगेज इसलिए नहीं कर पा रहे, अदरवाइज वो भी एक भीड़ होगा, इसलिए थोड़ा देर हो रहा है। Dr. Harshvardhan ji.
Yes, sir.
Please.
Sir. Respected Chairman, sir, thank you for giving me this opportunity and privilege to give a statement before the upper house regarding the COVID pandemic and the steps taken by the Government of India. Sir, I have briefed this August House on two earlier occasions, once in February and again in March this year on the COVID pandemic. I would again like to brief the honorable members on the current situation of COVID-19 pandemic and the actions taken by the Government of India. Since my last briefing, WHO declared COVID-19 a pandemic and asked all countries to take urgent and aggressive action against this public health crisis. As on 11th September 2020, 215 countries, territories worldwide are affected. As per WHO, there are more than 2.79 crore confirmed cases across the world, with more than 9.05 lakh deaths, with a case fatality rate of 3.2%. Sir, as on 11th September 2020, a total of 45,62,414 confirmed cases and 76,271 deaths, with a case fatality rate of 1.67% have been reported in India. As many as 35,42,663, that is about 77.65% cases have recovered. The maximum cases and deaths have been primarily reported from Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, West Bengal, Bihar, Telangana, Odisha, Assam, Kerala and Gujarat. All these states have reported more than 1 lakh cases. With our endeavor to manage COVID-19 through a whole of government and whole of society approach, India has been able to limit its cases and deaths per million to 3,320 cases per million and 55 deaths per million population respectively, which is one of the lowest in the world as compared to similarly affected countries. Many of the epidemiological parameters such as mode of transmission, subclinical infection, period of virus shedding, role of immunity, etc. are still being researched. Once a person is exposed to the infection, the disease may develop anytime between 1 to 14 days. The main symptoms of COVID are fever, cough, and difficulty in breathing. In our country, about 92% of the cases are reported to be having mild disease. In only about 5.8% of the cases where oxygen therapy is required, and the disease may be severe enough to require intensive care in only 1.7% cases. Sir, the increasing magnitude of this outbreak in India called for a preemptive, proactive, graded and whole of government, whole of society approach built around a comprehensive strategy to prevent infections, save lives and minimize impact. The Government of India undertook the COVID-19 challenge with the highest level of political commitment. The nationwide lockdown, a bold decision undertaken by the government, duly involving community, initiated as self-imposed Janta curfew, as per the call given by the Honorable Prime Minister, is testimony to the fact that India has collectively stood up to manage COVID-19 and successfully blunted the aggressive progression of COVID. It has been estimated that this decision prevented approximately 14 to 29 lakh cases and 37 to 78,000 deaths. Further, these 4 months were utilized to create additional health infrastructure, enhance human resource, and produce within India critical elements such as PPEs, N95 masks and ventilators. A case in point is increase in dedicated isolation beds 36.3 times and dedicated ICU beds above 24.6 times to what existed in March 2020. Whereas there was no indigenous manufacturing of PPEs with the requisite standards at that point in time, we are now self-sufficient and in a position to even export the same. On behalf of our countrymen, I take this opportunity to congratulate our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, who personally continues to monitor the situation and provided his leadership. Government of India has initiated a series of actions to prevent entry of the disease and to contain it. I am daily reviewing the situation. Honorable Prime Minister himself has interacted with the Chief Ministers of all states and UT administrations and all stakeholders to regularly understand issues and collaborate with the states for effective COVID management. Group of ministers under my chairmanship consisting of Minister of External Affairs, Minister of Civil Aviation and Minister of State for Home Affairs, Minister of State for Shipping and Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare have met 20 times since its inception on 3rd February 2020. Committee of Secretaries under Cabinet Secretary has taken regular reviews with all related ministries of Health, Defence, Ministry of External Affairs, Civil Aviation, Home, Textiles, Pharma, Commerce and other officials, including with State Chief Secretaries. Under the overall guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India has constituted 11 empowered groups on 29th March 2020 on different aspects of COVID-19 management in the country to take informed decisions on issues ranging from medical emergency planning, availability of hospitals, isolation and quarantine facility, disease surveillance and testing, ensuring availability of essential medical equipment, augmenting human resource and capacity building, supply chain and logistic management, coordination with private sector, economic and welfare measures, information, communication and public awareness, technology and data management, public grievance and strategic issues related to lockdown. These groups have recently been restructured on 10th of September based on the need and also the evolving scenario. My own ministry is constantly reviewing the evolving scenario. Video conferences are being held with states regularly. We have held 63 video conferences so far with state health ministers, health functionaries, and district level officials. The joint monitoring group under the chairmanship of the Director General Health Services, which advises the ministry on technical matters, has met 40 times till now to assess the risk and review the preparedness and response mechanisms and finalize technical guidelines. Government of India, based on the experience of successfully managing pandemics and epidemics in the past, provided the requisite strategy, plans and procedures to the state governments and UT administrations. This includes containment plans and guidelines on a wide range of subjects related to travel, behavioral and psychosocial health, surveillance, laboratory support, hospital infrastructure, clinical management, rational use of personal protective equipment, PPEs, including inspirational guidance for healthcare personnel. Government of India has also taken several other measures to contain, suppress the transmission of COVID. First travel advisory was issued on 17th January 2020, and as situation evolved, the travel advisories were revised in a graded manner. Universal screening of passengers from all countries was introduced, and up to 23rd March 2020, till the suspension of all the commercial flights, a total of 14,154 flights with 15,24,266 passengers were screened at the airports. In addition to airports, about 16.31 lakh persons were screened at land border crossings and about 86,379 persons were screened at 12 major and 65 minor seaports. Presently, Government of India has advised no scheduled international commercial passenger aircraft be allowed to take off from any foreign airport for any airport in India from March 22, 2020, except under Vande Bharat mission on May 7, 2020, which aims to bring back home stranded Indians in many countries due to COVID-19 pandemic. Temporary air travel arrangements, transport bubbles between India and 9 other mutually consenting countries aimed at restarting commercial passenger services have commenced. They are reciprocal in nature, meaning airlines from both countries enjoy similar benefits. Guidelines for international arrivals has also been issued by the ministry on 24th May 2020, which were revised on 2nd of August 2020. Prior to the lockdown 1.0, Government of India evacuated Indian nationals from Wuhan in China, Diamond Princess cruise ship in Japan, Iran, Italy and Malaysia under Vande Bharat mission, as reported on 11th September 2020. A total of 12,69,172 passengers have been brought back to India. Community surveillance was initiated initially for travel-related cases and subsequently for cases being reported from community by Integrated Disease Surveillance Program. As on 11th September 2020, a total of about 40 lakh persons have been kept under surveillance and extensive contact tracing for all positive cases, which is regularly being undertaken through disease surveillance network so as to break the chain of transmission. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare released containment plans to contain cluster and large outbreaks on 2nd March and 4th April 2020 respectively, and these plans were updated from time to time. The containment plans envisage a strategy of breaking the chain of transmission by defining containment and buffer zones, applying strict perimeter control, intensive active house-to-house search for cases and contacts, isolation and testing of suspect cases and high-risk contacts, quarantine of high-risk contacts, intensive risk communication to raise community awareness on simple preventive measures, and need for prompt treatment seeking and strengthening of passive influenza-like illness, that is severe acute respiratory illness, SARI surveillance in containment and buffer zones. With the evolving scenario, laboratory network is continuously being strengthened. From a situation of a single laboratory equipped to undertake testing for COVID in January, presently 1,705 laboratories are conducting COVID-19 testing. Laboratories have been established in difficult terrains like Ladakh, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Nagaland, as well as other northeastern states, Lakshadweep and Andaman Nicobar Islands. Currently, the testing is about 1 million tests a day, which translates to 720 tests per million population per day, much higher than that stipulated by WHO, which is 140 tests per million population per day. A total of 5,51,89,226 samples have been tested so far as on 11th of September 2020. While there were no indigenous manufacturers of laboratory diagnostics or testing machines for COVID, today we have an indigenous production capacity of more than 10 lakh kits per day. For appropriate management of COVID-19 cases, a 3-tier arrangement of health facilities, that is COVID care center with isolation beds for mild or pre-symptomatic cases, dedicated COVID health centers with oxygen-supported isolation beds for moderate cases, and dedicated COVID hospitals with ICU beds for severe cases has been implemented. Tertiary care hospitals under ESI Corporation, Defense, Railways, Paramilitary Forces, Steel Ministry, etc. have also been leveraged for case management. As on 12th September 2020, a total of 15,284 COVID treatment facilities with 13,14,200 13,14,646 dedicated isolation beds without oxygen have been created. Also, a total of 2,31,093 oxygen supported isolation beds and 62,717 ICU beds, including 32,575 ventilator beds have been created. Constant monitoring of the disease trend, analysis of available infrastructure, and planning in advance for the future has averted a major crisis as was faced by many developed countries. In addition, a total of 12,826 quarantine centers with 5,98,811 beds have also been created. Guidelines on clinical management of COVID-19 were issued and regularly updated and widely circulated. These include case definition, prevention of infection control, laboratory diagnosis, early supporting therapy, management of severe cases and complications. No specific antivirals have been proven effective so far. Symptomatic treatment for fever and cough, appropriate rehydration, supplemental oxygen therapy remains the mainstay of treatment. We have repurposed the drug hydroxychloroquine for mild but high-risk cases and for moderate cases. This was done with limited scientific evidence, but well acknowledging that this drug has been used widely in India for other ailments where it is used for prolonged periods of time with good safety profile. In addition, provisions for investigational therapies has also been made for using remdesivir, convalescent plasma, and also tocilizumab for managing severe cases under close medical supervision. With the intent to ensure dissemination of these standard treatment protocols and reduce mortality to maximum extent, a number of initiatives have been launched. And AIMS Corona Helpline 9971876591 has been started to guide the doctors on medical management. AIMS Delhi is running the COVID-19 National Teleconsultation Center Contact, which can be reached by calling 911-544-155. It is catering to doctors from anywhere in the country who want to consult AIMS faculty for the management of COVID-19 patients as well as to the public in general. Telemedicine guidelines have also been issued on 25th March 2020 to provide teleconsultation to patients for mitigation of their illness and prevention of crowding in clinics. It may also help in triage, treatment and counseling for care of ill patients by healthcare providers in areas with limited access. A clinical center of excellence initiative has also been launched by the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare with AIMS Delhi as the apex nodal institution and state-level clinical centers of excellence to provide guidance on clinical management protocols. Weekly webinars are being organized by AIMS to guide these state-level centers of excellence on crucial clinical issues that doctors may require guidance on managing COVID cases. These state-level centers of excellence are expected to further disseminate these in their districts to ensure accessibility of quality treatment for both COVID and non-COVID health issues to far-flung areas. Use of telemedicine has been promoted in a big way. E-Sanjeevani, a web-based comprehensive telemedicine solution, is being utilized in 23 states to extend the reach of specialized healthcare services to masses in both rural areas and isolated communities. ICMR is establishing a national clinical registry on COVID that will provide insights into clinical course of COVID-19 disease, its spectrum and outcome of patients. 13 clinical trials of repurposed drugs and harnessing of traditional knowledge using the modern medicine approach are building a portfolio of therapeutic options for COVID-19 patients. Phase 2 clinical trial of immunomodulator Cefsivac has been completed successfully. Phase 2 clinical trial of the first ever phytopharmaceutical ACQH is underway. 1 prophylactic trial of ashwagandha and 3 trials of Guduchi Pipali, Yashti Madhu, and polyherbal Ayush drug, Ayush 64, are planned on moderately ill COVID-19 patients. An effective vaccine would be the sure shot tool in the armamentarium against disease. On this front, globally there are around 145 vaccine candidates in preclinical evaluation and currently 35 vaccines in clinical trial. In India, a major focus has been on facilitating the development of COVID-19 vaccine. More than 30 vaccine candidates have been supported, which are in different stages of development. 3 candidates are in advanced stage of phase 1, phase 2 or phase 3 trials, and more than 4 are in advanced preclinical development stage. COVID-19 biorepositories have been set up, which have collected more than 40,000 samples, which have been made available to researchers and industry for developing diagnostics, therapeutics, and vaccines. To coordinate procurement and distribution of COVID vaccine, Government of India has constituted a national expert group on vaccine administration for COVID-19 on 7th of August 2020 under the chairmanship of Member Health Niti Aayog. Ministry of Ayush has contributed through various measures for the management and mitigation of COVID-19. The ministry recommended guidelines of self-care for preventive health measures and boosting immunity. Ministry of Ayush has also issued health advisories from different systems of medicine on prophylaxis and immunity promotion, which was translated into 8 foreign languages and circulated to Indian embassies. Various Ayush hospitals were designated as quarantine centers, isolation centers, COVID care centers, and COVID health centers. Around 8.5 lakh Ayush healthcare professionals have been registered on covidwarriors.gov. Ministry of Ayush has formed an interdisciplinary Ayush R&D task force. The task force has formulated and designed clinical research protocols for Ayush prophylactic studies and add-on interventions in COVID-19 positive cases. Ayush CSIR collaborative studies were initiated with Ayush medicines for prophylaxis/treatment. A large-scale population-based study through Ayush research councils and national institutes under the Ministry on prophylaxis of Ayush interventions in targeted populations in containment zones is underway. Ministry of Ayush has also initiated impact assessment of effectiveness, acceptance, and usage of Ayush advisories and measures in prevention of COVID-19 through a mobile application known as Ayush Sanjeevani app. States have been requested to assess the stock of their logistic, particularly personal protective equipment, and procure the same. Total orders for 1.92 crore PPEs have been placed by the central government so far. The ministry has already supplied 1.39 crore PPE kits and 3.43 crore N95 masks to states as on 11th of September 2020. Department of Pharmaceuticals increased the production of drug hydroxychloroquine manifold. As on 11th of September 2020, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has issued 10.84 crore tablets of hydroxychloroquine to states and the UTs. India has also exported it to more than 140 countries. The central government has already issued orders to purchase 60,948 ventilators to meet any contingencies. As on 11th September 2020, 32,109 ventilators have been allocated to states, of which 30,170 have been delivered. The country is self-sufficient in oxygen and oxygen cylinders. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has procured and supplied 1,02,400 oxygen cylinders to various states and UTs so far. In addition, oxygen concentrators are also being supplied to states. One of the major challenges was to identify and train a large number of COVID warriors across sectors and departments that can be involved in not only COVID-related work, but also for ensuring maintenance of other essential medical services. Pooling manpower resources has been done from Defense, Ayush, NCC, NSS, NYK, public sector enterprises and private sector. In spite of various constraints and challenges, the COVID warriors rose to the occasion in serving humanity. The country feels indebted to the doctors, nurses, paramedics, frontline field workers, security and police personnel, sanitation workers, volunteers and journalists who have worked tirelessly to protect our countrymen from COVID. I would request the August House to place on record the appreciation for the human services delivered by them. There have been instances where healthcare service personnel had to face harassment, acts of violence, intimidation, and danger to life during discharge of their duties. To overcome this and support their efforts, Government of India promulgated Epidemic Diseases Amendment Ordinance 2020 on 22nd April 2020 to build the capacities of human resources, including the medical manpower who help managing patients in hospitals, as well as non-medical personnel and field workers involved in surveillance, logistics, etc. Modules have been made available on iGot Diksha online platform by DOPT. The training modules have been translated to regional languages. Close to 29.15 lakh people have registered for various courses. This includes 5,699 doctors, 86,018 Ayush professionals, 4,102 nurses, 963 allied health professionals, 5,881 frontline workers, 2,70,736 volunteers, and 25,42,892 other participants. About 18.96 lakh course completions have taken place on iGot Diksha platform. Training resources for medical and non-medical personnel have also been made available on the website of Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. We have now moved from managing travel-related cases to containing clusters and large outbreaks due to local transmission to widespread of infection to urban, peri-urban and rural areas. This would require concerted effort by the government with people's participation to prevent large-scale morbidity and mortality. Equally crucial is to maintain the success achieved in management of reproductive, maternal and child health, vaccine-preventable diseases, non-communicable diseases, tuberculosis, vector-borne diseases such as Kala Azar and malaria. Hence, there is an increased thrust for managing non-COVID essential services. Ministry of Health and Family Welfare website is being updated daily to provide general public with information on current status of COVID-19 spread in India. Regular press releases are being issued and press briefings are being held. Communication material and toolkits have been developed, pamphlets, posters, audio and AV films, and they are provided to the states and UTs also on COVID-19 disease. Preventive steps required to be taken by the communities, handling of myths and stigma related to disease, and to widely publicize the helpline numbers available. Communication material is also being hosted on Ministry of Health and Family Welfare website and through social media. Do's and don'ts are being widely circulated through SMS. 550 crore SMSs have been sent. Caller tune messages are being sent to telecom subscribers in 13 languages, and 117 crore subscribers have been reached. A dedicated call center helpline 1075 had been started in the initial days to guide community at large, which is being used by the citizens very effectively and on a regular basis. A total of 41.04 lakh calls have been received so far. Department of Biotechnology, Department of Science and Technology, CSIR and Department of Health Research covered the entire chain of scientific and technological solutions holistically for COVID-19 through academia, R&D labs, industry, startups, and NGOs. These solutions include basic scientific studies on the behavior, transmission, and effects of virus, mathematical modeling of the pandemic, and products such as the world-class ventilators, diagnostic kits, vaccines, therapeutics, antiviral coatings, disinfectants, PPEs, masks, mobile testing booths and hospitals, artificial intelligence-based tools, and information dissemination to masses. For these purposes, a comprehensive mapping of our entire startup ecosystem was done to identify and support over 110 technology startups and over 20 industries for commercial production. Over 150 projects in all areas of virus behavior have been initiated. Government of India is regularly coordinating with WHO headquarters, regional office and the country office to get update on the evolving scenario. Government of India has also provided support to other countries in tackling the challenge posed by the COVID. India has played a major role in shaping up G20 and BRICS response to COVID. India is also extending support wherever required to neighboring SAARC countries. The government is proactively identifying gaps and building an Atmanirbhar Bharat that will be able to take challenge of similar pandemics, epidemics and disasters in future. And an expenditure finance memorandum of 65,560.98 crores under Prime Minister Atmanirbhar Swasth Bharat Yojana for strengthening is already under consideration. This includes investment in research, healthcare and public health infrastructure with particular focus on pandemic management. I would urge all the honorable members of parliament that battle for COVID is still far from over. On one hand, when we are in the stage of unlock so as to revive the economy and have a balanced approach, it is important that sustained community support is ensured consistently to control the spread of COVID infection and break its chain of transmission. Your support is crucial to create awareness in your respective constituencies for COVID appropriate behavior. The simple public health measures of wearing of mask, face covers, frequent hand washing, respiratory etiquettes and physical distancing of 2 gaj ki duri as a social vaccine, if practiced in a responsible manner, will help us in controlling and suppressing the transmission of COVID. Sir, I wish to inform this House once again that the government is taking all necessary measures to prevent the spread of COVID in India. Thank you.
Please. I have received around 10 requests for asking clarifications and giving suggestions. So what I am thinking is that we have another 25 minutes and we can go ahead with this thing, or we take it up separately and we have discussion. That way you have to decide. Once we take separate discussion, say for an hour or 1.5 hours, then I will not have the clarification now, because you can't have both because the passage of time. So right. Okay. We will take the Institute of Teaching and Research in Ayurveda Bill 2020. All these members who are interested, please, who are all interested, they can take part tomorrow when I will give an opportunity, definitely. Because this is a matter where doubts of everybody has to be dispelled. Suggestions from any, because you are all people's representatives, they should be taken note by the central government and by the state government, because this is COVID is a battle where you have to fight both central as well as state. Please. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Qualifications and response from the minister will go together. Then the Dr. Harshavardhan ji, Institute of Teaching and Research Ayurveda Bill, to move a motion.
Okay, sir.
Please.
Sir, on behalf of my colleague, Shri Shripad Nayak ji, I rise to move that the Institute of Teaching and Research in Ayurveda Bill 2020 as passed by the Lok Sabha be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. The members whoever desires to speak, they will do so. After that, the minister will reply. But there is another bill also which we have combined. This one? So now we start discussion. If the minister, honorable minister, want to say something in the beginning, please.
Yes, sir. I can tell. I can just briefly apprise the house, sir, that this is basically.
Pura Santi, people who have got some work, they can go. Not Santanu Sen, Santi. He was going out, he just started coming in. Please.
Sir, this bill is about creation of a new institute of teaching and research in Ayurveda in Jamnagar, and this institute has to be given and declared as an institute of national importance. That is the crux of the bill, and this institute is being formed with the conglomeration of three institutions. One is the Institute of Postgraduate Teaching and Research in Ayurveda in Jamnagar, which is already a part of the Gujarat Ayurveda University and right now funded by the Government of India. Then there is another Ayurveda Mahavidyalaya in Jamnagar by the name Shri Gulab Kund Varba. And then another Indian Institute of Ayurvedic Pharmaceutical Sciences in Jamnagar. Sir, all these institutes are combining together to create this institution, and this is for promotion of quality and excellence in education in Ayurveda and also to promote research and training in Ayurveda and the allied disciplines. So briefly, the history is that in this is the oldest, one of the oldest institutions in India, was created in 1952 as Central Institute of Research in Indigenous Systems of Medicine. Then in 1956, Government of India...
Harshavardhan ji, be brief. Need not go into the total background.
Okay, sir. So sir, I'll just then only mention that
it is a commendable job.
This is going to be the first institution in the country in the field of Ayurveda to be given to be given a status of an institution of national importance. This is the oldest in the country in the government sector. 10% of the total research publications in Ayurveda belong to this institution. This is the only center in the world on Ayurveda, which is a WHO collaborating center. Then, sir, this is the first institution where the pharmacovigilance in Ayurveda, Siddha and Unani drugs was started, and it has been doing an excellent work. 30 MOUs at national and international levels have been signed and are under active working. And this is the only institution where PhD and PG courses are available.
Right.
Then, sir, a few more points, sir. And this institution has made many treatment protocols and training guidelines for the whole country. In 20 years, students from 65 countries have come here to study. And just to give you an example, sir, the human resource of the highest level and stature produced by the institution and just have been produced by the institution. Just to name a few, the present Secretary of the Ayush Government of India, the Director of the All India Institute of Ayurveda, the DG of Research Councils, Director of National Institute of Ayurveda in Jaipur, and many other institutes. All these top people, they have been, so sir, this is one of the very prestigious...
You can give further information while responding to the discussion, Dr. Sir.
I will request the honorable members that this is a first attempt in the country to give this type of recognition to an Ayurveda institution which has already attained an international stature, and this is a very humble beginning from the Department of Ayush for promotion of Ayurveda and using Ayurveda for research and for promoting health care for the people.
Dr. L. Hanumantaya. हनुमंतया जी कहाँ बैठे? Lok Sabha, Hanumantaya ji. Dr. L. Hanumantaya.
I'm in Lok Sabha chamber.
Yes, please speak from the Lok Sabha chamber.
Yes, sir.
You have time for the remaining part of the day. Please
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
conclude that.
Sir, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. The Institute of Teaching and Research in Ayurveda Bill 2020. Sir, the bill seeks to merge 3 Ayurveda institutes which are working in Jamnagar. Number 1, Institute of Postgraduate Teaching and Research in Ayurveda, that is in Jamnagar. Shri Gulab Kunwarba Ayurvedic Mahavidyalaya, which is in Jamnagar. Indian Institute of Ayurvedic Pharmaceutical Sciences, which is also in Jamnagar. Sir, the background of it, which the bill says, the aim of establishing this institute is to provide international level of education and training in Ayurveda, keeping in mind the growing demand for the services and knowledge across the world. Sir, it is true that we should agree Ayurveda is an ancient medical system in use by local practitioners, and it was called local medicine. Sir, it is facing a big challenge after the scientific medicine developed. Sir, though there are references in Veda also, it is mainly the traditional practice by our rural practitioners where there was no scientific medical system. Sir, but today there are certain areas where the other system of medicine is also not completely successful, but in vast use, the Ayurveda and homeopathy still exists in India particularly. Sir, in India, after allopathy, the second place is for homeopathy and third place is for Ayurveda, which people are practicing. Sir, the aim of the institution of national importance, which the government says to bring this bill, I have a doubt, what are the guidelines for a national importance institute which you are going to establish now? And how it is different from the other universities which are already into research, and how this is above that universities is my question. Sir, it is true, Ayurvedic products across the world is in business about $10 billion by 2022 is an estimate. According to that, we have to improve the Ayurvedic medicines, Ayurvedic practices, and to improve Ayurvedic medicines and Ayurvedic practices, probably we have to work on Ayurvedic teaching and the research. Sir, bringing together educational facilities for training of personnel in all the branches of Ayurveda is good, but to attain self-sufficiency in postgraduate level and undergraduate level, it needs the specialists and teachers in Ayurveda. Sir, there is in the country the shortage of Ayurveda teachers in postgraduate level, and the research also is not being done at the expected level. So, to make in-depth study and research in the field of Ayurveda, the government says that this bill will going to help, this institute will going to help. Sir, as per the composition of this institute according to the bill provides that the institute will consist of 15 members. Sir, Minister of Ayush will be the member of that institute. Secretary of the Ayush Ministry will be the member of the institute, and Secretary of Health and Family Welfare of Gujarat government will be the member of this institute. Director General of Central Council for Research in Ayurveda is also a member here. And they will going to nominate 3 experts who are working in the field of Ayurveda. And it is very good and welcoming step is 3 MPs going to be nominated in this institute as members. 2 from Lok Sabha and 1 from Rajya Sabha. I fully agree with the MPs being the members of this Ayurveda Institute. Sir, the governing body, the bill says, Director of the Institute of PG Teaching and Research will be the Director of the Institute. And he will be the Chairman of the governing body also. Sir, I have a strong doubt. When a minister is member in this body, governing body, and the Director of the Research Institute will be the Director of the governing body, how the Director will work when the minister and the secretary is the members of this body. That doubt I wanted to clarify by the minister. Sir, the functions of this institute says it provides UG and PG teaching in Ayurveda, prescribed curriculum and courses including pharmacy, UG and PG, provides facilities for research in Ayurveda, conduct examination and grant degrees, diplomas, certificates, all this which a university almost doing that will be done by this institute which is of national importance. And maintain, it says, maintain well-equipped colleges and hospitals in Ayurveda and pharmacists, nurses and supporting staff. This is what the bill says. I have certain doubts on this, sir. I'll come to that point again. Sir, there is already an Ayurveda university in Gujarat. When there is an Ayurveda university in Jamnagar itself, why this should not be merged with the university and provide all the facilities to that university and make this an institute under the university? And what is the necessity that when there is an Ayurveda university in Jamnagar itself, and the government will going to merge all the 3 institutes and make a separate national importance institute? That is my question. Sir, while making the national importance institute of national importance, nobody knows what are the guidelines, whether that guidelines is different from university and university research centers. The university research centers which are working across the country are working properly. Is there a survey or study? And if that survey or study says that research is not to the mark, then you can think of a national importance research center. But that is not there, sir. There is no survey as such. And if at all there is a survey, is it different from this national importance institute? That is another important question. So we should keep it in mind, sir. Ayurveda education across the country requires teachers, requires research facilities and quality results in the research, which is lacking in the whole country. Of course, I wanted to mention. Sir, make a list of all research institutes in Ayurveda and make a national level governing body. Then monitor the research institutes across the country. Then you can definitely contribute to the Ayurveda and the research also. So there will be no duplication of research, and also different departments are allotted different works in Ayurveda. There are so many faculties where Ayurveda can work and Ayurveda can develop also. Sir, my another important question here, why this is only in Gujarat? Sir, Kerala is number 1 in Ayurveda. There are institutes in Kerala. The Ayurveda, Kottakkal Ayurveda is very famous. People across the world coming to Kerala and take the treatment. There is an institute in Thiruvananthapuram where it is a research institute again. Tiruvananthapuram Institute has started in the year 1889, sir, which is about 131 years ago. Whereas the Jamnagar Research Institute has started in the year 1952. So my question is, why Kerala Ayurveda Institute has not been given the national importance? And why that national importance institute has not been started in Kerala? Second, it is in Karnataka, sir. Karnataka has got 68 Ayurveda colleges and research institute also. The government itself is running a Ayurveda colleges and research institutes. Sir, we have Sahyadri forest in Karnataka and it continues to Kerala also. It starts from Maharashtra. Sir, make a national level medicinal plants unit there for study and research. There is a big scope to have a national plant research unit for the country, which the bill never takes care of it. It is interested only in Gujarat and Jamnagar National Importance Institute. Sir, in Tamil Nadu, nowhere in the country, Siddha medicine is very much practicing and research is going on. Even today, Siddha doctors are working in Tamil Nadu, as far as my knowledge goes. So make an international national institute, national importance institute for Siddha medicine in Tamil Nadu. Why that has not been taken up? So I would have been very happy. Sir, let us not oppose any educational research institute to come up in the country. I am not for that. But when Siddha practitioners are there in Tamil Nadu, you should have a national importance institute there. And if you come with that kind of national importance institutes in Kerala, in Tamil Nadu, probably in Karnataka also, I would have been very happily invited this bill to come up. But the government is only interested in Gujarat. Sir, I feel, probably I don't know whether because the Prime Minister is from the Gujarat state, so they wanted to have an Ayurveda National Importance Institute there. So there are no practitioners in Gujarat like Kerala, like Karnataka, like West Bengal. But what is the reason? We must know about it. I think my colleagues from Gujarat also agree with this. This is what I sincerely feel. Sir, in 2018, survey of Ayurveda students and faculty found that 47% respondents were not satisfied with the quality and Ayurveda teaching and research provided by the institutions in India. This is the survey made by the government itself.
Hanumantayaji,
sir,
you have another 5 minutes. You have to conclude.
Sir, I'll come back, sir. I'll come back. Sir, standardization of research methodologies. Sir, this is a research institute. I wanted to emphasize to the government, standardization of the research methodologies, including evidence-based research in Ayurveda is very important, is required to provide Ayurveda globally. Otherwise, it will be just a slogan. Sir, at present, Rashtriya Ayurveda Vidyapita is the only faculty development programs available in the field of Ayurveda. That is the only place. So I agree, we need some more institutes to train our teachers, to train our researchers. But these programs are suffering from repetition of the material without proper practicing research. Sir, in Gujarat, that is the problem. Practicing researchers are not there in Gujarat, whereas you find in Kerala, Karnataka, West Bengal, and other Tamil Nadu and other places. So that is why I am telling you, there is no innovative methods. The examination, the evaluation methods, skills are criticized as obsolete. Research ethics and methods need to be more thorough to present day-to-day requirements. Sir, just relying on traditional methods may not give results and also may not compete with other systems of medicine which is grown to the world standards. Sir, the Ayurveda graduates are jobless today. They are not even able to practice this method of medicine in any part of the country, whether it is rural area or the urban area. The government must see how to, and they must also evaluate how to accommodate these Ayurveda graduates while preparing them, while releasing them as graduates every year. Sir, the graduates in government hospitals with Ayurveda division, there are lot of divisions in Ayurveda. Almost 80 to 90% of Ayurveda doctors practicing allopathy for their survival. They have no other go. Sir, in research area, how many papers are published has to be known. I wanted to ask the minister through you, in PUB MET, how many papers are published and how many patents at international level has been given to Indian doctors who are making research all these years? And how many medicines are experimented in clinical trials? Sir, this was the right time. They should have tried with COVID patients, whether their Ayurveda medicine is going to work with COVID patients or not. But clinical trials were not being done in Ayurveda even at this point of time. Sir, that is why I am telling you, in India,
please,
there are about 4,584 PG seats in 413 institutes and 413 institutes. Sir, Ayurveda is used in better way.
Hanumantayaji, please conclude.
One minute, sir. 1 minute. Just one example I wanted to give. Sir, the research was done in Ayurveda, particularly in Russia. The castor oil extract was taken. We use it just for our topical this thing. But in Russia, the extract was taken. It is 1 milligram for 1 kg. It was taken and used to spying the secret and also to kill the detractors in Russia. We have not done such kind of research at all. So there are bioscience institutes who are doing research, but no coordination between Ayurveda researchers and that bioscience researchers. As our Indian Institute of Science and Gandhi Krishi Vignana Kendra, they are also doing research, but we have no coordination. No Ayurveda institute has coordination with this kind of national level important institutes like Indian Institute of Science.
Thank you.
So I request the government, this is a welcoming bill, but please see that this postgraduate research institute for teaching and research should be done along with clinical trials, particularly in Kerala, Karnataka, preferably Maharashtra and West Bengal. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Towards Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe, but Vinayji, you can speak tomorrow. Be prepared. Now, tomorrow, 0 hour will be 10 and then that will be completed within half an hour. The special mentions, the practice always has been you mention the purport or the main issue and then lay it on the table. Otherwise it is taking a lot of time. If there is time, I will be more than happy to do it. And tomorrow we will be taking up conclusion of this bill. After that we will be taking up clarifications, suggestions and if any about the COVID also. Both the things we have to conclude. The House is adjourned to meet at 9 a.m. 16 September 2020. International Day of Democracy for the purpose of promoting, upholding and principles of democracy. Democracy is a universal value, is based on the freely expressed will of the people to determine their own political, economic, social and cultural systems and their full participation in all aspects of life. India is being the largest democracy in the world. The importance of day for us cannot be emphasized enough. Democracy is the thread which holds us together. It is the bedrock of our unity and diversity. It is a binding force which has helped propel our country on the path to progress. So Democracy is synonymous with our constitution, which itself is the embodiment of democratic principles. Our constitution, while providing enough avenues to citizens for all our own development, also ensures that they are able to contribute meaningfully to the development of this country. This very institution of parliament is a hallmark of democracy, and we, as legislators, are the flag bearers of democratic principle. Let us resolve this on this international day of democracy to strive continuously to further enrich the democratic principles as enshrined in our Constitution. Honorable members, I have to inform members that in view of the limited functional time available on the special seating arrangements made for the current session, I have acceded to the request made by the Minister of Parliament Affairs for allowing him to lay all the papers listed under the heading papers to be laid on the table and statement by ministers related to department-related standing committees on the list of business for today in the name of other ministers. I have further advised the Minister of Parliament Affairs may make himself available in the Rajya Sabha or ensure the presence of either of the Minister of State of Parliament Affairs of laying of papers if he is preoccupied otherwise. Then I also have a suggestion. In view of the experience yesterday, the members who are going to speak should raise their hand, identify themselves, tell their name, and also one more point is added, sir, from the chambers, sir, from gallery number 4, from Lok Sabha, so that the camera, I will be able to, because I am seeing the TV and also, so if you identify and say, sir, speaking from the Lok Sabha chambers, so then camera will focus on that particular member. Please understand the rationale behind this session and then try to follow. It will be easy for the officials also who are managing the control rooms for sound and visual are taking time to immediately switch on his mic, focus the camera on him as they are not aware of the place from where the member is speaking. The camera has to move in different directions and all. There was also some complaint yesterday from members when I was speaking. Later also some minister also met me and told me that even my voice initially was not audible. So today I instructed the table office to see that the voice is checked before and to familiarize the newly appointed panel chairman and also the deputy chairman who is again elected. So tomorrow morning 7:30 there will be a trial for them to familiarize with all this exercise tomorrow for the newly appointed panel chairman. And if any leader of the party, if they are also interested, they can also come and participate in that. Secretariat will be organizing that. Papers to be laid on the table, Sri Prahlad Joshi or Muralidharanji.
They, sir, on behalf of my colleague, Sri Anurag Thakur.
Please, yeah.
Sir, on behalf of my colleague, Sri Anurag Thakur, I rise to lay on the table of the House the papers listed against his name at serial number 1 in today's revised list of business.
No, but still I have permitted, na? Because different people standing in the better. Statement regarding ordinance, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
Sir, do I have your permission to sit and do it?
Voice, please.
Thank you. So I wish to lay on the table a statement in English and Hindi explaining the circumstances which had necessitated immediate legislation by the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, Ordinance 2020.
Report of the Committee on Petitions, Sri Prasanna Acharya.
माननीय सभापति जी, आपकी अनुमति से मैं आज की संशोधित कार्यावली में अपने नाम के समक्ष सूचीबद्ध प्रभावित लोगों को समय पर चेतावनी जारी करने के लिए बाढ़ के रियल टाइम पूर्वानुमान की क्षमता विकसित करने की प्रार्थना करने वाली याचिका के संबंध में याचिका समिति का 157वां प्रतिवेदन अंग्रेजी और हिंदी में सभा पटल पर प्रस्तुत करता हूं।
Reports of the Department-related Parliamentary Standing Committee on Labour. Secretary General.
Time permission, I rise to lay on the table a copy each in English and Hindi of the following reports of the Committee on Labour. Eighth report on the Industrial Relations Code 2019 relating to the Ministry of Labour and Employment, and ninth report on the Code of Social Security 2019 relating to the Ministry of Labour and Employment.
Statement by Minister Shri Prahlad Joshi or Muralidharan.
Sir, on behalf of my colleague Sri Prahlad Joshi, I rise to lay on the table of the House the statement listed against his name in today's revised list of business.
Right. Motion for election to the National Jute Board. Srimati Smriti Juvin Irani.
Sir, speaking from the Lok Sabha chamber. With your permission, may I sit and move the motion? Sir, I move the following motion that in pursuance of Clause B of subsection 4 of the Section 3 of the National Jute Board Act 2008, number 12 of 2009, read with Rule 5 of the National Jute Board Rules 2010, this House do proceed to elect in such manner as the Honourable Chairman may direct one member from amongst the members of the House to be a member of the National Jute Board.
Thank you, Smriti. Motion moved. Those in favor, please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Election of a member. Motion for election to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIMS, New Delhi. Dr. Harshavardhan to move a motion.
Of Section 4, read with.
Dr. Saab, Dr. Harshavardhan from the Rajya Sabha chamber. Aisa, so that camera will catch it.
Pardon, sir?
When you speak, say Dr. Harshavardhan from the Rajya Sabha chamber, so that the camera can catch you and then show it to the people. Okay, please.
Dr. Harshvardhan from the Rajya Sabha chamber.
Yes.
Respected sir, I rise to move that in pursuance of clause G of section 4, read with subsection 1 of section 6 of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences Act 1956, 25 of 1956 as amended in 2012, this House do proceed to elect in such manner as the chairman may direct one member from amongst the members of the House to be a member of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, AIMS, New Delhi.
Motion moved. Those in favor will raise their hands and say aye. Aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Motion for the election to the Committee on Official Language. Sri Nityanand Roy to move a motion.
महोदय, मैं राज्यसभा से बोल रहा हूँ। महोदय, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी की ओर से प्रस्ताव करता हूँ कि राजभाषा अधिनियम 1963 का 19 की धारा 4 की उपधारा 2 के अनुसरण में यह सभा एकल संक्रमणीय मत प्रणाली द्वारा अनुपातिक प्रतिनिधित्व पद्धति के अनुसार सभा के सदस्यों में से एक सदस्य को राजभाषा समिति का सदस्य होने के लिए निर्वाचित करने की कार्यवाही करें।
Motion moved. Those in favor please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Now, 0 hour submissions. Sri V. Vijay Sai Reddy, I have a suggestion. Each member please confine to 2 minutes so that I can give some more. Today, demand is more. मैंने दे रहा हूँ ना 3 मिनट बोलो, फिर 10 लोग ही बोल पाएंगे। ठीक, चलिए, मुझे आपत्ति नहीं, आप बोलना नहीं है। आप अभी क्या बोलना है जी, आपको समझ दिया नहीं, जब मिलेगा तब बोलिए, 3 मिनट ही बोलिए। मैंने सोचा कि बाकी लोगों को मौका मिलेगा, सुझाव था, अब सुझाव के लिए तैयार नहीं, बस 10 लोग ही होगा बस। विजय साहब, मुझे क्या?
थैंक यू चेयरमैन सर। Sir, Polavaram project is a lifeline for Andhra Pradesh state, sir. It is a project that has been taken up by the central government, and the central government has to bear the entire expenditure of the project cost, sir. In fact, government of Andhra Pradesh has fixed a target of completion by December 2021, sir. Since it is a national project, all the funds have to be released by the central government, and to quicken the process, the government of Andhra Pradesh, without even waiting for the central government to release the money, it has started spending the amount. The outstanding amount as on today to be released to government of Andhra Pradesh is 3,805 crores, sir. And as asked by the government of India, the CAG, Controller and Auditor General, has also audited the figures, and then it has confirmed that the amount of 3,805 crores is due to the government of Andhra Pradesh, sir. Honorable CM of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Jagan Mohan Reddy Garu, has written a letter to the Honorable Prime Minister explaining the details of the problems that are being faced by the state, particularly economic crisis after bifurcation, particularly in the pandemic of COVID. Finding it extremely difficult to further spend money on the Polavaram project, and requested for immediate release of the funds of 3,805 crores, sir. Honorable CM of AP has also given the plans as to how the funds could be released for hassle-free release to avoid the possible delays, sir. In the light of the above, I request the Honorable Minister, Jal Shakti Minister, to immediately take measures to release the funds for the Polavaram project so that it could be completed by the target date of December 2021, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Associate. If you want, please, quickly. He is more than happy.
Sir, the Honourable Member has raised a very important issue, and it definitely matters in the interest of the national infrastructure projects also, because that being a national project. The discussion with the Finance Minister of Andhra Pradesh has been going on. I am also in touch with the Water Resources Minister so that we can get this cleared at the earliest, because there was this gap because of the CAG certification, which Andhra Pradesh has apparently given. We'll follow it up, sir.
हाल ही में एक वेब सीरीज वर्जिन भास्कर करके रिलीज हुई थी, और उसमें हमारे पुण्य श्लोक अहिल्या देवी होलकर जी का लिए अपमानित दृश्य और आवाज था, तो जिससे बहुत ही गुस्सा हुआ है सभी शेफर्ड कम्युनिटी, खासतौर पर गडलिया, पाल, बघेल, बारवाड़, रब्बारी, गायरी, गुरमा, कुरुम्बा, ये सभी कम्युनिटीज इनको श्रद्धा स्थान मानते हैं, और बाकी भी समाज इनके तरफ आदर से देखता है, पुण्य श्लोक अहिल्या देवी होलकर के तरफ। लेकिन इसमें जो अपमानित किया गया था, इसलिए बहुत गुस्सा हुआ, रोष हुआ था, और इसके लिए इस जो वेब सीरीज में से ये निकालने के लिए हमारे मंत्री जी जावड़ेकर जी ने वैसे मदद करने की वजह से वो निकाला गया, लेकिन हमें नाटक या ड्रामा भी प्रस्तुत करना है तो एक सर्टिफिकेट लगता है, सेंसर बोर्ड का अथॉरिटी लगती है, लेकिन वेब सीरीज में गाली गलौज रहती है, सेक्स स्कैंडल्स दिखाते हैं, न्यूड सीन्स दिखाते हैं, और फिर भी उसके ऊपर कोई भी सर्टिफिकेशन या लीगल एक्शन ली नहीं जाती। तो मेरा ये कहना है माननीय मंत्री जी से कि वह कोई कानून लाए जिसकी वजह से ये वेब सीरीज पे प्रतिबंधन लगाया जाए, ताकि भारतीय संस्कृति का।
केसी राममूर्ति टू एसोसिएट। Right. Very important issue, but there is no law as now I am told, but it has to be examined. श्रीमती छाया वर्मा। छाया जी कहाँ?
श्रीमती छाया वर्मा, लोकसभा गैलरी से बोल रही हूँ। गैलरी नहीं, सर आपकी अनुमति से मैं मनरेगा मजदूर के बारे में बोलना चाहती हूँ। पिछले दिनों लॉकडाउन की वजह से मजदूरों के बीच बहुत बड़ी विपत्ति आई, बहुत समस्या हुई, और मनरेगा का काम केवल 100 दिन का चलता है। आपकी अनुमति से मैं चाहती हूँ कि मनरेगा का काम पूरे भारतवर्ष में 200 दिन का चले और समय पे उनको मजदूरी मिले और कार्यमूलक योजना हो, ये मैं चाहती हूँ। धन्यवाद सर। धन्यवाद।
सदस्य कहीं भी बैठने के लिए मैंने अनुमति दिया, मगर आपका डी प्रमोशन माने लोअर हाउस में भेजने का निर्णय गुलाम गुलाम नबी आजाद जी ने और आनंद शर्मा जी ने और रमेश जी ने मिलकर किया। मैं जिम्मेदार नहीं हूँ उसके लिए। श्री के.आर. सुरेश रेड्डी, K.R. Suresh Reddy, please say I am K.R.
Yes,
Suresh
sir.
Reddy from the Rajya Sabha chamber.
Yes, sir. I am K.R. Suresh Reddy from Rajya Sabha chambers, right in front of your watchful eyes, sir. Sir, I want to raise a urgent matter of public importance, which is agitating the people of Telangana state. Telangana state was created through Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act 2014. After formation of these two states, dispute has arisen between Telangana and Andhra over sharing of Krishna River waters. There are four riparian states, namely Maharashtra, Karnataka, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. And to resolve the matter, there is a specific act, namely the Interstate River Water Disputes Act, which we call it the ISWR Act. Accordingly, our Chief Minister of Telangana has written to refer the matter under Section 3 of the Interstate Water Disputes Act and requested the Government of India, Ministry of Jal Shakti, to refer the dispute for constitution of a tribunal under Section 5(1) of the said Act, sir. In spite of the repeated letters by the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana, Shri Chandrasekhar Rao ji, to the Honorable Prime Minister, to Honorable Ministers, the central government officials, to kindly refer the dispute for adjudication under Section 3, the central government instead extended the term of Brijesh Kumar Tribunal and referred the matter under Section 89 of the AP Reorganization Act, which has a very limited scope and will not be able to do justice to the people of Telangana, sir. Therefore, our party requests, demands and urges upon the Honorable Prime Minister, the Honorable Minister of Jal Shakti, to refer the sharing of water immediately to a tribunal under Section 3 and 5 of the Interstate River Water Dispute, sir. We demand a statement from the Honorable Minister on this issue. As it is said, sir, if data is the new oil, then water is the new gold. Throughout the Telangana agitation, the demand for the state was due, one of the main reasons was water sharing, sir.
Right.
So it's been, I'm just completing, it's been 6 years since we have returned and we have very good relationship with our neighboring states. We always said that let's separate as a region, let's live as brothers and sisters, which we are continuing to do, sir. So I request the Government of India, in the spirit today being a democratic world democracy,
Right.
in the spirit of federal
Thank you, Suresh Reddy
democracy,
garu.
to kindly
Thank you.
resolve the matter, sir. Thank you.
M. Shanmugam ji, Yenge.
From Lok Sabha,
Lok Sabha.
Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi scheme, farmers are paid a grant of rupees 6,000 every year in the equal increment of 2,000 every 4 months. However, these grants are provided the farmers who own less than the 5 acres of land. The tenant farmers, leaseholders farmers who had less than the 5 acres of land, who are languishing and abject poverty, are excluded from this scheme. There are many states which have registered tenant farmers in that state are providing benefits of the farmers, including tenant farmers. For example, there have been provided loan eligibility cards in permitted cultivation of lands. There is a provision of claim damages to crops to provide social security and prevent the incidents of suicide. The Tamil Nadu, especially covered Delta region, most of the tenant farmers are growing paddy and it is very risky cultivation. As a social security measure, the benefit of PM Kisan should be extended to all the farmers. Therefore, I would urge upon the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Agriculture Minister to include the tenant farmers and the leaseholders farmers as although in the PM Kisan scheme as they hold the land for a long tenure of years. They should also be taken care of by the central government if they claim that they are bringing welfare schemes for the farmers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. तो शर्मू जी का सुझाव ये है ये पीएम किसान योजना के अंतर्गत ये टेनेंसी और किसान को भी लाना चाहिए. Associate Wilson. Srimati Jaya Bachchan.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I want to talk
Mask.
Sir, आवाज नहीं आएगी.
क्लियर नहीं आएगी, मैं साफ कर दूंगी।
वो नहीं आ पा रही, कुछ
सर
प्रॉब्लम
मेरा
है?
नाम जया बच्चन है, मैं राज्यसभा से बोल रही हूँ। सर मैं आज
इतना बढ़िया पर्सनालिटी, सुंदर पर्सनालिटी दिख रही है, तो क्या नाम का क्या नाम पूरा देश में फेम है।
सर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपने जो कहा, मगर यही नाम जिसको डिफेम करने में आज लोग लगे हुए हैं, उसके बारे में चर्चा करना चाहती हूँ। सर मेरा कहना ये है, एंटरटेनमेंट इंडस्ट्री इन आवर कंट्री विच प्रोवाइड्स डायरेक्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट every day to 5 lakh people and indirect employment to 5 million people. At a time when the financial situation is in a depressing state and employment is at the worst level, in order to divert the attention of the people, we are being used to be flogged by the social media and the government's non-support. Sir, people who have made their name in this film industry have called it a gutter. I completely disagree and I really disassociate, and I hope the government tells these people who have made their earning, name and fame in this industry to stop using such language. There are people in the entertainment industry who are some of the highest taxpayers. They are still being harassed. All kinds of promises are being made to entertainment industry, but never ever kept. Sir, I get very worked up and very emotional. I have too many things to say, but you're not giving me enough time and opportunity to speak. Sir, I think the government must stand by the entertainment industry, because the entertainment industry always comes forward to help the government in whatever good work that the government takes up. They come and speak for them. They support them. If there is a national calamity, they come forward. They give money. They give their services. I think that it is very, very important that the government must support this industry and not kill it just because there are few people. You cannot tarnish the image of the entire industry. Right. This industry brings international name and recognition also, apart from the political people. I was really embarrassed and ashamed that yesterday one of our members in the Lok Sabha spoke, who is from the industry, against, I'm not taking a name, against the film industry. It's a shame. जिस थाली में खाते हैं उसमें छेद करते हैं. गलत बात है. I need the protection. The industry needs the protection and support of the government. Thank you.
Thank you. श्री संभाजी छत्रपति एसोसिएट करना चाहते हैं, कृपया अपना नाम स्लिप भेज दीजिए. श्री संभाजी छत्रपति फ्रॉम लोकसभा चेंबर, प्लीज. संभाजी छत्रपति
फ्रॉम द लोकसभा चेंबर.
संभाजी छत्रपति.
With your consent and permission, sir, I am speaking in Marathi. आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज मी एक महत्वपूर्ण विषयावर सभागृहाचे लक्ष वेधू इच्छितो. मराठा आरक्षणाविषयी सर्वोच्च न्यायालयात सुरू असलेल्या याचिकेवर न्यायालयाने निर्णय देताना मराठा समाजाच्या आरक्षणाला स्थगिती देत हा खटला 5 न्यायाधीशांच्या घटनापीठापुढे हस्तांतरित केला आहे. या निर्णयामुळे मराठा समाज प्रचंड मोठ्या प्रमाणात नुकसान झाले. गतवर्षी मिळालेल्या आरक्षणाच्या आधारे विविध ठिकाणी समाजातील अनेकांच्या नियुक्त्या, शैक्षणिक प्रवेश मिळाले होते. या सर्व प्रश्नचिन्ह निर्माण झाले असून त्यांचे भविष्य धोक्यात आले. छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांनी सर्व जाती धर्माच्या लोकांना एकत्र करून अन्यायाविरुद्ध लढा उभारला. भूमिपुत्रांनी न्याय मिळवून देण्यासाठी स्वराज्य निर्माण केले. शिवछत्रपतींचे वंशज राजर्षी छत्रपती शाहू महाराजांनी आपल्या राज्यात मागासलेल्या बहुजन समाजासाठी 50% आरक्षण देण्याचा ऐतिहासिक निर्णय घेतला होता. यामध्ये मराठा समाजाचा सुद्धा समावेश होता. हे अतिशय महत्वाचं आहे. पुढे डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकर यांनी राजर्षी शाहू महाराजांच्या आरक्षणाची संकल्पना संविधानात आणली. डॉक्टर बाबासाहेब आंबेडकरांनी सुद्धा मराठा समाजाला आरक्षणाचा लाभ मिळावा अशी भूमिका ठेवली होती. कारण बहुतांश मराठा समाज सामाजिक व आर्थिक दृष्ट्या मागासलेला होता. आज ही मराठा समाजाची परिस्थिती काही बदल झालेली नाहीये. किंबहुना आरक्षणाचे अभाव अधिकच बिघडलेली आहे. जस्ट अ मिनिट सर. मराठा समाजाचं आरक्षण फार मोठ्या त्यागातून व संघर्षातून मिळालेलं आहे. याविषयी ज्या काही अभ्यास समित्या नेमल्या होत्या त्या सर्वच अभिप्राय मराठा समाजाला आरक्षणाची गरज आहे हे सांगणारे होते. तरी मराठा समाजाला सर्वार्थाने आरक्षण हे दुर्दैव म्हणाले. जस्ट वन लाईन. तामिळनाडू सरकारने 50% आरक्षणाची मर्यादा ओलांडून 69% केली आहे. गेले 26 वर्ष हा कायदा तिथे अंमलात आहे. या धर्तीवर महाराष्ट्रात सुद्धा आरक्षणाचा कायदा करावा, मराठा समाजाला न्याय मिळवून द्यावा ही विनंती करू इच्छितो. धन्यवाद.
श्री राजीव सातव.
राज्यसभा गैलरी.
हाँ प्लीज.
थैंक यू स्पीकर साहब. सर, जो बात पूरे महाराष्ट्र में भी चर्चा की है, जिसमें मराठा समाज को बड़े संघर्ष के बाद आरक्षण मिला था और जो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का अभी का जो डिसीजन आया है उसमें ये आरक्षण खतरे में आया है, ऐसी सबके सामने स्थिति है. और इसीलिए आने वाले समय में सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के लार्जर बेंच की तरफ ये मामला हियरिंग के लिए है. और जो सर अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में हियरिंग हुई थी उसमें केंद्र सरकार ने अपनी बात नहीं रखी थी. तो मेरा केंद्र सरकार से आग्रह है कि आने वाली लार्जर बेंच की हियरिंग में राज्य सरकार के साथ केंद्र सरकार भी मराठा आरक्षण के पक्ष में बात करे ताकि मराठा आरक्षण कायम रहे. थैंक यू सर.
राजीव जी, प्लीज टेक नोट. You have already come to Rajya Sabha and then you are in the upper gallery. You are still remembering the speaker. Say chairman here afterwards. Okay. Sri Sarad Pawarji and others to associate. Okay. Then Sri Ripun Bora. Ripun.
Sir, Ripun Bora from.
Please, others should not speak. Ripun Bora, which gallery?
Sir, Ripun Bora from Rajya Sabha Gallery, unit number 5.
5, please.
5. Sir, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to raise a very important issue pertaining to the economy of the Assam. Sir, there are two public sector undertaking, paper mill. One is Nagaon, the other is Panchgram. And this is the only two public sector undertaking earning profit in Assam. But sir, suddenly what happened from 2014, both the paper mill is going to facing loss, and ultimately from 2016, it is being closed down. So sir, from 2016 to till date, the state government as well as the central government, time without number, has been giving assurances to give special package for revival of this two paper mill. But nothing has been done till today. Sir, you will be surprised to know, sir, meanwhile, the employees have not been getting a salary for 4 years, and 70 workers have died so far for want of salary and medicine, and 3 employees have committed suicide. Sir, apart from that, there are 2 lakhs employees who are directly and indirectly engaged with this paper mill, but all now their future has been finished. On the other hand, sir, the bamboo cultivation, the bamboo farmers and the bamboo cultivation which are dependent on these 2 paper mills has also been finished. So now, sir, due to this outbreak of COVID-19, sir, thousands and thousands young boys have come outside of Assam. They have lost their jobs. So if this paper mill are revived, so my request to the government to revive the paper mill immediately as per the assurance of the government, so that the economy can be restored. Thank you.
Thank you, Srirpun. Associate Professor Ram Gopal Yadav.
मैं राम गोपाल यादव राज्यसभा चैम्बर से. श्रीमान, आपने अनुमति दी इसके लिए मैं आपका आभारी हूं और ये उम्मीद करता हूं कि आपकी कृपा इसी तरह से बनी रहेगी. श्रीमान, बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण मसला है, मैं बहुत कम समय में कहूंगा. लॉकडाउन के कारण देश में छोटे बड़े कारखाने के बंद होने से, कारोबारियों का कारोबार बंद होने से करोड़ों लोग बेरोजगार हो गए, उनके परिवार बिखर गए. बच्चों की पढ़ाई लिखाई तो दूर, उन्हें भूखे पेट सोने के लिए कभी कभी विवश होना पड़ रहा है. पढ़े लिखे लोगों के लिए, जिनके लिए गवर्नमेंट ने व्यवस्था की है, 5 साल के लिए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पर रखे जा रहे हैं, 5 साल बाद समीक्षा की जाएगी. वे भी असमंजस में है कि रहेंगे कि नहीं रहेंगे. नतीजा ये है कि लोगों में अवसाद बढ़ रहा है, निराशा बढ़ रही है, मानसिक तनाव बढ़ रहा है और हताशा की स्थिति में जी रहे हैं बड़े पैमाने पे लोग। और नतीजा ये है कि वो आत्महत्या की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं। मैं उदाहरण देना चाहता हूं कि इन 4-5 महीनों में कोविड की वजह से अकेले नोएडा में 44 लोगों की मृत्यु हुई है, लेकिन आत्महत्या की है 165 लोगों ने कल तक। ये स्थिति है। इसलिए मैं गवर्नमेंट से आपके माध्यम से अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं कि जो लोग लॉकडाउन की वजह से नौकरियों से, मजदूरी से अलग हो गए हैं, उनको प्रति माह कम से कम 50 और 15,000 रुपया भत्ता के रूप में दिया जाए, ताकि वो कम से कम भूखों न मरे और वो जिंदा बने रह सकें। लोकतंत्र में हर गवर्नमेंट ये कर रही है, पश्चिम से लेकर पूरब तक। हमें भी ये करना चाहिए। माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी यहाँ बैठी हुई हैं, मैं चाहूंगा कि इस पर सहानुभूति पूर्वक विचार करें और देश में जो आत्महत्याएं बढ़ रही हैं रोजाना, उनको रोकने के लिए एक सार्थक कदम उठाएं।
ठीक, धन्यवाद जी। श्री आनंद एसोसिएट स्लिप भेजना सब लोग। आनंद शर्मा जी।
Anand Sharma from Rajya Sabha chamber. I wish to draw your attention of this House and the government to the alarming increase in number of suicides and mental health cases in India. Across the world, about 8 lakh suicides happen annually, out of which 1.39 lakh happen in India. This means that India accounts for 15% of the total suicides of the world. Also, there is a suicide happening in every 3.5 minutes in India, which is very disturbing. During the year 2019, there has been a 4% increase in the number of suicides in our country. Reports indicate that 1 in 7 person in India is suffering from depression. Number of persons affected by the mental health issues has exponentially increased after the COVID crisis and lockdown, especially the students and the children who are committing suicides across the country. This is because many children do not have access to online studies, non-availability of midday meals, and the fear of getting affected by corona. The first and foremost reason for India's battle against mental health issues not being effective is the lack of awareness and sensitivity about the mental health matters. There is also stigma attached to the people suffering from any kind of mental disorder and illness. Mental health situation in India demands active policy interventions and resource allocations by the government and persistent nationwide effort to educate and sensitize the society about mental diseases. Mental illness must mandatorily be put under the ambit of life insurance. This will help people to see mental illness with the same lens as they use for physical diseases. Central government, in association with state governments, need to evolve innovative modes to deepen the penetration of services and establish helplines and counseling centers to effectively deal with the mental health issues.
Thank you. Associate, please send us slips. Special mentions. K.C. Ramurthy. From the Rajya Sabha gallery, number 1. Sankshipt, you have to read. Just.
Running is considered to be a game of skill. In reality, it is gambling and betting money through rummy with the greed of getting more so. The online rummy, which is rapidly spreading its tentacles by luring all sections, more particularly the youth, with attractive advertisements and promotions, assuring lucrative returns, which are totally false. Looking at these advertisements, youngsters, after losing money, are resorting to criminal and other activities to carry on with this addiction. This is creating wrong impression and worry among the parents about the future of their loved ones, sir. Sir, it seems that there are 4 online accredited rummy operators, S3, Jungle Rummy, Rummy Circle, Rummy Passion, accredited by the Rummy Federation. And according to the KPMG report, the online real money gaming industry is estimated at 2,200 crores and is growing at 30% annually and will touch 12,000 crores by 2023. So in view of the above, I request the government of India to immediately declare online rummy as illegal and ban the same forthwith. And we see that famous celebrities, including cricketers like MS Dhoni and film stars, clearly, propagate this. And this is a bad precedent, and it's going to have adverse effect on the society.
Thank you. Online rummy. तो मिनिस्टर स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का सब्जेक्ट होगा, बट फिर भी लॉ मिनिस्टर उसको देखें. श्री अनिल देसाई कहाँ? लोकसभा अनिल जी, श्री अनिल देसाई not there. Shri Dr. Shantanu Sen. Yes, please.
That the term social distancing should not be used anymore, as we know that in order to avoid corona transmission, the term social distancing is being regularly used and it is being advised to maintain social distancing. Actually, it's a physical distance of nearly 6 feet between two persons which is needed. But on the contrary, use of the term social distance has indirectly promoted social stigma, which has led to nearly an attitude of boycotting COVID patients socially, and as its consequences, COVID patients and their family members are facing several inhumane situations. Sometimes social distancing creates differences considering socio-economic, religious and political perspectives. So to stop this social discrimination and social stigma, the term social distancing should not be utilized anymore to fight COVID, and instead of that, physical distancing should be used.
Right. So the special mention में the heading should be read and then lay it on the table because a lot of people are there. और ये जो सुझाव दिया ना डॉक्टर संतोष ने, ये महत्वपूर्ण सुझाव है. और एसोसिएट ना सिर्फ भेज दीजिए. मेरा कहना है इसको सुरक्षित दूरी, रामगोपाल जी बता पाएंगे. सुरक्षित दूरी, सेफ डिस्टेंस, दैट विल बी बेटर. पारस्परिक दूरी का अर्थ दोबारा होगा, घर में झगड़ा होगा. ये कुछ ठीक है. Yes, social distancing should be replaced by an appropriate word. बैठ के मत बोलिए please. We have to, society as a whole has to evolve some broad this thing, and government should take lead. I do agree. Then Sri Prasanna Acharya, sir, main बता के दे करना.
Sir, the subject of my special submission is regarding sickle cell disease, which has posed a serious health hazard in western region of Odisha and adjoining district of eastern Chhattisgarh. I lay my special mention on the table.
Thank you. Sri Tiruchi Siva.
My special mention is addressing the inequalities in access to education for children during the pandemic owing to existing digital divide. Sir, with cases on the rise, schools remain shut, with children now being able to access education solely through digital means. This has resulted in vast disparities in access to education among children. A recently released survey by the NSO for 2017 states with reduced access are little above 50%, and larger states like Tamil Nadu and UP are access only below 20%, sir. This is worsened by the rural-urban divide, with rural areas having even fewer connections.
Right, Siva.
The pandemic crash strapped, sir. It was promised by the Honorable Prime Minister that in 1,000 days the digital divide will be bridged. Education policies earlier have suggested increased spending, with the current policy aiming at 6%.
Right.
Children who do not have access to internet fall behind by a whole term, giving undue advantage for a
Thank you,
private
Siva. It's a very important
Sir.
matter. The government should focus its attention on this issue.
Thank
Finance Minister is there. She will take note.
Thank you, sir.
Because in the rural area, it's often complained that they don't have adequate facilities yet. Though it's a welcome step. Dr. Sasmit Patra.
Sir, Dr. Sasmit Patra from the Lok Sabha chamber, sir.
Lok Sabha, please.
Lok Sabha chamber, sir. Sir, my special mention is on the topic allotment of land in Delhi for establishment of Odisha Cultural Center and Library. Sir, Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha, Shri Naveen Patnaik ji, in a letter dated 7th December 2019, requested the Honorable Union Minister of Housing and Urban Development to allot a suitable land in Delhi for the purposes of establishment of Odisha Cultural Center and Library. So it's been about 9 months now, sir. We hope the Honorable Minister will respond and the land that has been requested by the Honorable Chief Minister of Odisha will be provided to Odisha. I lay the special mention on the table of the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Sri P.L. Punia. Punia ji.
P.L. Punia from Rajya Sabha Gallery.
Yes.
अध्यक्ष महोदय, तालाबंदी के दौरान करोड़ों मजदूर अपने गांव लौट गए और उन्हें रोजगार देने के लिए महात्मा गांधी रोजगार योजना ने महत्वपूर्ण योगदान दिया। आज करोड़ों मजदूरों को उनके गांव में ही मजदूरी मिल रही है। जब कोरोना का खतरा खत्म हो जाएगा तो ये करोड़ों मजदूर वापस काम की तलाश में शहरों में लौट जाएंगे। महोदय, आज की स्थिति में कोरोना निरंतर बढ़ रहा है। ये स्थिति कब तक चलेगी कोई अनुमान नहीं लगाया जा सकता। इसलिए आवश्यक है कि गांव में मनरेगा के माध्यम से और अधिक रोजगार की व्यवस्था की जाए। महोदय, हर राज्य में मजदूरों के 100 दिन लगभग पूरे हो गए हैं। अब इन मजदूरों को काम नहीं दिया जा रहा।
जी, you have to wait.
ये फिर रोजगार
सभा पटल के ऊपर रखना।
I'm reading it. और वे फिर बेरोजगार हैं। ऐसी स्थिति में सरकार को तुरंत कोई रास्ता निकालना चाहिए। इसके लिए मनरेगा में कुछ बदलाव की आवश्यकता है। मेरा अनुरोध है कि दैनिक मजदूरी बढ़ाकर न्यूनतम 300 रुपए किया जाए। परिवार में एक व्यक्ति की जगह 2 व्यक्तियों को।
राइट पुनिया जी। नेक्स्ट श्री अनिल देसाई
और रोजगार
लोकसभा चैम्बर।
अनिल
देसाई ने मैसेज भेजा, वो आ गए।
Yes, sir.
Please, Anil Desai.
Yeah, my subject of special mention is exorbitant hike in platform tickets. Ours is a welfare state and it is expected that government policies should always be for the welfare of the common people. Government adopting the route of privatization of number of services which are directly affecting common people. Recently, with a view to curtailing the crowd at the railway stations across the country, the Railway Board has increased the fare of platform tickets from 10 to rupees 50%. It is quite exorbitant and not justified. Entry at the platform should always be need-based. If a passenger is old, infirm,
right, Anilji, the need to reduce the rate of platform tickets. That is the subject, yes, right?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't want any of you to be on the platform. So next to business, we are going to the business. Dr. Ashwardhan ji वहाँ है लोकसभा में?
Yes, sir.
हाँ, Ashwardhan ji?
Yes, sir. I'm here in लोकसभा.
तो मिनिस्टर एक ही दिन में एक ही सेशन में राज्यसभा चैम्बर में भी है, लोकसभा में चैम्बर है, चैम्बर में डॉक्टर हर्षवर्धन जी प्लीज।
Yes, sir. Respected sir.
Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Respected sir, I rise to move for leave to withdraw the Allied and Healthcare Professions Bill 2018.
Right. The question is that the leave be granted to withdraw the bill. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is withdrawn by the leave of the House. Next, Srimati Nirmala Sitharamanji, Insolvency Bankruptcy Code Second Amendment Bill. To introduce,
Sir, I'm Nirmala Sitharaman from the Rajya Sabha chambers. I seek your permission, sir, to move for leave to introduce a bill further to amend the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016.
इसमें लिखा है 2020.
Sorry, sir, it's 2020.
20, right.
Sorry, I stand corrected.
Right. The question is that the leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor, please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Srimati Nirmala Sitharamanji to introduce the bill.
So I introduce the bill.
Right. Then the bill for introduction, National Commission for Allied Healthcare Professional Bill. Dr. Harshavardhan from Lok Sabha Chamber.
Respected sir, I rise to move for leave to introduce the National Commission for Allied and Healthcare Professions Bill 2020.
Question is that the leave be granted to introduce the bill. Those in favor, please raise their hands and say aye. Aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The Minister to introduce the bill.
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Thank you. Then the Aircraft Amendment Bill 2020 further consideration. Yesterday, the only minister rose to introduce ask for the permission of the House to consider the bill. Discussion was not taken place. So the minister will make a brief comment and then we'll go to the members. Please.
Thank you, sir. I think please speak from the Rajya Sabha chamber.
Please.
The civil aviation has been a critical driver of economic growth in India. We have recorded exceptional growth in the last 5 years. The compound annual growth rate in terms of passenger throughput in the 5-year period between 2008-9 and 2013-14 was 9%. This has increased to 12.4% between 2014-15 and 2019 and 20. Cargo throughput has increased to double-digit growth of 10% during this period.
Praise.
In 2019 and 2020 alone, our airports handled a staggering number of 341 million passengers. This, sir, has made India the third largest civil aviation market domestically, and we are in the process of becoming the third largest market for civil aviation globally after the United States and China by 2022 in terms of both domestic as well as international passengers. Even during this dreaded COVID period, sir, we have revived domestic civil aviation, which commenced on 25th May this year, as against the pre-COVID figure of 300,000 passengers per day pre-COVID. We have almost reached the 50% mark, and it is my submission to this House, sir, that by the time we reach Diwali and towards the end of the year, we would have, at the current rate of growth, acquired pre-COVID figures of 300,000 passengers per day. Sir, as of 31st August 2020, we have about 711 civil registered scheduled aircraft, of which 661 passenger aircraft are operational. This figure is likely to go up to about 1,200 in the next 5 years. The number of operational airports has risen from 70 odd in 2014 and has crossed the 100 mark, and today we have 109 operational airports in the country. Sir, we have to date operationalized 279 UDAN routes covering 50 underserved and unserved airports, including 5 helipads. The UDAN scheme has greatly helped in developing airport infrastructure. We have an ambitious target of developing and operationalizing 100 additional airports in the next 5 years by the year 2024, bringing the total to 200. We have taken several measures to help the beleaguered civil aviation sector, which is under strain. These include an impetus to Indian MROs, including end-of-lease maintenance, engine and component OEMs, rationalizing of airspace, and a number of other factors. This tremendous growth in itself has thrown up many challenges, such as saturated airport capacity, lack of trained manpower, limited manufacturing capabilities, But these, I believe, sir, are happy challenges. Sir, under the existing setup, the central government administers various aspects of civil aviation under the Aircraft Act of 1934 through the attached offices of the Directorate General of Civil Aviation, DGCA, the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, BCAS, and the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau. These attached offices of DGCA, BCAS, and AAIB have been constituted under executive powers of the government, and their administrative duties and day-to-day functioning are governed by the government rules. Sir, during audits carried out by the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, starting in the year before and around 2012, the audit pointed out that the Universal Safety Oversight Audit Program and Universal Security Audit Program in 2012 and 2015 indicated the need to give statutory recognition to these three agencies. And sir, this is what this bill passed by the Lok Sabha on 17th March 2020 proposes to do. I will now, sir, just in a nutshell, outline to the honorable members the changes that are proposed to be introduced. It is proposed to insert...
Very brief.
Very briefly, sir. It is proposed to insert new definitions defining the three regulatory bodies as outlined, DGCA, BCAS, and the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau. They will be provided statutory recognition to these three bodies. We propose to insert new sections 4A, B, C, D in place of 4A to give precise effect to this, and to give under section 5 of the Act power of superintendents to the government over these bodies. I will confine myself to these comments and also point out that the provisions also include raising some of the amounts. For instance, the existing penalties for violation under the Act were considered not adequate, and there has been a need felt to revise these. It is proposed to increase the existing penalties from up to rupees 10 lakhs to 1 crore. The last revision of the amount of penalty was in the year 2007 from 1 and 2,000 to 10 lakhs. No changes proposed in terms of imprisonment, which is up to 2 years in most cases and 3 years in one case for such violation. It is proposed to provide that the central government may appoint a designated officer at deputy secretary level for judging financial penalties. Under this section, the proposed insertions will suitably provide for an opportunity to be heard. I would, sir, confine myself to these comments. And as I said, Honorable Sir, that Chairman, that the operative thrust of the bill is to provide a statutory basis to these three important agencies which govern the conduct of civil aviation. And this is necessary as we move forward with a exponential growth in civil aviation. I thank you, sir.
Thank you. The House will be happy to know that after discussing with the External Affairs Minister Jaishankar, we can throw some light later about the resumption of the international flights also. Now discussion will start and then it will be over by 12 o'clock, including the minister's reply, and then we'll be going to the other subject, which was left out yesterday about COVID. Now, Sri K.C. Venugopal ji has come from Lok Sabha to Rajya Sabha. Venugopal ji, your party has got 20 minutes. We have one more speaker, Vivek Tanka. You decide among yourselves, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I am K.C. Venugopal speaking from Rajya Sabha chamber. Thank you giving me for an opportunity to participate in this piece of legislation. Actually, Honorable Minister has really pointed out the features of this bill. One of the main objectives of the bill is to ensure safety and security of the passengers and the aerodromes. The audit conducted by ACAO had earlier pointed out the need of amending the rate of punishment to the violation and security oversight in India. By this act, actually the three organizations, the Director General of Civil Aviation, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, and the Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau will be headed by a Director General who will be appointed by the central government. The bill also gives power to the central government for cancelling the licenses, certificates, or approvals granted to a person under the Act if the person contravenes any provision of the Act. The concern of this bill is actually there are a lot of safety concerns in the country nowadays. The main purpose of the bill is to enhance the safety and security of the aviation sector. As we know, India is the third largest civil aviation market in the world. There are greater concerns of the issues of safety measures. And RTA has revealed that in 2018 only, there was a 68% rise in near-miss incidents in the country compared to 2017. 47 near-miss incidents took place in 2018. The shortage of the air traffic control officers is another serious concern. According to a recent report, there is currently a shortage of 25% officers in Delhi alone. This has led to higher number of near-misses incidents. As we are all know, I thought that Honorable Minister will point out the tragic incident which had took place in Calicut on August 7th. Air India Express flight has been crashed and our valuable 18 lives has been lost due to that accident. Actually, the 40 days already over. During the landing, the aircraft skipped from the runway and fell into the valley. It was only because of luck the aircraft didn't catch fire. The people are concerned about the actual reason behind the incident. Different causes are pointed out for this unfortunate incident. There is no clarity on what is the real cause behind this unfortunate incident. There is an investigation is going on. I know that. Whether the adverse climate, technical faults of the aircraft, or the mistake from the pilot, or the miscommunication, or any deficiency of the airport. Therefore, I would request the minister to have a statement on these things. In addition to this, one more thing is needed to be clarified. Calicut Airport is a tabletop airport. Whether the deficiency of the runway is also a reason. Now the DGSA has stopped permission to the wider aircraft to the Calicut Airport. Earlier there was such restriction for wider aircraft. After a lot of inspection and rectification, the DGSA have given permission to the wider aircraft. If the current ban is based on any conclusion, the government has to clarify how the permission for wider crafts granted earlier. This is a real concern of the people of that area. And then one more thing, government has announced the compensation to the victim. I would like to know the real status of the compensation which was announced by the government. That also. Then I would like to invite this August to a real issue of privatization of the airport. Honorable Chairman, recently the government has decided to award airport to the private parties in the name of development of airport infrastructure development. The government is selling of the airport Adani. There is an international attempt from the government to neotism, help the crony capitalist friends. The government is paving red carpet for monopolization of airports in the country. Till now, Adani Group wants bids to operate and manage development of 6 airports. Ahmedabad, Lucknow, Bangalore, Jaipur, Guwahati and Thiruvananthapuram. The Adani Group is all set to acquire 74% stake in Mumbai International Airport also. That is what the media report is coming. I would like to point out that there is a clear violation of norms and regulations in giving airports to a single private entity. This clear scam of public money, in this process, the government has violated all rules. First of all, the government has ignored the advice given by some of its own ministries and departments while taking this decision. It is clear that the changes in the norms enabled the Adani Group to win all the 6 bids. The recommendation made by the Department of Economic Affairs, DEA, in the Ministry of Finance and the Niti Aayog on the technical, financial and legal aspect of the bidding process were ignored by the government. No doubt, the conditions were changed to favor the Adani Group. As we all know, in 2018, the government tried to amend the Airport Economic Authority of India, Regulatory Authority of India Act 2018, ERA Act 2008. The bill introduced by the government wanted to change the way tariffs were determined completely. The bill wanted to award the rights to oversee airport operations to private players. But the government failed to pass the bill in both the House. On November 8, 2018, a meeting of the Union Cabinet chaired by the Prime Minister Modi gave its in-principle approval to the proposal by the PMO to lease 6 airports for development in PPP model. Following this, an empowered group of secretaries, headed by the Chief Executive Officer for the Niti Aayog, was constituted at the meeting to oversee what is essentially a process of privatization. Other members in the EGOs included the Secretary of the Ministry of Civil Aviation, the DEA and the Department of Expenditure. With the bill still pending in Parliament, the government invited bid for upgradation of the 6 airports on December 14, 2018. Following this, the DEA of the Ministry of Finance raised several issues. I have the copy of the minutes, sir. I have the copy of the minutes. From the minutes I am quoting. It is stated that neither the Airport Authority of India nor the Ministry of Civil Aviation had submitted details of the breakup of project cost to the PPPAC for its consideration. The PPP cell of the DEA recommended that since the 6 airport development projects are highly capital intensive, a clause should be incorporated that not more than 2 airports would be awarded to a single bidder because of the high financial risk involved and the need for stringent adherence to performance indicators. The DEA were also suggested that in the case of there was a project failure, there would be other capable bidders available to take on the failed projects. The DEA specifically mentioned that when private companies bid for the development of the airports in Delhi and Mumbai airport, this was happened in UPA period. The contracts to develop both the airports were not given to the same bidder. That time the GMR group was the only qualified bidder. Then also they didn't get Delhi and Mumbai. The department also cited the example of privatization of the power distribution network in Delhi, wherein contracts were given to more than one bidder. The Niti Aayog specifically suggested that request for proposal RFP should include criteria to measure the experience of the bidder in developing airports, terminal and related sectors. Curiously, none of the recommendations made by either the DEA or the Niti Aayog were included in the bid documents. You have to understand, sir. The Public-Private Partnership Appraisal Committee constituted by government decided to go along with the decision of EGOMS that prior airport experience not to be made prerequisite for bidding and post-bidding requirement. Why this violation happened, sir? For whom it has happened? Only to favor a company. Only to favor a company. This all bypassing of the norms and guidelines has happened, sir. Therefore, there's a move to monopolize the Indian airports. In future, you can see that entire airports of India will owned by only one company. Only capital. How can we allow, sir? How can we allow this, sir? Therefore, many industries also complained that the timeline for the entire bidding process was extremely short given. The request for proposal was issued on December 14, 2018.
Please conclude, Venugopalji. Honorable Venugopalji, please conclude. Please conclude.
February 6th, I am concluding, sir. Therefore,
Please let him speak, sir.
I am speaking. This is my maiden speech, sir. This is my maiden speech, sir. Please allow me, sir. Please allow me, sir. I am speaking with facts only, sir.
Right, sir, but you have two speakers from your party who have already taken time. It's only 1 minute. Please conclude.
There was also anomalies in the eligibility terms and conditions set by AIA or bidders. If, for instance, the minimum technical and financial capacity for qualifying bidders was surprisingly identical. How can it, sir? The airport of Jaipur is different between airport of Thiruvananthapuram. The same clause, same clause in the
please conclude.
is identical. How can it be happen? Sir, one more thing I will tell you. Now the Airport Authority of India become AAA, Airport Authority of Adani. That is
thank you.
AIA become AAA. That is the move by this government, sir.
Thank you. Now your time is over. Now, please.
Yes, sir. I elected from Rajasthan. I came from Kerala. This Trivandrum and Jaipur also included in this 5 airports. Because you have to understand, the land was given by the state government. The land was given by the state government. In Rajasthan, land was given by Rajasthan government. In Kerala, land was given by Trivandrum, land was given by Kerala government. The concern of the state government has not been taken care.
Please, Venugopalji, please conclude.
Both the state government oppose this movement, but government not taken into consideration of the state government.
Please conclude.
What is the federal system, sir? For selling this airport, what is the system? Kerala Assembly unanimously passed a resolution. Kerala Assembly, there is we are not against PPP model. We are not against PPP model. You can see one of the best example of PPP model in Kochi International Airport. Chief Minister is the chairman. CEO is the person appointed by the Chief Minister. Government is running the airport. That is the best PPP model. Minister is talking about the Kochi model. You have to study Kochi model. What is the Kochi model? Kochi model Chief Minister is hearing. Kerala government is already offered that.
Thank you.
I am asking for an inquiry of these things. This is a clear case of corruption.
Thank you.
This is a clear case of corruption, sir.
Thank you.
I am asking for an inquiry. With these words, I am concluding, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, I have to inform that a supplementary list of business has been issued by the Secretariat listing 1. The Salaries and Allowance of Ministers Amendment Bill 2020, and 2nd, a statement by Minister of Health and Family Welfare regarding COVID-19 pandemic and the steps taken by the Government of India. The supplementary list has been uploaded on the Rajya Sabha website and the Honorable Members portal. Thank you. Shri Harshvardhan Singh Dungarpur. Shri JVL Narasimha, sorry. JVL Narasimha first. His name has been given first. Shri JVL Narasimha Rao.
Gallery.
Shri JVL Narasimha Rao.
Sir, I am in the Lok Sabha gallery.
From Lok Sabha gallery?
Yes.
Right, please speak on this.
Lok Sabha chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. Under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, in the last 6 years, the civil aviation sector has undergone a transformational positive change. Let me explain how. In just a period of 5 years, the total air passenger traffic has more than doubled. It has increased by 118%, registering a double-digit growth for most of the years, rather every year. While if you compare this with the previous 5 years tenure, the increase was only 54%. So we have more than double the growth in terms of passenger traffic. I'm mentioning these facts because these are all important to the provisions of the present bill, because the government has ambitious plans for the expansion of the civil aviation sector, and this bill certainly has provisions to ensure that we have affordable, safe, and accessible aviation for the people of our country. We are today In the world, we are the third largest domestic aviation market in the world. And international passengers, we are fourth or fifth largest. It keeps varying, but we are certainly one of the largest civil aviation markets in the world. And we are the fastest growing civil aviation sector. We have the fastest growing civil aviation sector in the world. And that certainly speaks volumes. As I mentioned, the growth has more than doubled, and it certainly is contributing. It's helping people of our country to travel right across the country, even to remotest parts of the country where access was not available earlier. According to the World Economic Forum Travel and Tourism Rankings, we were ranked 65th in the world in 2013. And in 2019, our rank has climbed to 34. From 65, we have improved to the rank of 34. And that was possible only because under the tenure of this government, under Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji's leadership, both travel and tourism sectors have shown a huge improvement and a promise. The objective of the Honorable Prime Minister is to make air travel affordable, safer, accessible, comfortable, pleasurable, and not just to only the privileged few of the country, but to make it accessible to every section of our society. And therefore, this bill is in the right direction to amend the 1934, the Aircraft Act, with the vision of the Prime Minister to increase, to have a huge expansion of the traffic, to enhance the airport network and infrastructure, to streamline regulatory functions of various bodies, and to enhance security while fulfilling international obligations. Let me go back a few years to tell you about the legislative history. In 1934, the act that we are seeking to amend today is the 1934 Act, which was amended several times. And the last time it was amended was in 2008, and prior to that in 2004. As I mentioned, this sector has seen a transformational change, and therefore there is a need to amend this act now. One, I talked about the huge expansion, huge increase in the air passenger traffic, mainly a result of the initiatives of this government. And Honorable Prime Minister made air travel possible for every common man of this country. Ude desh ke aam nagarik, let the common man fly. Today you can fly under the Udan scheme. 279 routes are operational, which is connecting 50 unserved and underserved airports. I think this is a major transformational change. And today, I can tell you, I have traveled on some of these sectors by paying a mere 800 rupees on the Vijayawada-Kadapa sector. It's 800. Today, you can book the ticket for 1,500 rupees. I checked up today also. So this is the kind of what it costs you to travel by a third AC or by a deluxe bus. Today, you are able to travel by air, and reducing the time, and making it much more comfortable and pleasurable. And the government has the target of developing 100 more airports in the next 5 years by the year 2024. And under the Udan scheme, nearly 5 million people have traveled so far. To be precise, 48 lakh people traveled on this Udan regional connectivity scheme, where, as I mentioned, 50 airports, underserved or unserved airports have been covered. And there is a new, under Udan, 78 routes have just been announced, and this will cover even the remotest parts of the northeastern region, which needs much more connectivity than any other part of the country. Let me now talk about how the COVID has impacted us, impacted the aviation sector, and how we have been able to work wonders even during such a crisis period. As Honorable Prime Minister says, we have converted this crisis into an opportunity. The domestic flights suspended operations on the March 25.
Please don't speak. Please.
And then they commenced operations again on May 25. And today we are operating, this is as of 11 September, we operated 1,117 domestic flights. This is a big number, and we are almost more than 50% of our usual number of people are traveling on the aviation, on the airlines today. Certainly this is being increased steadily, keeping the safety of the passengers in mind and also keeping the needs of the passengers in mind. And the impact globally, corona pandemic, the COVID has impacted the aviation sector, and likewise we have also been impacted. But what we have done during this period will remain historic, and my salutations to the Honorable Prime Minister for launching the Vande Bharat mission, under which we have brought a huge number of 12.4 lakh passengers. We brought 12.4 lakh Indians wanting to return to India. We have brought them back on on about 4,000 odd flights, of which 2,500 flights were operated by Air India Group alone. This is the biggest evacuation exercise in human history. And certainly this is something that the government needs to be, Honorable Prime Minister needs to be congratulated for this humongous and for this splendid effort. Air India itself operated flights to about 72 destinations in 53 countries of the world. We all are passing through very troubling times, difficult times, but what the government has done, what the civil aviation sector has done is something splendid. I'd like to compliment the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Civil Aviation Minister, Honorable Minister for External Affairs for making such a massive and a splendid effort possible. And we currently have arrangements with different countries of the world because the international regular commercial flights are not in operation. So we have signed what are called air bubbles. We have signed agreements with several countries, including the US, UK, UAE, Maldives, Germany, France, etc., Canada, to really operate flights on a mutually reciprocally agreed manner. What is even more important, in our fight against the COVID, aviation sector played a huge effort, made a huge contribution. What was called Lifeline Udan was launched on the March 26th, day after the imposition of the lockdown across the country. Under Lifeline Udan, 584 flights were operated, and by Air India, Alliance Air, by private airlines till the 28th of May, from March 26th to 28th of May. And 317 of these 584 were operated by Air India Group, and they carried a huge quantum of supplies, approximately 935 tons of cargo, covering lifeline, covering taking medicines, taking the PPE kits, the N95 masks, even the testing kits were supplied to the entire country in a record period by using Lifeline Udan as a new scheme. And the massive increase in infrastructure, airport infrastructure, you can see over the past few years. We have 109 operational airports, but along with the state government and other airports, that number of operational airports goes up to 125. And we have the number of aircrafts that we currently have. Honorable Minister mentioned in his opening remarks, we currently have about 770, but that number could go up to 1,200. All this reflects the massive increase and massive expansion of the aviation sector in our country. About 13,000 crores to develop 12 airports have come in the form of a private investment under the PPP mode. Whatever the opposition might say, the real crony capitalism was witnessed during the tenure of the previous governments. The country has seen how the 2G licenses, how the coal mine licenses were granted to people for a song, and what the considerations were, and how the courts dealt with those particular
Please,
a matter of
you are very senior member, sir. Please,
and that cannot be ignored. Under this government, there is a transparent regime. There is a transparent way of auctioning every particular resource. There is also a very credible and transparent method of...
You speak when your terms come, please. Please.
Prime Minister also has the vision to turn India into a global hub of civil aviation. So under this, we have the MRO operations, maintenance, repair and operations. And India will become now a hub of these activities. To make that happen, the taxation system, the taxation regime has been rationalized. Under the new policy, major engine manufacturers of the world will be able to set up engine repair facilities in India. A lot of money which is going by way of foreign exchange, because a lot of our aircrafts go to countries, including places like Singapore, Malaysia, and elsewhere for their operations and maintenance. Today, India will become a global hub. We will not only save huge foreign exchange, at least 2,000 crores, and we will also be creating a number of job opportunities for our industry, for our youth in this country.
Mr. Rao, please conclude. Please conclude now.
I'll just take about, reduction in flying costs. The new policy announced by the government is going to make available under Atmanirbhar Bharat. Finance Minister has announced that our airspace will be available freely. Only 60% of the airspace is available till now, but now this will be, more space will be available to lower the cost of operation for the airlines. I think we are also preparing our aviation sector. We are also preparing our manpower for not only accessing this increasing civil aviation jobs.
Mr. Rao, please conclude now. Please conclude.
Country as well. So, sir, I would like to, I'd like to support this bill. This will make our expansion plans easier. This will help us realize the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister to ensure that India explores, India achieves the set target of making civil aviation, making air travel available to every individual in this country. With these remarks, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity, and I would like to support the bill and seek the support of the entire House for the bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rao. Thank you. Now, Honorable Sri Dinesh Trivedi ji. Thank you, sir.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Next time.
আমি আজকে
6 minutes only.
আমার পঞ্চম মিনিং আরম্ভ করছি, আর তাই জন্য প্রথমে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়, মমতা দিদি আর আমাদের যা পরিবার আছে, মা মাটি মানুষের কোটি কোটি ধন্যবাদ দিচ্ছি, প্রণাম জানাই যে আমাকে আবার এই সুযোগটা দিলেন, তাই জন্য আমি অনেক অনেক কৃতজ্ঞ। স্যার, एज आई स्टार्ट, आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई फॉर द डेप्यूटी चेयरमैन. आई हैव टू गेट यूज्ड टू फ्रॉम डेप्यूटी स्पीकर टू डेप्यूटी चेयरमैन. और आपको कहा गया है कि आप बाएं देखिएगा, दाएं देखिएगा.
मैं सीधे देख रहा हूं आपको.
अब आपको इधर भी देखना होगा, उधर भी देखना होगा.
अभी मैं सीधे देख रहा हूं.
लोग इधर है, राज्यसभा के लोग उधर है, तो आपका काम बहुत बढ़ गया है, मगर आप बिल्कुल अपनी ओर से करेंगे. इधर उधर भी देखना पड़ेगा. कल हिंदी दिवस मनाया गया सर, और हिंदी दिवस की बहुत बहुत बधाई. राम अवधेश जी की याद आती है. कल उनको हमने स्मरण किया. वो कहा करते थे कि लोकसभा के जो सदस्य हैं उसी भाषा में लोकसभा में बोले जिस भाषा में वो वोट मांगने जानते हैं, और जो वोट मांगने हम जिस भाषा में जाते हैं उसी भाषा में हमें अपना प्रवचन पार्लियामेंट में देना चाहिए. राज्यसभा की बात शायद अलग होगी. सर, सबसे पहले तो माय वेरी डियर फ्रेंड हरदीप जी, और एज ए फॉर्मर पायलट I know a little bit about civil aviation, and I know the difficulty and the pain by which civil aviation is going through, and especially in this particular situation. Hardeep Singh ji, I must compliment you. I must start with this positive note that you have done tremendous work in getting a lot of stranded Indians back home and vice versa by this Vande Bharat. I just also, not as a negativity, but I think it's my duty also to draw the attention of this difference like Vande Bharat have done wonderful work. But in contrast, if we see the migrant laborer, the way they have walked, and they're into lakhs and lakhs, pregnant women, old people. So the contrast is there. It is not the area of my friend Hardeep ji, but I thought that while we are mentioning that, we ought to mention and remember that also, and I'm sure corrective steps we all collectively will be taking. Sir, when we talk about Air India, Vande Bharat, now who went there? It was Air India. And I must compliment the entire team, our young cabin crew, our pilots, our engineers, our ground staff. They initially risked their life. They were as good or maybe better than doctors. So my compliments to the entire team for what they have done. And who did it, sir? Air India. The entire private sector, you see, and I have nothing against them. If Air India would not have been there, the private sector would not have been there. So with folded hands, Air India का आप ढांचा बदल सकते हैं, उसकी काम करने की रीत बदल सकते हैं, मगर उसको मानमानी करके उसको बेचिए मत। एयर इंडिया है तो हिंदुस्तान है। जैसे हम रेल मंत्री थे तब बताते थे कि रग रग में लोगों को रेल बसती है। एयर इंडिया इज ए वेरी वेरी गुड एयरलाइन सर। प्लीज रिकंसिडर, चेंज द ढांचा। इट नीड्स टू बी चेंज, बट फॉर हेवन सेक हमारी विपत्ति में हमेशा एयर इंडिया हमारे साथ खड़ा हुआ, क्योंकि एयर इंडिया की धड़कन भारत के साथ है। मैं ये नहीं कहता हूं कि औरों की नहीं है, मगर खास करके। सर, आई एम कमिंग बैक टू द बिल एंड एयरक्राफ्ट एक्ट 1934। ये बिल मैं यही कहूंगा कि देर आए दुरुस्त आए, और आशा करता हूं कि तंदुरुस्त भी आए, क्योंकि आज ये जो सिविल एविएशन एयरक्राफ्ट 1934 का बिल आया, सर एक तरफ आपने ग्रोथ की बात कही, बड़ा अच्छा ग्रोथ हो, और ये ग्रोथ 12% हुआ, हमको डबल करना है, थर्ड लार्जेस्ट बननी है, 600 से 1200 एयरक्राफ्ट, बहुत अच्छी बात है, होना ही चाहिए। हिंदुस्तान में कहता हूं कि 30 दर्जे पे नहीं, पहले दर्जे पे होना चाहिए, और हमारा ग्रोथ सबसे ज्यादा है। मगर सर दुख क्या है कि बिल क्यों आया? क्योंकि आपको ये कहा गया है कि आपका सेफ्टी स्टैंडर्ड जो अकाउंट है, और सर उसके पहले मैं जो हमारे एयर इंडिया एक्सप्रेस के लोग कुछ मरे गए, उनकी परिवार की तरफ से मैं सहानुभूति पेश करना चाहूंगा कि और वापस आते हुए कि ये बिल आपने इसीलिए लाया क्योंकि आपको कहा गया जो अकाउंट की ऑडिट होती है, हम डिटेल में वहां नहीं जाएंगे, पर वो ऑडिट का रिपोर्ट।
प्लीज कंक्लूड नाउ, कंक्लूड।
जी सर,
प्लीज कंक्लूड नाउ।
अरे हमने शुरुआत नहीं की अभी तो।
नहीं, वो नेक्स्ट टाइम
नहीं की है सर। अभी हमको और
आपके पास
और 2 मिनट दे।
ऑनरेबल त्रिवेदी जी 6 मिनट समय था, आपने ले लिया है, प्लीज कंक्लूड नाउ।
सर हम बिल के ढांचे में 2 मिनट में खत्म करेंगे, प्लीज। हम वादा करते हैं 2 मिनट में खत्म करेंगे, प्लीज। सर आपको यदि आगे बढ़ना है, और मैं समझता हूं बढ़ना चाहिए, तो एयरक्राफ्ट एक्ट 1934 को पूरी तरह से बदल देना चाहिए। हर रोज आके अमेंडमेंट से होगा नहीं। और इसमें क्या हुआ है कि बेसिकली आपका ढांचा है 4A, 4B और 4C। DGCA, विकास और AIB को आपने कहा है कि आप स्टैट्यूटरी बॉडी बनाएंगे, एंड यू विल हैव द DGs एक्सेप्टिंग द मिलिट्री। सर DGCA को आपको बिल्कुल बदलना पड़ेगा। हम एक ही उदाहरण देंगे और हमारी बात खत्म करेंगे। सर DGCA में डोमेन जो एक्सपर्टीज होती है होनी चाहिए। जैसे आप उसका एयर सेफ्टी ऑफिसर टेक्निकल मैन्यूअल पढ़े, तो आप जो एयरक्राफ्ट की बात करके जो A320 चला रहे हैं, अब वो जो उसके ऊपर निगरानी रखेंगे, उसको A320 का कुछ ज्यादा पता नहीं है। वो पायलट हो सकते हैं, वह हर एक पायलट को हर एक एयरक्राफ्ट में एंडोर्समेंट करना चाहिए। आखिर में सर आपने जो पेनल्टी बढ़ाई है उसमें क्या होगा? या तो इंजीनियर या तो पायलट, उसको आप 1 करोड़ रुपया कहेंगे, मगर जो एयरलाइन ने गलती की, जैसे एक बिल्डिंग का ढांचा गिर गया, कुछ लोग मारे गए, तो एक मामूली जो बाबू होता है उसको आप पनिश करेंगे, आप एयरलाइन को नहीं करेंगे। तो मेरे आखिर में ये कहूंगा, हरदीप जी आपने बहुत अच्छा किया लाए, मगर एयरक्राफ्ट एक्ट 1934 को पूरा का पूरा बदलने की जरूरत है। हिंदुस्तान को आगे बढ़ना है, तरक्की करनी है, और हमारे होनहार जो बच्चे आज सिलिकॉन वैली में बैठे हैं उनको यहाँ बुलाइए। आत्म भारत तभी होगा,
धन्यवाद त्रिवेदी जी,
आत्मविश्वास होगा। आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद त्रिवेदी जी। ऑनरेबल प्रसन्नाचार्य जी।
Prasanna from Rajya Sabha chamber, sir. Sir, how much time my party has been allotted?
4 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this is more or less a good bill. There are certain good provisions in the bill, and sir, the honorable minister was rightly pointing out that within 2024 we are going to be the largest aviation market in the world. And sir, our civil aviation sector has a high growth potential now also. Therefore, sir, we need to modernize and update our legislation in regard to civil aviation industry, and more particularly about safety and security in the field of air traffic and air passengers. You know, sir, there has been recently, in the last 1 or 2 months before, there has been a very serious accident where several people died, and often accidents are happening in this country. So we must put much emphasis on safety and security of the aircraft and air passenger. Sir, you know that International Civil Aviation Organization conducted 2 audit reports, and I want to refer to that. One is the Universal Safety Oversight Audit. It was made earlier. And the second is the Universal Security Audit as a part of the Chicago Convention. We are a party to the Chicago Convention, sir. India is a signatory in the Chicago Convention. And sir, it is a matter of concern that India fared worse than Pakistan and Nepal. This is the report. We fared worse than Pakistan and Nepal so far as security factor is, sir, concerned. Sir, the audit showed that the safety score of India declined to 57.44%. It declined to 57.44% in 2018 from 65.82% in 2017. Within 1 year, this is our downtrend so far as security factors are concerned, sir. And sir, the audit was performed in air navigation services, aerodrome, aircraft accidents and investigations, etc. In this regard, the audit was conducted, and this is the result. So it is very discouraging and disastrous, sir. Sir, we are implementing the UDAN scheme now, and number of new aircraft and new airlines will be operating and have started operating also, sir. Therefore, sir, it is necessary to impose strict regulations to keep up the safety of the passengers. In my opinion and everybody's opinion, the safety and security of the air passengers should be the topmost priority of the government. Therefore, sir, I'm happy that certain provisions has been made in the amendment bill, keeping this thing in view, sir. Sir, there are certain good features also in the bill. The penalty provision has been increased. I think it is a good feature from 10 lakh rupees to 1 crore in case of any violation of the provision, sir. Sir, the bill also enlarges the scope of the existing act to include regulation of all areas of air navigation, sir. Sir, members were mentioning about the three statute bodies in the bodies. There is the DGCA, the BCAS, the Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, and this year Aircraft Accident Investigation Bureau, AAIB. And sir, it should be given autonomy to function independently. Sir, the minister has proposed to amend section 4A4, 4B4 and 4C4, which empowers the central government that any power exercisable by the Director General of these bodies may also be exercisable by any other officer or authority, specially empowered by any other officer or authority by the central government by notification. I think, sir, this is infringing upon the independent functioning of these bodies. So I request the minister to consider about this. And sir, the provision to educate penalties by violators by the competent authorities not below the rank of deputy secretary may improve the redressal mechanism. But I want a clarification from the honorable minister whether there can be any appeal in the court against the decision or verdict of these bodies, sir. The my last point is, sir, I went through a report which was published in the newspaper a couple of months before. Sir, prior to this COVID situation, we know after the COVID situation, the air services were banned for a certain period, for a large period. And even now, it is yet to come to its full-fledged operation, sir. And sir, prior to 2021, please come. Just sir, half a minute. There has been drastic reduction in the occupancy rate of the Air India. And you should go through the figure, you will be still alarmed, you will be astonished. There has been drastic reduction in the occupancy rate. Of course, in 2000, after 1920, there has again been improvement. So I want to know what is the reason why, when the other private airlines are full capacity flying, why there has been drastic reduction in the occupancy rate of the Air India. So has the government, has the ministry looked into the matter? Have they found any reason for this? What is the reason? Is it deliberate or what? As some of the honorable members are alleging,
thank you,
there is a pre-plan, there is a systematic planning to sell away Air India.
Thank you.
So with this, sir, I conclude and I support this bill.
Thank you, Acharya ji. Shri Vishwambar Prasad Nishad, माननीय विश्वम्बर प्रसाद निषाद जी.
राज्यसभा चैम्बर से माननीय उपसभापति जी, वायुयान संशोधन विधेयक 2020 जो माननीय मंत्री जी ने प्रस्तुत किया है, मैं इसमें बोलना चाहता हूं कि लॉकडाउन के समय जो स्थितियां आई, जो हमारे यात्री आने जाने का टिकट लेकर विदेशों में फंसे थे, ये स्थिति रही, उनके वापसी के टिकट नहीं माने गए और उनको तमाम कठिनाइयों का सामना करना पड़ा। जो वंदे भारत मिशन एयर इंडिया ने चलाई, बधाई के पात्र हैं वो एयर कर्मी जो ऐसे कोविड-19 के समय रिस्क लेकर के लोगों को सेवाएं दी। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य है कि एयर इंडिया को बेचा जा रहा है, कहा जा रहा है कि घाटे पे एयर इंडिया जा रहा है। अभी तक सरकार ने उनके बारे में कुछ नहीं बताया कि उनका क्या होगा, कर्मचारियों का क्या होगा, उनके अन्य उनके इलाज और उनके बच्चों के लिए क्या सुविधाएं होंगी जो पुराने कर्मचारी हैं, और उनके जितने भी लाइबिलिटीज हैं उनके बारे में क्या होगा। तो माननीय सदस्यों ने भी कहा है कि सरकार एक ग्रुप को, अडानी ग्रुप को जो है सारे एयरपोर्ट दे रही, 6 एयरपोर्ट बेच दिए। हमें लग रहा है कि धीरे धीरे अब एयर इंडिया के बाद ट्रेन का नंबर आ गया, 150 ट्रेनें बेची जा रही हैं। तो इस तरह से पूरे देश में जो है एक हताशा की स्थिति आ गई है। उड़ान योजना के अंतर्गत सरकार ने कहा था कि हवाई चप्पल वाले जो है यात्रा करें। कितने लोगों ने हवाई चप्पल वाले ने यात्रा किया, इसका अब तक सरकार डिटेल नहीं बता पाई है। और जो विशेष समस्या बताना चाहते हैं कि लॉकडाउन के समय अनेक देशों ने अपनी भी एयरलाइन से बाद में चालू की। जो एयर इंडिया ने टिकट दिया, वो जैसे ही कोई यात्री अगर टिकट के लिए अप्लाई किया तो तुरंत फुल टिकट दिखाने लगा। 2 मिनट में ही सारे टिकट फुल हो रहे थे। पता नहीं इसमें कौन सा जो बुकिंग वाले एयर इंडिया जो वेबसाइट था उसने उन्होंने क्या गड़बड़ियाँ की थी। इसके बारे में भी एक जांच करना चाहिए, देखना चाहिए था कि वंदे भारत इंडिया से लॉकडाउन के समय से टिकटों में गड़बड़ियाँ की गई। विदेश के कई स्थानों से चार्ट में जो
सोल्ड आउट टिकट शो कर रहा था। 15 मिनट के अंदर ही कैसे संभव है कि सारा यात्री का डिटेल भरना है, कि पेमेंट भी करना है। तो ये सारी समस्या आई है, तो इसके बारे में भी ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। और 4 गुना किराया, तमाम छात्र फंसे थे, तमाम लोग फंसे थे और जो प्रॉब्लम्स आई, जो हमारे पास के एरिया है यहाँ पर कम फ्लाइटें चलाई गई और अमेरिका, फ्रांस ने जब अपनी एयरलाइंस चालू की तब जो है किराया कम किया गया, 4 गुना से ज्यादा जो है किराया वसूला गया। जैसे उदाहरण के बताएं, न्यूयॉर्क से दिल्ली के लिए $500 नियत किराया है, $1500 से $1700 वसूला गया। तो
माननीय निषाद जी कंक्लूड करिए।
हाँ मानवल, जो ये ड्रोन के बारे में करें, फौजी जो चलाएंगे, इसमें बिल में आया है, तो हम ये कहना चाहेंगे इसमें अगर निजी हाथों में ये चला जाएगा तो उसके लिए टेररिस्ट भी इसका प्रयोग करेंगे ड्रोन का। तो इसके बारे में मंत्री जी स्पष्ट करें कि ये ड्रोन के लिए कैसे लाइसेंसिंग देंगे और कैसे लोगों की सुरक्षा रहेगी। तो वो केवल सरकारी गवर्नमेंट पे करेगी कि प्राइवेट को भी देंगे, उससे तो टेररिस्ट भी निशाना करके कहीं भी वार कर सकते हैं। ये इसलिए मैं वायुयान संशोधन विधेयक में मैंने जो सुझाव दिए हैं, मैं अपनी बात खत्म।
धन्यवाद माननीय निषाद जी। ऑनरेबल श्री पी विल्सन, Honorable P. Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. Sir, India sent out the Britishers in the year 1947, but still India is following the old British Act and strengthening the British Act. Sir, DMK, while welcoming the bill, we wanted to point out few discrepancies, and there is a complete letdown in the airport industry, sir. Sir, this aircraft bill 2020, no doubt, sir, it regulates the manufacture, possession, use, operation, sale, import and export of civil aircrafts and licensing of aerodromes. No doubt, sir, this bill converts 3 authorities, namely Director General of Civil Aviation, DGCA, Bureau of Civil Aviation Security, BCAS, and Airport Accidents Investigation Bureau as statutory authorities. And they entrust certain functions, sir, under section 4A, 4B and 4C. However, sir, only one problem which I see from this bill is, sir, when you give these expert bodies an independent power, so far as, sir, DGCA, they have the power to regulate the aircraft functions, and so far as the other body, that is BCAS, regulatory oversight function related to the civil aviation security, and so far as the third body, that is AAIB, to investigate related to aircraft accidents and incidents. However, sir, the central government has one power under clause 4D, namely, sir, the superintendence over these 3 authorities. Sir, my humble request would be, sir, when there are the expert bodies which you have given a separate power for these 3 bodies, why do you have this superintendent's power over 3 expert bodies and issuing directions to them? So I would only request the Honorable Minister to kindly reconsider this section 4D is concerned. Sir, so far as this airport industries is concerned, sir, I wanted to bring to the kind attention of Honorable Minister that though in 1994, the private aircrafts were introduced into the Indian airspace, however, for past 26 years, sir, they are not able to sustain in the airfield, and we have seen many private airlines running into losses.